very beginning. A lot to cover on that front. Before we jump into the fun, though, I want to break down just how Series E works for all of you folks at home. Now, Series E is a professional esports open circuit that absolutely anyone can join across multiple different titles. Now, we've got Apex Legends, we've got Guilty Gear Strive, and of course, Halo Infinite. Now, the way it works is players and teams, they come out and compete in our open qualifiers, and the best of the best make it into Series E. Now, what does that mean for them? Well, the players get to sign a contract, they get sponsored by one of our partnered brands, they get a monthly salary, and they get to compete weekly for points and prize money. So, if you and your friends want to get in on the fun, head over to matcherino.com/ESA to sign up. And if you have any further questions, esportsarena.com has you covered. So make sure to head over there. Now, we are celebrating Intel here all week long, but we do have something very special going on this weekend. Now, August 25th through 28th, you can go to Esports Arena locations all across the country and celebrate Intel Gamer Days with us. We've got over $10,000 in cash and prizes to give away all weekend long. Special competitions in Apex Legends, Valorant, and Smash Ultimate all throughout the weekend, as well as some awesome PvE activations with Mario Kart and Aim Lab. So go out to your local esports arena this weekend and be a part of Intel Gamer Days with us. And select locations will also have special Intel demo stations where you can test out some of the newest and best Intel products. So use exclamation point locations in Twitch chat right now, find an esports arena near you, and celebrate Intel Gamer Days with us all weekend long. Again, it kicks off August 25th, this Thursday, all the way through the 28th. We would love to see you there. And you can also, again, celebrate Intel Gamer Days here with us at Series E all week long. So get ready for that. I'm certainly excited about it. We've got a couple of incredible casters here. My good friends Shyway and Wineout will be bringing you all of the fun for all of our matches here tonight. And of course, I'll be here to break things down in between. So I can't wait to get into the fun. And I think we are ready to go, folks. So let's not waste any time. We're kicking off another week here of Series E. It's Intel Week, and let's kick it off the only way we know how, with some more Series E Halo Infinite.
We got coming up here. I'm Shyway. It's again great to have my man Tony.
We have some great action today.
16 is his KD right now. So we do
some information on that player. Finally finds him hiding in the corner. Ends up getting the double melee. Luckily, JK putting his body on the line. Gold Star
resources 37 and counting, making 38. It just seems like they're in their heads. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's Halo Monday. It's Intel Week. We're back with Series E. I got Tony looking mad cool on the broadcast with me as well. Tony, you picked a good day to look cool, honestly. This is probably the most stacked Halo tournament I think we've seen in an Esports Arena event in a long time, and I can't wait to get started with it.
I'm feeling good. I don't know if it was just me, but Yeso got me hyped. I'm ready for today. And all I know is that, after today, maybe this Friday, I'm going to have to go check out that Apex. Let me tell you, y'all ain't stepping to me in the arenas. These hands right here, they're rated E for everyone. They will put you down. So come see me on Friday at the arenas.
Damn. I wish I had that benefit as well. Of course, I'm over in Toronto, so I can't jump out to U.S. In the meantime, Tony, we got a tournament to get into. Let's take a look at the format. We'll talk about that before we jump into our tournament. There you go. On screen, you can see it. Of course, $1,000 prize pool, like usual, if you're new here. 4v4 single elimination until we get to top 8. Apparently, top 8 is already decided. That's a double elimination bracket, best of 3 the whole way through. And, of course, that one grand split between top 3.
Lots of money on the line today, and it's every single week, guys. And this is an open event, so you got the invitation that come in on Friday, but every single Monday, you guys can compete for your share of $1,000 on the line. And yeah, I'm excited, and it looks like, and it's crazy because we already went through the single elimination. We're already in the top 8, and there's some storylines that I'm seeing throughout the bracket.
Oh, definitely. Even just like right off the bat with the check-in, Tony, I mean, you got C9 in this tournament. You got G1 in this tournament. You got Oxygen. You've got ESA Red and Blue. Who am I missing? Native. Crowd Pleasers with Kratos and a whole new team. If he stays in, I know they're in the lower bracket right now. Tony, I think no matter where you look in top 8, it's insane, the amount of talent that's in this one.
It really is. Like, with Crowd Pleasers versus Native, at one point in time, King J was actually running with Kratos under before Native ended up getting signed, but under that Crowd Pleasers banner and alongside Piggy, and I thought they were great. I actually ran into them in the tournament myself and got swept out of it, but hey, that's a different time. Now, also Oxygen and G1 are playing each other, so you have Swish, formerly of Oxygen Esports, going up against them now on G1, and G1 have been looking great. Oxygen have been looking hot as well. Now you're bringing, I believe, Avenue is going to be trying out for that fourth, where at one point they're running with Nemesis, and to me, it's all eyes on Avenue. You literally have to fill the shoes of Nemesis, who actually upset FaZe in the North American Super Pools, which was huge for Oxygen Esports.
On top of that, I saw Nemesis last week with Oxygen, and he was popping off in Aquarius. I think specifically was like his map. The man dropping like 25, 27 kills, Aquarius CTF, I think, to close it, was a big part of the reason why they came out on top in some of their games. So seeing him not there is interesting. Seeing Avenue, though, understandable that they pick up Avenue as an option as well, because this man's incredibly talented. We've seen him make several plays, Tony. No doubt we'll see a lot more of that. We got our best of three on screen in the meantime as well. CTF, Aquarius, Slayer Catalyst, and Strongholds Streets if we get there. G1, from what we witnessed in the NA Super, these boys are beasts, Tony. I wonder if they still got that energy.
And by the way, I talked about all these other teams. Let's give a shout out to ESA Red and ESA Blue for making it to the top 8 as well. Yeah. ESA Red upsetting Space Station Gaming during the Open tournament, so their stock is rising. Meanwhile, ESA Blue are going to try to go and pull off a bit of an upset against Cloud9. Good luck with that.
Good luck with that. We did see a shaky Cloud9 last week, though, right? Back on Monday, Cloud9 struggled a little bit. I don't actually think did they win the thing, or did they get upset? They won.
They came out of the elimination bracket and won back-to-back series.
They reset the bracket. That's right. But originally they lost that opening best-of-3 series. So even C9, bleeding a little bit, I think, last week. And it's nice to see them here 2 weeks in a row just to get a sense of where they're at. In the meantime, G1, look at the scoreboard, Tony. They're leading 2-0 already.
We're in the middle of game number 1. Okay, I thought we were starting off hot, but apparently it's G1 that is starting off hot, and apparently G1 definitely not having a shaky start here. As Swish gets a beautiful flank onto Avenue, then challenge against former teammate, gives him the perfect. That's a double. That's disrespectful if you ask me, but he's not done. Grabs himself a third. Boom goes down. G1 are heating up.
Swish looking smooth on the sticks. Doesn't win the fight with Triton, though. And that'll secure back base, at least temporarily. You can see the flag is still pulled off Swish's play. Predevinator going to try to get that further, but common bottom mid. Nice play out of Booba-Dooba. The man's got a spree as well. Doesn't survive. P1. Looks like Av will deal with him, and that flag might not get any further.
Swiction trying to make himself over to the car side because his teammate's already putting damage onto utility. Squale wins his battle against Avenue. Swish has to win this battle as well, is able to do so. And right before grabbing the touch, Swish ends up going down, and so do 3 members of Gamers First. So Oxygen Esports creating this opportunity to get down by 3 caps. They have to make something happen here.
Right. So, it's a good shutdown. Like you said, they got a lot of work to do. 3 caps is quite a bit to make up with, especially with 3 minutes on the board. So Common, you need to see him come out with a kill, and unfortunately he doesn't. Have now 1 shot as well. About to get double teamed by G1. There he goes. Triton still up on car side, but Squale deals with him. And no matter where you look, left, right, center, they're losing fights at this point.
Squale looking down at that body right there. I don't know if he was checking for dynamos or a little bit of disrespect. We're going to have to ask him about it. 23 kills, 6 assists. Only has died 13 times. Squale having one heck of a game. And Boo absolutely running through 1. Finds himself a second. And at this point, it's already tough to cap a flag per minute. And now G1 are looking to put their 4th on the board.
You see 2 dead in the feet as well. No hope for an overextension here. What a rough spot for OXG. It looks like G1 have not missed a step since the NA Super. Still coming out hot in this series.
Trying currently 18 kills at the moment. Meanwhile, Squale, the leading Slayer, at 24. Don't forget about those assists, too. Those assists looking good across the board, but mainly looking at G1. Squale going to drop down, immediately getting himself a perfect. I got the chance to talk to Eli Decente. Squale will commonly drop a 70% accuracy. Like, it's no surprise that he just hit 70%, even in tournament play, and you're seeing it right there with another perfect.
Pretty wild, considering he also has 25 kills to his name. The kill leader on the board here, Booba-Dooba just behind him with 21, and good part of that might be due to this camo. heat wave to work with. Just about a minute 30 on the board here as well, Tony. Looking pretty done and dusted for OXG, unfortunately. Might be thinking about game 2 in just a second, especially when Boo-Boo's finding perfs here back base.
Well, Oxygen's still trying to make it hard. I mean, they're still running that flag over. Obviously, Boo-Boo playing the camouflage well to stop the flag runner, even getting towards utility. The heat wave and camo is such a dangerous combination. Seeing Boo-Boo put it to work, but one of his good friends, Avenue, takes him down.
A little bit of a frenzy out front base. You can see the flag pulled on both sides. Looks like a touch did come in, though, for OXG. They're going to try to get back to it. But Squall, the defensive player, already takes 1. He'll take 2. That double might have been enough to get the and the follow-up touch. And look at the play at a G1 as they help coordinate this flag out through... Wait, what? It didn't go anywhere. Did it bump the roof on the way out?
Last time we got to see G1 playing together was actually during the NA Super, and mind you, they got second place. And we're talking the Elite 3, the Super 4, everybody and their grandmother was playing in that tournament. $125,000 and G1, the ultimate dark horse squad, was able to get second place. And like you kind of mentioned before, haven't skipped a beat whatsoever. You know, they're right back to it. They're trying to show people that this wasn't a fluke. They're the real deal, and they're looking to put championships on the board.
That's definitely got to be the question, though, right? Especially when you get a high placing and it's an online tournament, there's always going to be the naysayers, right? People who doubt the accomplishment. They'll be, I believe it when I'll see it twice or 3 times or on a LAN, etc. In G1, it's nice to see them showing up strong. Closing out this game and looking a little dicey, though. Unfortunately, the flag fumbled twice now. Squall not too worried about it. Does get a trade. Boo-Boo here with the cleanup. The touch comes in, and that should guarantee the victory. The time runs out. Lambert won't come through. Either way, they're having fun with it.
And, I mean, I'll tell you one thing. Oxygen Esports ain't having much fun right now. I mean, G1 was just absolutely dominating in the Slays department and stopping every single one of Oxygen pushes. And, if you're not winning a PIV, if you're getting overwhelmed, eventually you're going to end up losing 4-0 and almost a 5-0 if it wasn't for that timer. Just, 3 seconds, we would have seen a 5-0 sweep out of Gamers First. So now going to that game number 2, you try to draw any kind of momentum, any kind of energy, but after game 1, it must be tough for Oxygen Esports.
It's got to be tough for sure. The only hope, and this is something I've kind of leaned on a few times, is whenever you get a Catalyst in the mix, I want to say it kind of favors the underdog, especially when it's a Slayer as well. Just there's always that X factor. You never quite know how things can go with a map like Catalyst, as we're still kind of learning the meta, learning the strategies on it. The weapons also dictating the pace of play so much. I wonder if we're going with the GAs in this one, though, Tony. Are these teams adhering to the sword GA? Because I think this map actually changes quite a bit if there's no sword to roam with.
There's a lot of ratty corners that you can be in, and mind you, even without the sword, you could definitely get the jump on your opponent, and you're going to see that a lot of times via Catalyst, but especially with the sword, it's dangerous. And normally I would agree with you where the underdog can come out on top on Catalyst Slayer, but Eli has told me that Boo-Boo is the best skewer player in the game. He went out and said the #1 skewer player, and like you kind of mentioned, without the sword being in play, that skewer is going to reign supreme.
See, I'm just trying to understand how that's possible, though, Tony, because his BR is the size of a skewer by default. So what's the size of his skewer?
That's the trick.
The skewer has to be 2/3 of the screen, at least. Like, how is that the trick, that he can't see anything? He just he's got like a little...
He practices on the BR looking like a skewer, so when he gets to the skewer,
right.
It's no different.
It's second nature. I see what you're saying. Okay. But I assume he adjusts the offsets on the skewer to... Anyway, we'll find... Well, we won't find out. Boo-Boo's just going to figure it out. We'll see his accuracy in person, I'm sure, if he does pick it up. The skewer going to be even more important to contest. If the sword is not in play, the skewer is everything in those close quarters, even long-range engagements. So expect to see that prioritized. You got the grapple, the repulsor as well, always in flux.
With Oxygen Esports, I put a spotlight onto Avenue. He's the newest player on here, and who knows, if he shows out, maybe he gets himself a nice contract. Oxygen is looking right now. But we know what Shrine's going to bring to the table. We know what Bohm's going to bring to the table as a secondary Slayer. I say it all the time when it comes to Oxygen Esports. Common is the X factor, because Common simply plays to win, and he's going to do anything it takes. When you're going into Slayer, they need him to pop off, and anytime you see that player dropping that crazy double, that crazy triple to turn the tides, it's usually Common. He may not always end up with a super positive spread, but I can promise you his impact on the game is usually always positive, because he is that dirty work player, and he plays that to perfection. So in addition to Avenue having to step up and really earn his spot onto this Oxygen Esports roster, I'm also looking at Common because I got to see him have a huge game. You're playing against G1. Everybody has to be putting in their 25% in order to come out on top.
Right, well said. Common, no doubt, if he brings some consistency to the team, I think it'll help for sure. Of course, a mainstay in the roster. He's been there, practically since the beginning. Then Triton, I'll say as well, a player to look to. And Tony, I know he's one of your favorites on the team because the man is a playmaker. He just straight up does not miss snipes. Give him a skewer, maybe he can be the one to kind of go head-to-head with Boo Boo in the battle of the skewers. I don't know. Some of those long-range shots, though, I think going to be so key. And, of course, taking advantage of the grapple to kind of create those opportunities is going to be massive as well. So just can't wait to see it. I think we had a brief lobby restart, getting the lobby set up. So the moment the lobby's set up, we're going to jump in. We're going to get the action going. Stay tuned. It's going to be exciting. And
mind you, Oxygen Esports, I think they're still really looking for some answers here because I'm trying to remember, did Oxygen Esports win their final round in order to make it to the top 8? Actually, I know they made it to the final round, and I know there was a bit of upsets. They were dropped down a little bit earlier than expected, but either they just squeezed past and made it into the top 8, or I think they just barely missed out. I'm looking for that information right now. No, they made it through. They made it through with Gilkey. So they did get upset in the upper bracket. I want to say it was Proton Gaming that might have got the best of them, but then Oxygen Esports really having to fight all the way through the elimination bracket, and I believe it was SSG and them that left it all on the line, where Oxygen Esports were able to push past SSG and able to make it into the top 8 of the Open Series with Gilkey.
Fair enough. If Oxygen can find those type of links in the Open, who's to say they can't do it right now in ESA? This is their chance to do it, at least in the winner's bracket. And Common, there's a nice little play from him, right? Bank nade, deletes the player, doesn't expose himself at the same time.
On board now with Common. Gonna try to get behind enemy lines here or get the flank off onto him. Off screen, Boo Boo Doobu finds himself a kill onto Bohm. So at a bit of a disadvantage is Oxygen Esports, but they're stacking numbers, and I like this. Catalyst is a weird map. It's a map where you can really spend most of your time in a 3-1 split and find success.
3-1s could be some of the most powerful setups to have on this map as well, just considering the open sight lines. Being that one player in the right position can completely disrupt a setup, especially this weapon as well. A little peekaboo action right there. Bohm not quite going to hit the headshot. It's a nice little spot to try to land a shot, though, right? Because not too many. Oh, or maybe this just nails a no-scope straight up front.
Common and Bohm going to try to push a double. We have Squale and Swish gonna try to egg them on a bit, but now Boo Boo Doobu not only getting those excellent shots across map, but feeding that information to his teammates. Bohm doesn't care. He rips him across the map. Squale gets the flank off, so momentary numbers in favor of Oxygen Esports, but G1 were just setting up that collapse.
Slight unfortunate mistake there, though, as well. I think Bohm accidentally naded Common, and that kind of led to a bit of a chain reaction. Squale now has the skewer to work with. OS about to pop up as well. Look at that positioning. Swish on the opposite side of the map. Every position they'd ever want to contest this OS, they've got on lock. They're down one number. Triton has one. Bohm coming in with an angle. Look at the quick cleanup out of OXG on all sections of the map there. They timed that beautifully. They come out with the OS.
Getting the slays when it matters most. Stealing away Overshield. This is going to be huge for Oxygen Esports, and it's Avenue 6-4. Having the Overshield ready to put some more on the board, ends up running into a bit of a 1v3. Love that play to back down momentarily, let his teammates come in, switch back out. So now you have back-to-back kills going towards Oxygen Esports. G1 are losing numbers left and right. This once was a 1-kill game, and now it's exploded to 4 and possibly more.
We'll see if that snowball continues. Definitely an interesting kind of, perspective of not having the sword in game at this point. Just the way that it, not that you see any like stark differences in gameplay at the moment, but you're kind of forced to, come out and challenge a lot more with the BR instead of kind of playing your corners, playing, those close corridors. Instead, you can be a little bit more free on the map. We're seeing a lot more action out center here.
I think it is a big change. You're starting to see players when they go for that flank, they're not immediately checking every single corner and whatnot. They're not worried that if they end up losing that first shot of the BR, they can maybe turn the tables. But if you lose that first shot with the sword, the first swing, I should say, at that point you're going down. So it's really freed up the map and allowing players to open up those routes. And Oxygen Esports are thriving because of it. Because, like I said, maybe a minute ago this was a 1-kill game, and now we're at double digits. Oxygen Esports already having 25 here.
Speaking of double digits, digits, Tony. Av has 10 kills, the only one in the lobby with double digits. And, of course, today is, I don't know if it's like a tryout or he's just jumping on the team just to see how he vibes with the roster. But what a way to make a statement with 10 kills already. Does he drop Boo Boo? Here, too, he will not. Devonator with a kill there on the feed as well. Looks like a numbers advantage at G1 as they try to pull their way back in this game.
G1 are able to put them 4 down, but now it's a skewer. Boo Boo Doo Boo finding the spawning players, just barely missing out on that shot. And that might cost them because with the overshield coming up, Oxygen are coming off the spawn and immediately starting to find those slaves, try and take it to the skies. Peter Parker in the air, Squall ends up putting him down Green Goblin style when overshield's still in the middle of the map. Everyone looking to get their hands on it.
Wild how that one little grapple rotation made the kill so difficult for Squall, though, right? It took him so long to get it and then ended up getting exposed and killed because of it. Still got quite a lead to work with on the side of OXG. For Devonator trying to mount a comeback here, though it does take Av. Common with a trade. Common now going to drop thanks to Boo Boo. 6-kill deficit. Devonator with the one important weapon to control on this map. You guarantee they're going to covet this skewer.
All 4 players of Oxygen Esports are in the base right now. Pre-Devinators and look to pick them one at a time. But Common is ratting out in the corner. Ends up being spotted but doesn't go down. Pre-Devonator resetting with the skewer. Oxygen Esports now taking over the skewer side of the map, which with the sword not being in play, how much more powerful is that? Right. Is that grapple and skewer side of the map? Now you have elevation, you have most of the equipment that you can now use. You know, since the GA, this side of the map is really dominant right now.
Yeah, a lot more incentive, I think, to control this side for sure. And I think we've seen OXG kind of prioritize this side a little bit more, at least recently. And that might be part of the reason why they still got a lead to work with. Av just playing it slow. In the meantime, teammate to bounce off of. He sees Boo Boo. Maybe a little bit too much commotion out there as they do try to slip through the corridor to get out of this situation. Nade's going to be flying off here, too. Av barely surviving, coming back into the fight, though, finding Squall. One above. Can he take 2? If he's got the help of Boom, somehow living in a dicey situation like that, though, they pull out a couple.
A momentary 1v3 for Avenue, but he doesn't care about the numbers because he knows that his teammates eventually going to have his back. Boo Boo Doo Boo making sure he gets hands on that grapple right away. Pre-Devonator off the screen finds himself a kill. And now Boo Boo Doo Boo going for the skewer, going for this high. Common stuck a bit out of bounds, ends up putting shots on Squall. Is going to be the one to chase him down. Boo Boo Doo Boo takes to the skies immediately. Now is chasing down the rest of Oxygen Esports. They're down by a few kills, but it's G1 that are looking to get aggressive.
Boo Boo with quite a rotation. Knew he had timing with his team pushing up. Thought, I'm just going to go for it. Do as much damage as I can. He dropped the skewer in the process. Common with a massive win over Devonator as well. Allows them to hold on to their lead, now 40 as they near the end zone in this game. Where did that skewer go, Tony? It was sitting down Repulsor's side. I think Swish might have been on top of it. We might still see it in the action. You can see the carbine coming into play here too. Spike nades. Av just getting the whole kitchen sink thrown at him.
They tried to isolate Squall, but ended up running to both Squall and Swish, but Boom with the double. And with that, Oxygen Esports once again having momentum, and with only 7 more kills, needed a double-digit lead. We might be going to a Game 3 here.
It's looking very likely. 2 more on the feed, make it 45, and there's just really no room for mistakes on the side of G1. OXG, they can play aggressive. They can take a couple risks on their side and force a trade. Might start to see it out of Bohm here as he does spot Devin. Going to take his shields off. I like the attention to detail, trying to predict the collapse from up above. 2 more die, make it 47, and what a confident comeback at OXG.
2 members of Oxygen Esports trying to put a 1v2 onto Boo Boo Doo Boo. Takes down one, and Boo Boo Doo Boo single-handedly almost able to take down both. Picks up the skewer and absolutely barbecues one. Now he's going to go in for the overkill. A bit of sloppy shots for Pre-Devonator, obviously having his back, and just like that, G1 might be able to pull off a miraculous comeback.
That would be absolutely wild. They're going to have to hold hands completely if they want any chance of not dying in these exchanges. You can see Boo Boo roaming just a little bit. He's stuck. What a play to Av. Was he sitting right at the doorway just waiting for the little opportunity? Picks up the skewer in the process. I think that was enough to break their setup and break their hold on that one moment of the game.
In a 4v4 situation, only takes that one pick for them to get aggressive, and Oxygen Esports are now 1 kill away from ultimately stealing this game away. Bowman Oxygen leading the charge. Again, checking every quarter because you know they can come out anywhere. Triton with the overshield. They're just stacking numbers. And hold on, they're about to run into all 4 members of G1, and G1 can't afford a single death.
It looks like they're about to do exactly that, though. OXG Triton comes out with the final kill, a 50-41 close, and once again, a confident comeback from Oxygen. Slightly different pace of play without the sword. No doubt Oxygen adapting to it very well in that Slayer. We got a series on our hands, Tony.
And not only just adapting, but thriving within it. I mean, you have Avenue dropping 17 kills in the Slayer, Triton with 11 kills and I believe 16 assists to go along with it. So Oxygen Esports not just sneaking past with that win, but really looking dominant, really looking good in Catalyst, which they needed. That was an abysmal start to the series, and I'm not gonna lie, I was a bit worried. Now they're showing some new life. Now they have some new energy going into Stronghold Streets. Oxygen Esports may be able to pull off the upset here.
If you think about it, though, this is interesting, right? Looking back at that map and how the balance has kind of shifted. Like we talked about Grapple side and the fact that obviously Grapple spawns there. Skewer as well is making it a heavily prioritized side. But the Plasma Nades spawn there also, which we didn't really clue into until the very end. We saw that play at Av just kind of holding corner, forcing a stick, which is kind of similar to what you'd see out of the sword. A little bit more complex, but the fact that all that utility is there, all you got on Repulsor side is Repulsor and Fragnades. It's a little interesting to see how that kind of comes out with the balance of the map, and I'm sure it'll shift the way that players play around it, at least for now. But the team who adapts first succeeds, Tony. Let's see if they can keep up the energy in Streets.
Yeah, I mean, I've been pushing that narrative where without the sword, I think that grapple and that skewer side of the map is so important. I mean, just the geometry alone, you're provided so much cover as opposed to the opposition side where it's just so wide and open. Like you said, all of those resources that you have, it was already a strong side of the map to begin with, but with having resources available there that you just don't have that are usable to you on the opposite side, at that point it's getting even stronger. And I think during those Slayers and even during flags, those are going to be your side to run with. It's going to be almost like that car side for Aquarius. You know, you're going to want to push that. You're going to want to push that side and make your strong runs through there, and maybe some of your weak side flanks over towards the sword side.
It's interesting for sure, Tony. I'm always down for new dynamics in Halo, so can't wait to see how things pan out. I know the GA discussion, I'm not sure if it's like still in the works. They're kind of trying things out, seeing what sticks, but I'm down for anything new in our casting, Tony, and we'll just make it work, I guess, you know, as it happens. Streets, no new GAs as far as I'm aware, though, right? There's no Mangler, no sword to worry about here. We're getting right into the action. I guess the drop combo not going to be in play, but the shotgun's still going to be just as powerful, the rockets, etc.
Yeah, I mean, Streets is all about controlling the sandbox, and if you're not on top of that boulder on that rockets, I'll even put the Stalker rifle there, 100%. Put it into a hands like a Boo Boo Dubu or a Squale or Triton to have a very steady shot. You're gonna have a tough time winning. Streets is way too small and way too snowbally, where if you're not controlling these resources, if you're not controlling the sandbox, you're gonna end up going down very quickly.
And if you are trying to control the weapons, expect to be a hot target too. We see that one player drop with the shotty, but Boo Boo Dubu with the rockets come out on top of this fight. He'll secure B for it. Anticipating a new challenger. Looks like it is Triton. Going to be patient with the trigger figure. Got a teammate there to help him out.
Patience is key here. Boo Boo Dubu is well aware of it. He's going to find 2 over toward the subway side floor. Immediately takes that grenade, backs down, recollects, collects a new angle, if you will. And just waiting for Oxygen to make the mistake as opposed to him losing these rockets. And he finally finds that one onto Common, and now he's looking up the tempo.
With that little opening, Boo Boo goes straight through the front door. It looks like a trade comes in. That AB hold, though, locked in. They're going to try to get B center map just to stop the bleeding here. Swish recognizing that. Looks like he decides to double back. Try to cut off some of the spawners here. He'll catch him as he rotates. Might be in a little bit of trouble without some team help. I like the little setup he's created, but how long can he keep this up?
Even the drop wall wasn't sturdy enough to keep him alive there. Love the recognition by Oxygen to be able to counter that flank by Swish, and with that, they're going to steal away an AB setup quickly. A nice little run by Gamers first, but Oxygen Esports look to respond.
All about whether or not OXG can set up in these high points in the map and also cut off those split spawners. I think this is a good example, right? Predevenator just spawning up PD, Boom catching it. Devin with the smart decision. What does he do? He flies through center, over-rotates here, picks up 2 kills and damage on a third. That's a great help to G1 to clean that up.
G1 getting right into the face of Oxygen right there, making sure that they win their individual pivs. And now with that, It's G1 that are looking to steal away Charlie and hopefully steal away some B-side control. Meanwhile, Oxygen were able to come off his spawn and now defend their bases. Squall and Devonator back-to-back kills. Common ends up going down, so another 3 down for Oxygen Esports. G1 are looking to take some bases.
G1 being such a nuisance here. They kept the PD spawn open, trying to keep these boys trapped in the back corner of the map. Swish does not come out with a kill. Trade comes in. Devin earned the rockets, though. They did enough damage just to give him some space. Center map to pick those up. Boo Boo Doo, we're going to catch Common. Nade should do some damage. The second one going to do the trick. Nice little moves from Common to avoid the explosions, but not enough to stop Boo Boo.
But somehow Bravo is now being taken by Oxygen, so an AC set up by G1. Going to have to split their resources across the map here. We're going to be really tough for them to hold this. Devonator are going to quickly grab himself a Bulldog. 3 members of Oxygen surrounding the seaside, but Dev takes down one. Triton goes after another. Boom! Able to put down that damage to allow Triton to pull off the double kill. And just like that, Oxygen looked like they're about to steal away A, but here comes reinforcements.
Right, Boo Boo's still here. Boo Boo trying to stay up, but Av with a clutch kill. Securing back A. Very important position to be alive for. Got to watch out for Stalker, though, and Swish. Apparently, he doesn't miss. Gonna rip him off at top 8. Common now forced to rotate. And that limits some of their positioning on the map. That gives G1 some space to rotate B. Look at this.
73-45 lead in favor of G1, but it's still Oxygen that have a double cap once again. G1 were trying to work over towards B. Swish with the Stalker rifle. He's so important. As Charlie's trying to get taken, he has to double back, go against his former teammate in Avenue. Avenue gonna win the piv. Boo Boo Doo Boo luckily there to clean up the pieces. Charlie not yet taken yet, but so far G1 doing great with clearing out these bases.
Big kill out of Boo Boo, too. Cleans that up. Should get the cap on C. You really got to appreciate how much harder the Stalker is to use, though, Tony, without the drop combo in play. Like Swish having to hit the headshot or full switch to the BR, take that time to clean up a kill. And Swish seems to be pulling it off pretty admirably. The man's been hitting his shots. That Stalker, no doubt, will continue to change hands with the focal point. The Rockets right here as Devin comes out with another double.
I saw one rocket be fired, so there might be one over toward the mid-map. Triton finding himself a quick double kill. Gonna use the drop ball to try to secure Alpha, but the nades are still coming, and so is the pressure. That one spike grenade is gonna put him down almost immediately. Now we're seeing G1 try to dedicate resource onto the A side. 3 down, go Oxygen Esports. G1 are falling as well, so that's gonna leave Boo Boo Doo Boo by himself onto ATM, but there's only so much that he can do by himself. The double cap still being held by Oxygen Esports.
And what a closely contested battle this is, though, Tony. Pretty even on the scoreline if OXG holds this down, which it looks like they're doing. They should be able to climb back pretty quickly. Devin trying to make a rotation through back A here. Boo Boo with him. Triton, I love this little change of plan, though. He's going to join the fight. Finds himself in the middle of it. That little team collapse out of Boo Boo Devin working strong here to get back A. Oh, hold up.
Devonator gets chased down. Boom. Able to secure Alpha. Oxygen Esports now spawning over toward the PD, but still receiving pressure onto the purple side. Squall going down to one shot. Boo Boo Doo Boo getting chased down as well. Oxygen Esports doing a great job of stopping every one of the pushes that G1 are trying to create. And while this happens, Oxygen have stolen the lead and are not trying to look back.
Best way to hold on to that lead is to keep getting kills, and Av knows that well. He's already secured one. Doesn't slip out of the fight, though. Squall there to pick it up. He'll grab the shotty on the way out. Common does have damage, but he's not going to go for the chase. Instead, get some positioning here, Cafe. I like this play, sets him up for a fight. Unfortunately, I think he's alone, though. Beautiful pre-nade. Boo Boo down for the count. Squatting down low, tries to pick up 2, but Squall not going to have it.
This is a best-of-3 series, ladies and gentlemen, so this next game is going to take it so close, so tightly contested. Squall has himself a difference maker, has himself a Bulldog, taking a grenade, but he has to get up close. Able to sneak by him, and with that, G1 should be able to steal away Alpha. A momentary trip cap in favor of Oxygen, but someone needs to hop in that A-hill. Finally, they find it, but just long enough for Oxygen to start to push up. Swish uses rockets, has to play his life here, now has to double back. He needs value out of these rockets right now.
I think we might see it right here. Shot in the red room should be an easy cleanup for Triton. And while OXG had that map control, you got to love the patient play at a G1 to just secure their kills, take their time, earn back the map, and look at this. Now Swish is getting aggressive. Common weak. It's cleaned up around the wall there. Squall with a nice pick. Swaps to Stalker. What does he do? Lands shots cross map and the full map in their favor.
I will say G1's objective efficiency being tested right now. You're seeing the slays. They're heavily going in favor of G1. In fact, Pre-Devinate having 19 kills by himself, but it's still that Oxygen Esports have had a lead, have had control for so long, but now that you're stuck in PD, G1 are well aware of it. They're now feeding that information to their teammates. They're putting down damage. The moment you spawn, you have eyes trained on you. You are trapped like rats, and G1 are looking to exterminate.
Yeah, they're looking very trapped right now. Common gonna die here too. Bowman was last up. What a snap out of Devin. Bring this man to 21 kills. He's just hitting shots. And like you said, well, OXG had a lead off their lack of kills, and that is definitely testament to their, their coordination, their efficiency. This scoreline will take a toll on you over time, Tony. You look at the overwhelming slays on G1, you're starting to feel that pressure.
And when you're winning the slays battles like that, when you're dominating the stats, it seems like it's only a matter of time before you get your butts an objective, and eventually they find themselves in there. A momentary dub cap for Oxygen Esports, but with them going 3 down, again, you don't have the numbers, you don't have the resources in order to defend these bases, and now we're seeing a trip cap get swapped out once again. Devinator allowing the enemy team to spawn a PD. They are giving away that PD spawn just so they can collapse on them every single time. Back-to-back 3 downs, trying to get himself a double kill, luckily for him, but ends up going 4 down, the trip cap still being held, and now there's only one more push out of Oxygen to take 2 bases off spawn.
G1 with a vice grip on this game, just trying to choke OXG into submission, and it looks like it's about to happen. Tony, final seconds in. G1 with a confident close. They'll end not only the game, but the series in a 2-1.
G1, they're the real deal, man. They look good. Even it's crazy to me that even when you're losing, you still look great. Like what world are we living in where they were down by 30, almost 40 points, and still looking like they were in control? Eventually, they get their spawn trap in, and they were making sure they secured their slays and influenced those spawns before they started to dedicate towards those objective times. And I haven't really seen the game plan like that. But once they got Oxygen over towards the PD, there was multiple rotations of kills, multiple cycles that they put Oxygen on, let them spawn PD twice, end up going towards Subway. Oxygen was spawning up, but literally had nowhere to go. Love that play by G1. Honestly, I'm gonna go back and watch that because that was honestly incredible.
Multiple well-executed spawn traps, for sure, Tony. On top of that, you gotta love how they played their lives as well. Even just the moment with, like, Swish with Rockets, he gets a kill, goes one shot, takes the extra bit of time to rotate through PD and just take it slow, play his life, make sure he comes out with full shields, and just stays alive. Being that extra body on the map gives them so much more space to work with. It makes recapturing the map so much easier. Testament to Oxygen for still finding some efficiency, some coordination, and capping hills despite the loss of slays. But like we said, just over time, if you're getting spawn kill after spawn kill, it affects the mental, right? Like, you're not on the map, you can't hit, like, the shots aren't connecting. It's just a rough spot to be in. We call it the blender. So eventually, you got to find those slays, and maybe OXG will find them in the lower bracket. In the meantime, we're carrying on with the story of G1, Tony. We got Swap Don't Drop up next.
Okay, a little swap don't drop, so a little reference to the drop weapon meta. So saying, hey, pull your paddle off, no longer binding the drop weapon, and now instead switch weapons made up of Mortally, Spartan, Manny, and Carmea. So a really interesting roster that we have here across multiple teams. And to be honest with you, I've seen Spartan and Morley team together in 8s and even lobbies that I were in, but outside of that, I haven't seen any of these players playing together. Like, I never seen Spartan team with Manny, never seen Carmea and Morley. Like, this is a nice little grab bag of a team here.
There's definitely a lot of respect, I think, between the 4 of them. They're all heavily grinding. They're probably in the same, like 8s lobbies and the Discords and whatnot. So they probably, in custom 8s, they come up together and play together. Interesting squad, though, right? Spartan, of course, FaZe. You got Manny now in E United. Morley, Carmea teamed together yesterday, I believe, in the Open tournament. We didn't have Burton. Burton we had over in Toronto, by the way, playing the 2v2. And instead, you guys got Carmea in the Open Series, who I think you guys, what was it? Morley, Carmea, and Team won against SSG. So these boys just punching through their weight class week after week and showcasing that they deserve to be on a top team as well. Can't wait to see how the chemistry works with the 4 of them together. But up against a team like G1, you might find yourselves exposed to just down to team chemistry.
And with just one more round to make it into the top 3, guarantee the winners finals, you have Swap Don't Drop going up against G1. And on the other side of the bracket, you have Cloud9 going up against Native Gaming. I think that's Native Gaming's full roster, and the same for Cloud9. So very, very interesting on the top half of the bracket. Actually, you know what? Swap don't drop. They're the only ones in the winners bracket who aren't their full team. So you know, we get. I mean, the open events here at Esports Arena, we getting full teams, the full G1, the full Native, full Cloud9, and even the full Oxygen Esports rosters. If you guys want your favorite teams involved, make sure you at them on Twitter. Let them know, like, hey, look, there's $1,000 on the line. We want to see you guys get it. There's plenty of teams that can use some good practice. You know, I'm thinking right off the rip. You know, Status Quo. I'm thinking SSG. I'm thinking even that FaZe roster. I want to see these guys practicing, and you know, get yourself a little bit of money while you're at it.
Totally agree, Tony. We're seeing a lot of that practice out of the individual players, right? Like we had Sparty and Renegade, I think, together last week. So like they're all grinding, and I'm sure obviously they're scrimming, but we don't get to see a lot of that. These ESA tournaments bring a spotlight. I think spotlight onto some of our newer teams, some of our teams still finding the chemistry, and also a spotlight onto players on the come up as well. And I think this swap don't drop team is a good little spotlight for someone like Carmea and Mortally, who continue to make waves in our scene. Tony, I can't wait to see them make plays. Either way, our series layout in front of us, we got Strongholds Live, Fire Slayer, Recharge, Oddball Streets. If we get there, best of 3 the whole way through the entire tournament, actually. So hopefully you got your A game from the beginning of game 1. Got to keep that energy throughout.
And that game number 1 is going to be Strongholds on Live Fire. Yep. Both of these teams going to be good Strongholds teams. You're talking about players that can play fast, can slow the game down when necessary, and also have the fundamentals on just absolutely locked down. That's what G1 are all about. And I think they look at the players like Swap Don't Drop. I've played with Mortally before. Let me tell you, his leadership, his slays are on point. Spartan, obviously, he can slay out with the best of them. He's a very good Strongholds player as well. So this is going to be a really good game number 1. And with being so equal as far as firepower and as far as slays, I'm really going to have that difference maker be the sandbox. I know we kind of talk about all the time. You know, I'm talking about the S7. I'm talking about the heat wave. I'm talking also about that equipment as well. What are you going to do to give your team the edge in the slays department?
Right. It really just sometimes, obviously, team coordination, timing, you know, as a unit is so important in the overall scheme of things. But sometimes it just comes down to one guy hitting a couple snipe headshots, right, to completely flip the tides, the momentum of the game. So if you're that one player to stay alive, you're that one player to clutch up, make a big play, then whether or not your team is coordinated, you can take advantage of that, right? Use that chemistry, that space to control the map, snowball the game from there. So hopefully we see some of those big individual plays, Tony. They're always the most exciting to cast as well, so can't complain.
Yeah, really excited to have these online tournaments. Really excited to see all of these plays here. And I know you guys are excited as well, so you know, but online doesn't really compare to LAN. I want that in-person environment. So I'm ready to make it to Orlando. And if you guys aren't going to Orlando, make sure you type in ! locations in the chat right now. Find out where your nearest esports arena is, because not only are we talking Halo, but we gamers, you know, a lot of us Halo players, we play Apex. I know a lot of y'all Halo players are damn good at Valorant. I know you guys are out there and they have tournaments, $500 on the line, literally every single week. So make sure you guys type in ! locations in the chat right now. Make sure you guys find out where your nearest esports arena location is and get involved with that.
Well said, Tony. Great way to make money, and I think that's running from was it August 25th to 28th. So all weekend you can hop in these locations. Doesn't matter which one you go to. You can compete in tournaments. Make $500. As the lobby gets ready, we're actually going to take a short break. We're going to come back with more Halo action. So stay tuned. We'll be back and right into the matches. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are back with Series E Halo Monday, and we're right in the middle of the action. It looks like it's Strongholds, live fire. The weapons are picked up. The battle's right out in our faces here, too. What a brawl, right? No matter where you look, players dropping like flies.
G1 going up against Swap, Don't Drop. And it's going to be really interesting. I mean, Boo Boo Doo and Spartan teamed together for that final event before COVID ended up hitting and having them go back at each other. I remember during, I believe it was Raleigh, where Spartan was pretty vocal after beating out FaZe and Boo Boo Doo, and he definitely let them know about it. So can't wait to watch these two leave it all on the line here, as multiple do end up going down for Swap, Don't Drop, and G1 having the first double cap on the board. Manny tries to answer back, but Swish puts him down.
For the record, Tony, is there much that Spartan isn't vocal about? Not that it's a bad thing. The man he's a vocal guy. He's got, feelings he will share, and we see that in his gameplay, I think, as well, pulling out that kill, I believe, on what was Squall Switch, back green. Either way, it gives him some control of the map. It gives Karmea a snipe and an opportunity to make a little play.
Tower side is exactly where the sniper wants to be, but it looks like multiple members, both of Swap, Don't Drop, and G1 on the tower side, but Mortally and Karmea able to get back-to-back kills. That's looking good. Swap, Don't Drop, holding on to the BC setup, stopping G1 at every corner. They have to make sure that there's no holes in the defense of the boys in blue.
Got to make sure Karmea hits these shots as well, though. Teammates already picking up kills, 2 dead. Karmea still with the heat wave, the PR. What does he want? He's tagging out the heat wave for a teammate. It's going to be all about fighting for this OS. Karmea going right in for it. Snaps on to Boo Boo. What a quick scope. They give him some space for the OS. Swish will try his hand, but what can he do? Too many numbers here guarding it, and that's Karmea with plenty of resources to get aggressive here.
And Swap, Don't Drop, able to get themselves a trip cap and overshield on top of that. And Karmea putting shots on everybody and their grandmothers too. Finally, they're able to put Karmea down. But look at the damage. Look at the chaos that he was able to create. Squall now going to try to break through. And Sparty just baiting him out, just waiting patiently, able to get the kill, slowing down Gamers First.
Sparty finding some great picks for sure, just pushing forward, putting himself in unorthodox positions where you might not look immediately, getting kills for it. A lot of leeway to work with the team. Rotation does come in, though. Looks like Sparty does get traded. Boo Boo's still alive here in C, trying to get a fight for it. Karmea right in front of him. Nice little use of Repulsor to keep him away and let Predevinator finish it off. Boo Boo follows up with a kill on the Manny. They got some coverage on C, at least until Mortally gets there immediately.
That's a god spot by Swap, Don't Drop, as they're able to push through the C side, get that defense in, and now simultaneously working onto Bravo. G1 having to rotate through the overshield side of the map, and nobody home here. Meanwhile, Swap, Don't Drop get another double cap and increase their lead. Boo Boo Doo Boo takes down one, but his former teammate is going to get revenge. And now G1 looking for an answer. Might be on the Charlie side of the map.
Swap, Don't Drop just looking a lot quicker and more flexible on the map, right? You see how quickly Karmea finds that rotation through bottom mid, getting behind enemy lines, just living up behind these podiums here. Finally, he does die. But all of that time he spent alive gives Mortally an opportunity to get back in the fray. Takes Squall to get bumped off the map, though. Nice little repulse to the grave. Predevinator can try to use the repulse again just to stay up here.
Getting a bit sweaty here on live fire, so why don't you go for a swim, cool things down a little bit. G1 getting the first pick, and they immediately taking height as Predev. To the skies he goes airborne, and what goes up must go down, so Swaps Don't Drop eventually find the kills that they need. Squall wants to get hands on the overshield, has to deal with Karmea. In the meantime, the bait and switch does end up being successful, and that overshield has come up, and looks like Manny's the only player in position to grab hold of it.
You can see all of G1 rotating to this OS, though, trying to prioritize it. They know that if they do get the control here, they can shift the momentum in the game. They still have their setup, at least for now. BNC still locked down. 2 kills come out from G1. Devin, beautiful nades. He forces a trade, all while the OS is being picked up, and plays like that give G1 space to retake the map.
And not only are they gaining control in the Slaves department, but also eating away at the lead that Swap Don't Drop were able to create. Love the shots by Boop onto multiple targets. Can't find the kill. Now it's up to his teammates to clean up the pieces. Boo Boo Doo Boo ends up getting overwhelmed, and 2 go down for G1. Lots of times these ragtag teams, being thrown together, not a full squad, have trouble with chemistry.
Right.
But as of right now, Swap Don't Drop look good in this game one.
They're definitely looking good. And that's what I mentioned about like these quick rotations, finding their way back into fights, back into hills, and making G1 kind of forced to turn around and rethink their game plan. But as time goes by, the scoreline definitely shifting. G1 starting to find a foothold on this. And you know that the moment they get it locked in, things might start to spin out of control. Already a snipe on the feed. Squall A with a rotation to A. Still got a snipe back pocket. And prediction on spawns here, too.
All the Swap Don't Drop spawning over toward the Charlie side, while G1 having the trip cap. They're just anticipating Swap Don't Drop to hop into Charlie, and they're going to use that as bait. Once they commit to it, the collapse will come. Manny, well aware of it, so immediately puts his body onto the top mid side. Doesn't get the kill, but allows his teammates to squeeze in. Swap Don't Drop, end up getting the numbers they need. Steal away Charlie. But as I always say, it takes 2 to tango. And as of right now, it's Gamers First that are still holding on to the double capture here.
Oh. And all while it happened, Swish coming out with some big damage. And some great help with the team. Great attention to detail. He was putting shots into C. He knew Boo Boo was behind him in a different fight, so he doubled back, got involved, helped out enough to secure some kills. While that happens, you got Mortally Manny tagging up the outside of the map. Mortally slips away with OS. Hasn't applied it just yet. Going to save it for an aggressive play.
And with the spawners of G1 coming up onto the A side, Mortally's in perfect position to put damage, but as he drops down to safety, it's right into the hands of Pre-Dev. We do see the cleanup kill come in. Swap Don't Drop, able to overwhelm this A side in a pivotal battle between Carmea and Boo Boo, putting him down, ripping the heart right out of the chest, and now it's Gamers First that are defending A. Mortally, you can't do much by yourself. The swarm is in. Persona Bravo! And Boo Boo Doo Boo with the quick scope.
Boo Boo!
Oh my gosh.
He's looking for more. The man's crazy. It all started with him getting down, shaking butt, winning that fight, right? That BR fight, just to make Carmea miss a bullet with the BR. Picks up a snipe, makes a play. You can tell he's feeling himself, getting confident, and that confidence will be felt by the entirety of G1. Melee into Sparty, spins, looking for 2. Finds them both in a trade. Mileage like that makes things easier for the team.
2 for Boo Boo Doo Boo. Swish comes and takes down the third. The final player, Manny, is able to get the kill, but Gamers First clutching out to defend the A side, and now Swap Don't Drop. They have to go through another rotation. They have to come right off a spawn and work onto A again, where this should have been an easy grab for them to begin with.
Manny, yeah, like you said, forced to just do some extra work here just to control A. Swap Don't Drop, beautiful jump out of Carmea. He's been watching the videos, hits the fakey, no-looking, ghost jump on the top of live fire. Door there, doesn't get a kill off it. Sparty might find it instead. There's 2 dead. Swap Don't Drop, they ain't done yet. They'll get the map back off this.
Definitely throwing a curveball on the situation, swinging momentum onto their side, and now it's Sparty and friends that not only have the sniper rifle, but are also putting valuable points on board. Off the screen, Manny and Carmea do end up going down. This overshield comes up. Gamers First aren't able to secure it. Now you see Manny go after it. Manny ends up going down. Sparty clutching out for another one. The nades go in, and Squale goes down. A double kill for Sparty, and Swap Don't Drop should be able to steal away that overshield and hold on to the defensive setup.
You gotta love the patience out of Sparty. Scopes in, gets de-scoped, but his reticle doesn't, falter, right? He doesn't get, overworked by getting shot. He stabilizes himself, finds those patient, accurate shots with a snipe just to get the double and hold on to his life. They now got BC in control. Got Manny out front to help out. Boo Boo with the rotation, trying to get out from A. You can see the entirety of G1 looking to rotate through outside, and Swap Don't Drop likely gonna spot the game plan here.
We're seeing Swap Don't Drop flipping the map right onto Gamers First. They work on Charlie, so they flip it and go after Alpha. Squale does end up seeing 1, but doesn't know it's a 2v1. And with that, Squale ends up going down. Dev and Swish going to try to push over toward the Bravo side. A bit late to the party as Spartan. Boo Boo Doo Boo gets himself a critical double kill. Carmea cleans up 1, but he ends up going down as well. Manny, the final player alive. He's able to steal away Charlie, but that's not going to be enough. G1 add to their lead.
It's a beautiful nade out of a teammate just to take off a little bit of his shields before he jumps into that fight with Boo Boo. Gives Boo Boo an easy win on the fight. The snipe now transferred. Teammate has it. Swish looking to get involved here. Spots Mortally behind him. Little flank out of him. Comes into a trade. Boo Boo Doo Boo stays up. Devonator coming back to A just to get some help here in the back of the map. Can he win the fight, though? He might have to double back here.
Devenator wanted that kill. Sadly, it's not going to happen. While he's running away, spots himself one, ends up getting himself a double kill. This man was running away while one shot and somehow still able to find slays on the map. And now numbers advantage once again going in favor of G1. Why does that overshield is coming up?
Despite the numbers, Morley actually in position to contest that. Just hiding out. Karmea spawning up near it. On top of the pedestal. Morley going to get involved in the fight. Might be a little second too late for it, though. 2 kills already come in. OS still there. Squall A rotating through center map. Teammates have the entire map in control. And quite the dilemma for Swap Don't Drop. Spawning up in B. They can't get to the OS. They got to get the map back. They don't have a lot of time to do it either.
It's all about the timing. And right now, we see Swap Don't Drop. They get themselves some decent kills on the board. They really do. But G1 are getting those timely kills. Why does these overshields coming up? Why does the sniper rifle and heat wave, and they're getting themselves resources, which is not only amounting to 1 round of slays, but then multiple round of slays. And now Swap Don't Drop are stuck spawning onto the alpha side. G1 able to identify it, sending multiple members to it, working on the trip cap. Swap Don't Drop need the slays here, but they're dropping left and right.
Not much time left to work with here, Tony. 44 and counting. Double time as well. They try to get to the hill. They're just not going to make it. And G1, despite the close start to the game, the moment G1 catches fire, it's damn difficult to put them out.
Sadly, Swap Don't Drop. They drop, not swap. In game number 1, having to go into the Slayer recharge already down. And man, I love watching G1. Let me tell you, man, they're a damn good squad. They may lose that momentum with the round of slays, but they always are keeping their eyes on the prize. They're playing for each other. Everybody's doing their part. And once they're able to lock down the map, once they're able to set up, that's when you're in danger. That's when they're watching every single angle. They're always playing for each other. And when you think you're in a 1v1, the bait and switch comes in quick, and you end up getting double teamed.
Right, and sometimes it just comes off of some of those individual plays as well. I think we saw several from Devin with the heat wave getting a double, even well one shot. But I think the biggest one's out of Boo Boo, right? A couple hot snipes. The man hit mid-game, trying to go for it with the repulse as well. Like, you could see the confidence in his play. I think it was the leading Slayer in the lobby to close that as well. So little moments like that, they give G1 the opportunity to kind of bounce back in the game, regain their footing, get the momentum going. And the moment they do that, G1 are kind of in the pocket, right? Like, they know their roles so well. They play off of each other so well. Multiple moments you'd see Swish, shooting at one target, but recognizing and listening to the team and kind of doubling back, joining the right fights at the right times. And they're just so kind of head on a swivel, right? That understanding of your teammate and your role makes things a lot easier. I think alleviates a lot of pressure that might be being felt over on Swap Don't Drop that might not have the same chemistry.
And it kind of goes back to that interview that we had with Dev, where like he kind of put it perfectly. He said everybody on the team just does their 25%, and when they're firing at 100%, they're simply winning games. And that's really what it's about. It's that teamwork. You're gonna have some outliers sometimes as far as the slays department, but that balanced attack that they bring, that pack mentality, it's the real deal. G1 are showing how you play damn near perfect Halo, and they've not only doing it against Swap Don't Drop, but they've done it against some of the best in the world. Second place during the North American Super. Quite impressive.
And if they keep this energy up, they might be going up against C9 very shortly as well. So can't wait to see if they can find that win again. In the meantime, Boo Boo, he was looking hot with the snipe in the previous game. We'll see if he can do the same thing with the shock in this one.
This game is played and won through the shock rifle, and you see why it's so important. Boo Boo Doo not wanting to lose it whatsoever. Ends up taking down one, gets himself the assist for the second. Manny is over here positioned toward the long haul side. Boo Boo Doo getting a bit aggressive, not going to work out that time as Swish ends up getting taken down as well. Swap Don't Drop winning some of these early engagements, and because of that, having the early lead.
Expecting to see rotations and aggressive plays a little more frequent this time around, Tony, with the sword not in play. You don't have to worry about that, that one player around a corner in a doorway ready to kill you. Instead, you can charge, I think, a little bit more and really go for some of those team aggressive rotations, give up some of that, that typical traditional high ground to make a risky play, see if it pays off.
3 members of SWAT Don't Drop, looking to push over to the long haul side. Meanwhile, you have 3 members of G1 onto the gold side, and Squale not too far behind on the Whirlpool. So this next battle going to be so important. Squale and Boo Boo Doo find themselves 2 kills quickly. Mortally forced to rotate on with the shock rifle, but eventually G1 able to identify it, and the collapse might be coming in soon. Here it comes.
Morley with one. Oh, looking to line up a second. Like you said, just too many bodies in front of him too quickly. Bubu with a shock, trying to get aggressive. Carme with a clutch up on a kill. Manny with a finish on that fight as well. He'll take back the shock for his team. We'll see if he makes a play with it.
Huge play by Manny to not only stop the push by G1, but to steal away the shock rifle, puts it to work immediately. Perfect onto Bubu. Manny and Swap don't drop, trying to take control of the control side of the map, but Mortally ends up getting himself a kill. Squale follows it up. Sparty and Swish going right back at it. And once again, you think it's a 1v1, but Squale from across the map steals himself a double kill, takes down the third. Bubu goes after the fourth, and just like that, G1 only down by 3 kills after now.
Right. I mean, as it happens, the selfless play at a Swish, every time I see the man, he's not overextending, right? You get Squale with a double. Swish is weak. He backs down, lets the teammates do the work. Comes into the fight, does opening damage, backs down, lets the teammate fly in with the grapple, finish the play. He knows who has the utility. He knows who has the shields to make these plays happen, to give space for Bubu to do what he does best, just hit shots. He's trying to shoot the Mangler. Wait, we GA'd the Mangler, Bubu. You can't shoot the Mangler, right?
Well, they can still use the weapon pad.
Can you?
Let's not get crazy here.
Technically speaking, he used the Mangler. We might have to...
That's a penalty.
It's a penalty, for sure.
As of right now, Bubu and G1 playing so well, we have to GA them. As Bubu having a shock rifle in hands, multiple members onto the whirlpool, overwhelming one. And now they look to break onto the gold side. Carmea somehow not spotting out Bubu. Must play on 10 FOV to not see him there. Bubu gets free sights onto long haul because of it. I'm surprised. I'm surprised Carmea didn't spot him out and at least put a little bit of damage onto him.
Because of that, like you said, Bubu with free reign. Knows where the enemies are, too. Got them trapped in the long haul. Nice little perimeter set up from G1. Did they get aggressive on it? Give Bubu a chance here. Already weak, backs out. Opening trade does come in. Will Swap, don't drop, move up off these numbers. Still stuck in long haul, as I say it. Bubu starting to get more aggressive on this. Takes Manny, trades in. Bit of a bloodbath out here. Long haul, Sparty trying to get close. But Devin with the last second to finish there. Keeps Bubu alive.
All G1 need is that bit of crack in the armor. Even if they don't find himself an entry kill, that entry damage is enough for them to surround you and collapse and make you feel overwhelmed. Manny somehow getting a huge pick onto Swish, and now his teammates are covering his back. I'm not sure Bubu was aware of it. Ends up spotting one, gets the kill onto Manny, which is great, but Sparty takes down another. Pre-devastated the rest of G1, now dedicating bodies over to this side of the map, but without the numbers, Devastator forced to slow things down.
Dad might be in trouble here. You can see the pressure coming in. Crossfire. Yeah, there's Mortally rotating through pipes to clean him up. He'd gotten out the fight there temporarily, but was not safe. Bubu going to drop as well. Make it a triple for Mortally. He's tearing his way through long haul, looking for more blood out here.
Tearing his way through G1's defenses as he isolates yet another one. The teamwork is a bit too slow out of G1. Swap, don't drop, are able to isolate these battles. Luckily, Devastator answers right back with a double kill. And now you're seeing Gamers First start to reset onto the Whirlpool side. Carmea takes down his duo. Devastator getting left alone there. Swish gets peeled from across the map. And a 5-kill lead out of Swap Don't Drop.
You love to see it, Tony. A series in the making. Can they hold on to their lead? If Carmea keeps hitting shots like that, I think the answer is yes. Bubu already dead to right. Swish going to try to poke and prod. As Carmea gets the distraction in, you can see Sparty thinking about making the chow out from A side. Carmea anticipating a flank through his right-hand side, too. It looks like Squale is trying to find him. He's got Manny here to help.
43-37 lead in favor of Swap Don't Drop with Manny and Carmea working together, but love the active listening. Spots the one-shot players, able to steal away both. Tries to get the trip onto Bubu. Would have been in style, but still a 5-kill lead. Just 5 more needed for Swap Don't Drop to send us to a game 3. But the answer back out of Squale and G1, it might be stopped short because Morley was able to steal away the active camo.
Some important individual fights from G1 just to try to stabilize things in the outside of the map. But like you said, with the camo in play, Mortally, opportunity to completely blow this wide open. Shoot Squale to start. Teammate's going to push through pipes. He knows that. He can separate from that fight, look for more. That's 2 dead. Make it 3. Full team about to be wiped with one player left and one more kill to go. What does Swish do up in tower, Tony? This is looking done and dusted.
The overwhelming teamwork by G1. Somehow they're still getting isolated in these individual battles, and with that, they were stuck together. And swap don't drop. They're just able to run through them to tie up the game or the series here. And now we're going into an elimination game number 3. Winner is going to go up against Cloud9 in the winners bracket finals. The loser will have to win a couple more down in the lower.
Couple game 3s already today, Tony. 2 in a row. Can't complain. A lot of high caliber competition. Expect to see some close series. So just a good day for Halo, Tony. If or whoever wins this, I'm thinking it might be C9 coming up next. I think C9 might still be in a series as well. So we have yet to see how those boys are playing today. Just no matter where we look, Tony, it's going to be a good time here. Of course, Streets Oddball coming up next. I also been meaning to read this just because the Twitch chat mentioned it. It says, Just a Fan said Shyway needs to say, I want to go out in a boat for about an hour. I think he's making fun of the fact that I'm Canadian, Tony. I say out weird, right? I think it's out. I don't know.
And about
in about.
Wait, hey,
go
ain't
out in a boat
it
for
sounds
about
sophisticated.
an hour.
He's just jealous. You sound good. Don't worry.
Hey man, I lean into it. At the end of the day, you just got to kind of go for whatever your thing is. Just lean into it, Tony. Like your thing is just relentless energy, and people admire that about you. So keep doing you, right? If you change that, you wouldn't be Tony anymore. So,
well, if Cloud9 out. If Cloud9 stopped winning, that would be them changing up, and we wouldn't know who Cloud9 are, and Cloud9 were able to get
and they wouldn't know who they
victory.
are, and then Roster Mania would begin again, right? That's the be. And you got Ola, who was just released from Optic. Who's he? Who does he intercept? Right? We're all kind of waiting to see what happens with Ola, but that's a whole other storyline. Let's stick with the one in front of us, Tony. Our third and final game in the series.
And Cloud9 were able to get the 2-1 victory onto Native Gaming, so the winner of this will be going to the winners finals and will be playing Cloud9, and Swish starting off with all 3 kills for G1, but swap don't drop and the finding the 4 down onto Gamers First.
Early 4 kills, giving Immortally an opportunity to hang from the ceiling, apparently. I don't think he expected it. Look at his body still up there. Squall not worried about it, kills himself instead with those rockets. Unfortunately, it looks like Carmea comes out somewhat unscathed. He'll rotate back with ball while he's alive.
I love this SWAT don't drop. We're able to get the 4 down onto G1, and they get first hands on ball, which is great. But how the hell did they lose the rockets? How do you allow G1 to steal it right off a spawn and end up using it right against you? Luckily, Swish able to get himself a nasty perfect kill. But once again, G1 going 3 down, another 4 down, a sweep going in favor of swap don't drop, and this is going to be some good ball time for them.
A lot of kills, not a lot of time just yet, but like you said, this is the opportunity we've been waiting for, and Carmea looking to defend it. Needs to hit shots for it. No more drop combo, so he's got a swap combo with that Stalker, and it's just not quite as effective. Won't find the kills. G1 going to rotate through Alley with some utility to work with as well. You got to love the movement out of Sparty just to keep the ball away from him, but how long will it last when Devin's coming in with doubles?
20-0 run out of swap don't drop. Last time we saw G1, they really executed well with spawn trapping the enemy team onto the PD side of the map. And as of right now, it looks like they're looking to rotate the ball toward the B side. They don't have the numbers, so dropping the ball quick, getting some shots off. Can't quite find the one-shot player, but looks like Boo Boo Doo Boo off the screen was able to do so. Devinator getting hold of the Bulldog, but Sparty getting the more important rockets and looking to get value out of them immediately.
Looks like they learned a lesson, Tony. They let Squall get it the first time. They said, nope, we're going to make sure we prioritize the rockets this time. Sparty finding 2 kills for 2 rockets. Good scenario to work with, and that makes it tough for G1. Ball time still being collected. Sparty just curb sliding around the map for who knows what reason, trying to find fights. He'll find his black screen instead, but G1 still got work to do.
Swap don't drop, still putting points on the board. Luckily, Swish finds himself an isolated Manny with the ball, and Swish ends up getting himself a huge double kill. Manny and Carmea go down, so the 3 members of Swap don't drop, and now G1 are looking to get into their subway side setup. Meanwhile, the boys in blue have a nice little lead to start the game off.
Finally, an opportunity for G1 to get some time. Swish has some coverage out front of him. You can see Squall just sitting on the benches waiting for a challenger. Somebody up top C as well. I think that's Devin, who did unfortunately die, but Squall good positioning for this. Manny dead, looking for 2, does not trade Sparty. Sparty barely alive. His presence on the map going to be felt. Little rotation with the ball, and immediately Swap don't drop. Nice efficient plays out of them to get the setup back.
for the first time in a long time, we're seeing Gamers First really losing these battles and getting overwhelmed in the Slays department. And luckily for them, it's still early here, but it's still game 3. And as of right now, momentum heavily in favor of Swap Don't Drop. They're winning these battles. They're putting G1 on a cycle, and G1 have not been able to get the numbers necessary in order to break the setup, in order to get good time on the ball. We're seeing Squale try to rotate that ball over, and he's able to get away. Swap Don't Drop still have an opportunity to rotate in before G1 get into their defensive stance.
G1 having trouble finding that defensive stance you talk about, though, right? It's been scrappy every time they've had the ball. Can't quite lock in a setup. The fight's still going down here outskirts of the map. Man, he does win his. Looking for Devin. Cleans up Devin, too, for the double. That timing is perfect. Making a triple out center map, and that's a rocket launcher for Swap Don't Drop. Many might drop, but those rockets going to be helpful.
Carmea on screen, having 2 players over toward the B side. Meanwhile, the spawning G1 onto the C side, almost catching a stray rocket out of Mortally. The second one will connect. The Stalker Rifle does the rest. Squale sneaks in for the melee, but ends up being hunted down himself. Sparty has to get a kill with the Bulldog, able to get himself the assist. 3 down go G1. Only 1 more player they have to deal with.
As time goes by, it just looks like Swap Don't Drop are kind of edging them out in these 1v1 fights, these slays overall. Bubu having a bit of a rough start to the game here, too. He does have 8 assists, but 2 and 9, obviously not ideal for him. He's typically a playmaker on the team. As long as he's shut down, it might be tough for G1 to bounce back with a setup of their own, especially when Sparty just straight up doesn't miss. You got to love how he's controlling ball and just hitting every shot at the same time.
Tough like a well-done steak. And as of right now, Swap Don't Drop. They're cooking. 2 down. Quickly go Swap Don't Drop. So Gamers First might be able to respond here as we switch gears over towards Swish. Gets himself a beautiful flank onto Manny. And now that ball back in hands of Gamers First. And throughout all the slaying that we've seen and how good the Swap Don't Drop look, I mean, it is only a 30-point lead. Gamers First, 1 good round of slays, 1 good setup, and they're right back in the game looking to do so right now.
Once again, I think it comes back down to Bubu. You can see he is prioritizing ball, though. And you like to see that if slays aren't quite working out for you, he's still objective efficient, as he needs to be. Swish does have Shoddy here, though. Squale there to work off of, but numbers disadvantage. Ball rotates out to A one more time here. Sparty going to get dropped. Good positioning at a Swish. Can he stay up, though? Needs to do a lot of work to get this ball back. As you can see, that timer, both with the ball and on the clock, is working against them.
Tries his best to stay alive, but Swap Don't Drop are relentless with their pressure. They are just pushing and making Gamers First as uncomfortable as possible. I'm looking on the feed. I love the fact that Bubu having 8 assists, but only 2 kills, 17 seconds ball time. Right. That just tells you how uncomfortable Gamers First are looking. And another rocket launcher in the hands of Sparty. Gets himself a huge double kill. Goes after his roommate in Swish, and that's another 3 down. And almost challenging for the overkill. Carmea finally picks up the pieces, and that's going to be it. Swap Don't Drop, taking round number 1 against Gamers First.
That would have been so sick out of Sparty, by the way. Mad respect that he goes from the triple, no shields, slide off the vending machine to try to clean up a 4th. And why not, right? You got the numbers. You want your teammates to hold the ball, so that's a great way to secure it. But confidence out of Sparty with 18 kills. He's dominating the board, and if they don't shut him down, if G1 don't start finding some slays of their own, then Tony, this could be done in the winner's side, and we might not even see that G1 matchup with C9.
Off a screen, Swish find himself his 15th kill, 7 assists to go along with it. The man just got eye surgery recently, and apparently he can see the enemy real well. I think he's playing with sunglasses right now because his eyes still sensitive to light.
Who's this?
But no excuses whatsoever. The man's absolutely going off, and now Swish can see clearly now.
Damn, you know what? Naded, I think, had something happen to him, like similar as well, like that kind of laser eye correction surgery or whatever it is. And somehow still playing LASIK. Yeah, still being cracked in the meantime. So good on him. Grind never stops. Same with Swish here with 16 kills. He's making it work. Only 1 second on the board as once again it's an early Slayer just to find some control and momentum in the game.
A huge lead by Swap Don't Drop in the scoreboard right now.
Huge lead.
As they look to
200%.
put more to it. They've now doubled their lead, tripled, in fact, quadrupled. Swap Don't Drop already up 1 round at the moment here. G1 looking for some answers off his spawn. All 4 members up for both of the squads. Borderly, the first one to go down. Manny follows up with it. This is the coordination we expect to see out of Gamers First. with them putting them 4 down. First ball time finally in the hands of Gamers First, and maybe an early lead here for round 2.
Squall going to get a couple seconds. Even the odds here. Trying to be useful as he has the ball as well. Boo does drop. Like the positioning at a swish, though. Up top heaven, one of the best spots you can be to help your team and also stay alive. Get back and forth into fights. Try to bait for the rockets about to come up. Swap don't drop, likely shifting on the map to find that opportunity. Is there a player? I think, was a player hiding on planners there, maybe? Not sure if he rotated. Either way, the play working out. Swap don't drop, trying to find kills. Devin with one. Boo trying to stay up. Can he find a sleigh to protect the rockets here? Looks like G1 slowly but surely will do it.
Swap don't drop, dedicating all of their resources toward the rockets. Meanwhile, Gamers First were just using it as bait. Find himself the kills. 4 down goes Swap don't drop, and now every angle being watched by G1. Squall already the forward player, already into the subway side right off his spawn, and that's the pressure that Gamers First are looking for. Too quickly going down for Swap don't drop. Devonator still holding onto the rockets, and look at all of that ball time they're able to accumulate because of it, and they're not stopping whatsoever.
G1 with some ice in this for sure. Confident flip on the scoreboard, on the setup. Sparty team going to try to get aggressive your center map, but Boo would not have it. It doesn't find the kill, though. You'll get the trade. Keep the damage up on a player, at least to keep him out of the fight temporarily. But Swish, he's in trouble. Not going to find his melee. Carmea coming out on top. Manny there to help out. That little rotation through PD is going to make it tough for G1 to get back to ball here in a setup. Maybe forming for Swap.
Swap don't drop. Looking to make some plays. Carmea, I'm assuming Manny finds himself a big kill. This Pulse Carbine into the Switch weapon, and apparently Switch weapon is good. Forget the drop. He's looking good with the Pulse Carbine right to the BR, but multiple members going down. Carmea stealing away a Bulldog. He's going to need that. Finds himself a huge kill. Now he's going to rotate this ball over. Sadly, it's right to the rest of Gamers First. Quickly curves, drips around the corner, and Carmea is still alive and kicking. Not for long.
That was some beautiful movement, though, to get the ball as far as he did with that rotation. For the record, by the way, Tony, with the Plasma Carbine, technically speaking, because the travel time of the bullets is so slow, swapping is, like, just as effective, right? Depending on the range. It just takes a while for the bullets to get there anyway. Might as well swap. Either way, we're going to have to see a lot more than just a Carbine play to bounce back in this one. And Predevinator and G1 trying to hold on the lead that they have so they can hopefully win themselves around here.
Looking to swap, but not drop here in this round, but down by 22 points. Is Swap don't drop, and with all 4 members going down, Gamers First gaining access to the rockets. Carmea spawning up over toward the Charlie side, snipes away one, but those rockets onto the mid-map, and now being fought over once again. Swap don't drop, flying right in for it. Manny not gonna be able to get away with this Swish. Gonna have a turn with them. Rocket goes in, makes 2 weak. Doesn't find the kill just yet, but still has one in the back pocket. Not anymore.
Swish is trying to stay up, do some damage, help with the defense. Squall rotating the ball in the meantime, finds Manny. A little unfortunate positioning there for Manny, getting caught out by 2 on the ball rotation. And this is a good attempt at a G1, honestly, to recognize the pressure coming in for Purple Street and to rotate so early that they even catch Manny off guard and keep that session, or that hold in session. And Squall just still collecting time, being aware of the challenge here.
There's 25 more seconds needed by Gamers First to steal away this lead, but Gamers First end up going 3 down. Swap don't drop. Steal away the strengths here. Boo Boo Dooba going to try to be that entry frag player, going to try to do as much damage as possible, allowing and buying time for the rest of his team to come off a spawn. With that Stalker Rifle, might be able to do so, but Spartan finds himself the blind side of Swish, and that's going to be a huge kill. Devonator's going to go down as well for the double. Boo Boo Dooba once again, the only player alive and forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Swap don't drop, look to take the lead.
Definitely got some momentum to work with. The boys all spawning up back C, and the rotation already in thanks to Manny. Look at this, just peppering him off spawn. G1 feeling some pressure here. 10 seconds till Rockets. G1 going to have to find a way to stabilize so they don't lose the Rockets as well. With 2 dead, this could snowball very quickly. Numbers advantage out center map. Squall Boo Boo together over on B side. Can they afford to get the center map in time for the Rockets? Boo Boo here. Squall with the rotation. Manny going to get involved. Is he a second too late? Not quite. Oh, he does get the kill. How does he get out? Did he crouch jump the hole? Not that it matters. Battle's still going down no matter where we look.
Not sure what happened with Boo Boo Doobu's rocket right there, but definitely didn't go as planned. Spartan taking down 2, putting his 30th on the board. 10 assists to go along with it, and 45 seconds worth of ball time as Swap don't drop, taking the lead. Gamers First, now forced to extend quick. This might be their
Oh,
last
my.
push. Swish ends up going down. Boo Boo Doo gonna follow up with this. Squale trying to stay alive over toward the PD, but Mortally has rotated this ball towards the purple street.
Swap don't drop, playing so beautifully in this situation. Carmeo with a quick little rotation. Still got a shotty back pocket, assuming he doesn't die. Strong siding with the ball. He gets down the back seat. Man, he does die. Numbers advantage G1. They're going to have to push up and push up quickly. They don't have time to do it, though. Final seconds coming in. Carmeo with that one little wait. Oh, man. The backspec was too late. I got excited for a second there, Tony, but Swap don't drop. What a confident close to that game.
You shouldn't be surprised. They swap. They don't drop to the elimination bracket. Gamers First will be in a 2-1 victory. A Swap don't drop, stamping their ticket into the winners finals. And, you know, Gamers First, they showed us they were the real deal, getting second place during that North American Super. But honestly, I would say, even though Swap don't drop are obviously very capable individuals and phenomenal in their own right, this is Gamers First full team. I would expect them to get the win on this one.
Definitely. It makes you wonder what's going on here, right? Because if G1's getting beat, then technically speaking, Sparty on this pickup team has outperformed FaZe in the NA Super. Just down to straight up how the series have gone. Of course, it's a best of three. It's a little bit different, but interesting at the very least. Let's see if these boys can keep the momentum, because that's a hot way to close out a series winner side. That puts them over to Cloud9 as well. The competition only gets steeper. That should be a hell of a matchup coming up shortly, Tony. No matter where we look, it's going to be a hell of a matchup. G1 are not done. They're down in the lower bracket. I would not be surprised if they find that second win. They bounce back. But what an interesting way to flip the script on our expectations, Tony.
G1 have the coordination. They have the fundamentals. You know, everything is there. The problem is Swap don't drop. Have a Spartan. I mean,
sure.
I think he might have ended with, 32 kills, a ton of ball time as well. And like I said, multiple assists to go along with it. Swap don't drop playing that well and have earned their right to make it here into the winners bracket finals to go up against Cloud9. And it's going to be really interesting. I want, a little Spartan versus Bound action. I'm for it.
I wonder if any team that loses gets pegged as the team that was abusing drop combo and sword, right? They're like, oh, you needed it to win. Anyway, I don't know. Just kidding. Either way, I think we're going to throw to Ye so he can give us a reaction to that very surprising series. And, of course, plenty more Halo coming up.
Definitely a series there that I would love to see a repeat of. Swap don't drop there and G1 duking it out. That was a banger front to back. Really enjoyed getting to watch those two teams. And, of course, G1 is a team the top of a lot of people's heads lately because of what they were able to do in the online Super. A lot of people's expectations of them going into Orlando next month have been heightened significantly, and when they're able to compete with a team that has kind of the talent level that Swap Don't Drop does, I think that is just further proof. And I think this is a series that if you play it out 10 times, 100 times, it's probably 50-50 on those wins, and it's just because both of these teams are very talented and very tightly contested. So big win there. Of course, Swap Don't Drop. They do move on to the winners finals. As Shyway and Why Not mentioned, they will face off against Cloud9, who just beat Native Gaming in the winners semifinals. But that one was a full 3-game set. Native, another squad that start to kind of feel like, one of those teams that can really threaten some of the big dogs. Over the last month or two, they've been looking really good. The improvement is there, and they seem to be ramping up at the perfect time to get ready for Orlando. They took Cloud9 the distance, even won the first round of that deciding oddball game in Game 3. Of course, Cloud9 able to bring things back, win rounds 2 and 3 to take the victory overall. But Native had Cloud9's backs against the wall in that series, and they're looking very dangerous here today. They do move down to the losers bracket. They will face the winner of Esports Arena Red and Oxygen, who are in their final game of a best of 3 right now. They're on the loser side. Just to update on everybody on where we stand. On the loser side, it's G1 and Crowd Pleasers. Native then again versus the winner of that Esports Arena Red and Oxygen series. Cloud9 and Swap Don't Drop sit in our winners finals. This is likely the next set that we will get to see, and that one's going to be a really fun one. Shadway and Wynette already pointing out the matchups there are going to be fun. Spartan versus Bound, of course, two very star-studded teams here competing against each other. I'm looking forward to it. If I'm picking a winner in that set, I'm probably leaning towards Cloud9. In history, probably, makes you want to do the same, but G1 looking really good. Swap Don't Drop duking back and forth with them. It's a hard series to predict there. I personally think that regardless of the direction it goes, it likely goes a full 3 games. We really get to see these teams kind of show their stuff across a full series. I'm going to take Cloud9 for the win, but it is not a prediction I am incredibly confident in because I think Swap Don't Drop are really damn talented, and we'll have to see what they can do in that set. Before we keep things rolling, just want to remind you once again what we got going on with Intel Gamer Days, folks. We've got over $10,000 in cash and prizes to give away all weekend long. The fun kicks off August 25th. We'll run all the way through Sunday, August 28th. All you have to do is use exclamation point locations in Twitch chat, find an esports arena near you, and go out and compete this weekend. We've got competitions in Apex Legends, Valorant, and Smash Ultimate going all week long, as well as some awesome high score competitions in Mario Kart and Aim Labs as well. So go out to your local esports arena today, participate in Intel Gamer Days, and select locations will also have awesome Intel demo stations, so you can go out and check out some of the newest and best top-of-the-line Intel products and test them out at your local esports arena. So make sure to go out this weekend, celebrate Intel Week and Intel Gamer Days with us here at Esports Arena. We are going to go to a quick break right now. When we come back, we've got plenty more Halo Infinite ahead of us here tonight, so don't go far. Shyway and Why Not will have more for you when we return.
Sports should be for everyone. That's why Esports Arena's launched our own tournament series called Player vs. Everyone, where you get to compete at multiple different titles, multiple different locations, whenever you want. Just watch this and check it out. I believe we have the best Apex Legends PvE player. Oh, I think he's supposed to break in the record. Best Apex Legends player in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Whoa, whoa, Tyler, hold up a second. We got someone out here in Salt Lake about to smash the record. What I tell you, Salt Lake City every time.
PvE has something for everyone. Here in Miami, we absolutely crush it at Mario Kart. Come to the final part. Oh, there we go. And that's going to be the top score for the day. See if you can beat that on the leaderboard.
The day's not over yet, Luke. Here at Esports Arena Cincinnati, we have somebody who's going to beat the Mario Kart record. So close. But the good news is, you can always try again.
That's PvE in a nutshell. So find your nearest Esports Arena, because it could be you atop the leaderboard. See you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Series E Halo Monday. We had one hell of a series that we just came off of. G1 lost to Swap Don't Drop. G1, they came out the NA Super. They surprised and surpassed our expectations, taking down the likes of C9, taking down Sentinels. To lose to Swap Don't Drop, that has to hurt, Tony, and hopefully we do see them come back and regain a little bit later in the bracket. If they do want to be a top team, like Tony, you had said, they got to beat Swap Don't Drop. In the meantime, Swap is moving on to face C9. This is the winners finals.
Yeah, not that I'm not excited to see Swap Don't Drop go at it. Like I said, you have 4 highly talented individuals onto this team, but it's no wonder they were able to make it happen. I mean, I think their play styles really suit each other really well, but I want to see some of these full squads go up against each other. I want to see G1 and Cloud9 because both of those teams were so fun to watch during the Super. I believe it was G1 and Cloud9 that matched up in the elimination semifinals right before matchup against Sentinels, where they actually swept Sentinels. They took Cloud9 to a Game 5 and just barely made it out of that alive, and it was huge. So I kind of want to see that rematch between them. But either way, this stage belongs to Swap Don't Drop. Spartan, Mortally, Manny and the boys, Carmea, they've been absolutely lights out this entire tournament, and they've earned the right to go up against Cloud9 to make it into the grand finals.
Right, and now the question is, how good is this Swap Don't Drop team? How far can they go? Was beating G1 maybe just a fluke? Was it just a matter of maps and game types, or are they really the real deal? Can they take down C9 as well? Because beating G1, I mean, what a great prerequisite to also beat C9. If they want to do that, they got to do it on Bizarre CTF, Slayer, Aquarius, and of course, if we get there, King of the Hill on Streets. Tony, I can't wait to see how this one goes. C9 had a rough Bizarre CTF last week against, not this team, against a totally different... Oxygen, right. And I think they lost against Oxygen as well. So, if that's any indication, C9, I'm sure, have a couple kinks in chemistry, to work out in this game type too, Tony. So I think we're going to see a very interesting battle here.
Yeah, Bizarre, in my opinion, plays a lot different than probably any map here that we have in Halo Infinite. It is a true chess match. You have to earn every single inch, and that mid-map control is so important in order to convert it into a control of your opponent's base, but it's certainly not easy, especially with those long lines of sight, controlling that rocket side of the map, or even controlling your opponent's palm trees and locker side, which can be so powerful, but could also be nade heaven for your opposition. And as strong as these rooms are between the BR side and even palm trees and even those lockers, I think that makes the dynamo grenades even stronger, makes them a legitimate threat, because you chuck one in a room, and even if you don't get the kill, slowing down your opponent, getting them down to one shot might be exactly the opening that you're looking for in order to aggress and push forward.
Definitely. The combo of the shocks plus the shoddy, the rockets, the grapple, there's so much to work with to break through on top of the OS, to break through, get to the flag. You got to time that push accordingly, though, and make sure that when you have the resources, you're still kind of careful with how you play it, so you get that round of slays. You don't lose your teammates in the process. You come out with a clean flag. Even with the opportunities or with the advantages, we still see teams kind of fumble with rockets, with thrust, with everything that they have, just because of how difficult it can be to cleanly get multiple rounds of slays, especially stop the overextenders when they get the first half correct. So we'll see.
We'll see, indeed, and at least one really important skill jump that I'm not gonna lie to you, Alex. I've been looking good on some of them. This one I can't get. I saw your tweet. I saw your tweet out today, and to get over to the top bridge using that, I'm gonna have to watch it. I'm gonna have to figure it out, because let me tell you, it is a powerful one to get down to that bottom double doors, which is kind of no man's land, which is where nades are so easy to seek you out. To immediately gain height and maybe retreat to your BR, or even just be on your bridge, can be huge. It's a jump I'm gonna have to master real soon.
You definitely do, Tony. It's so powerful, especially the red double door one is so quick, so accessible that it's like a main route for me on the map. It's like there's you got the treehouse side, you got the alley, or you go straight up to the bridge in the mid, right? On top of the fact that you can use it to kind of bait and outplay your opponents. Like I'll take a flag, juggle it to the door, depending on the situation. If I'm solo on the flagpole, I'll toss it out front, come back around the double door, do the jump to the top, help my team with a kill. Once we have numbers, I can come back down, pick up the flag. So it's kind of like a combo of baiting and then getting in better positions to just protect it. And the double dilemma, I think, is so powerful. The blue side has its advantages as well. plenty different, important skill jumps to work with there, Tony. So I can't wait to see how those all factor into gameplay. In the end of the day, though, what matters most is the game itself, Tony. I'm sure we're still getting ready with the lobby. The moment we're ready, we're going to jump in. We're going to get to see the action. In the meantime, I am constantly looking to my right-hand side, Tony, because I can't not look at all these DMR updates. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, by the way. Multi-twitch it, open up a second tab. Apparently the Bandit DMR just got leaked, and it looks pretty damn interesting, and I can't wait to see it in game. And no doubt, I mean, it's being used on Bazaar. No doubt, I'm sure it would change the game even here, Tony, if it was in play.
Yeah, really excited to see what that brings to play. It looks like to be fully automatic, but it's so slow that we kind of talked about it off stream that you might want to use it as a single automatic. I guess I'm not going to talk about it too much because give a little spoiler alert for those of you guys who are trying to avoid that. And we talked a lot about Bazaar. We talked a lot about swap don't drop, but we haven't seen Cloud9 on stream just yet. And obviously Bound coming in, Renegade off of this team, actually teaming with Spartan over on that FaZe roster. We're really interested to see where Cloud9 are at. It wasn't too long ago where they were back-to-back LAN champions, and even going into Kansas City, we're the favorites and we're looking dominant through a lot of that tournament. Now going in, we're trying to figure out, who are Cloud9? Are they ready to contend for championships once again? Are they a top 3 team, a top 4 team? Are they a top 6 team? Where do Cloud9 fit in to the meta right now, which seemingly Halo Infinite continues to be shifting, at least as far as these top teams go?
I'm sure they're trying to figure that out right now. And even with their tweets and the constant, the GAs, the discussions we've been seeing recently, you can tell C9 is trying to find that balancing point. I feel like, Penguin, Renegade, a couple of members of the team were the ones to kind of initiate the discussion that's kind of, spread like wildfire. At first, it was, do we keep all the weapons in the sandbox? Do we bring the Mangler in and just use everything? Or do we start to, kind of clean up loose ends, make the game as skillful and balanced as possible? Either way, C9, no doubt they're coming out with energy here, Tony. Can't wait to see how they play. Like you said, I think their storyline's still kind of up in the air. They were a dominant team the first half of the year. Things have shifted since. Maybe some of the chemistry fell off, towards the end with Renegade. Renegade moves over to FaZe, Bound back on the roster. He brings a lot of firepower to the team, but that chemistry still seems to be in the works.
It's going to take some time.
Yeah.
And it really is. Luckily, I love what Bound does for this team.
100%.
Renegade, that entry frag player, can win those individual gunfights, utilizes his movement to stay alive, but also to get aggressive onto his opponent, having that ultimate hunter mentality. Bound, he's kind of built from the same kind of the same kind of stuff. His movement is absolutely cracked out, and his shot is pretty damn underrated as well. And he's definitely an untreated fragger to begin with. Now, is he a top 5 slayer that we have in our league right now? So that's where Renegade was at one point in time. That's what has been determined yet. But I will say, since he has joined, Eco has really stepped up in the slays department. Stellar has always been a secondary slayer and always was able to complement Renegade so well. So Cloud9 still have an incredible blueprint and should still be poised to win championships in the future. But now it's up for, it's up to us to see it. We want to see it at Orlando. We want to see it during Worlds. I want to see it. Damn, I want to see it in this tournament right here, right now. Win it out. Show us that you still are a dominant force.
Well said, Tony. Let's see it. I think our game is finally ready to go. So C9 will jump in. We spent some time talking him up. How's the coordination? How are the shots looking? We're about to find out. Looks like Manny actually pulls out the opening kill, and Stellar going to find himself a flyby there, center map.
Why says show us you're still a dominant force, and so far, they dominated the respawn screen as they go 3 down, swap, don't drop, stealing away overshield. Because of it, they should have rockets as well. So this opening starting strat and all of these weapons should be in favor of swap, don't drop, but it's all about what you do with them. And they immediately put Cloud9 2 down. They're ready to pull a flag.
Flag picked up. Swap, don't drop coming out with energy here. Of course, just taking down G1. These boys are a force to be reckoned with. And with this type of start, looks like they'll continue to find momentum. Nice little slide at Immortally 2. Just a safe way to cross that exposed gap as he makes his way through the alley here. Got team help to get it just a little bit farther. 2 die, though. Manny here is a line of defense, but multiple dropping in alley going to make things tough to close this out.
What a start by Swap, don't drop. Able to find multiple rounds of slays, get themselves all of the resources needed to pull this flag forward. A bit of an individual piv going in favor of Cloud9, but it's not going to be enough to stop this flag from going in. And once again, Cloud9 find himself 4 down. You have 0 kills out of Bound and Penguin right now. That's not going to be enough to cut the mustard.
Definitely not. What is this energy? Had a swap, don't drop. Clearly injecting the momentum from the previous series into this one. Surprising G1, and now C9 as well. Of course, it's still early, but Sparty, Mortally already picking up 2. OS coming up here shortly. Mortally just trying to stay alive. Play his life scarce. Karmea opposite side map. Karmea dead. You win this fight, though. Going to need some team help here as the OS spawns. Controlling center map going to be so important.
Cloud9 finally able to find the slays that they need. We do see Stellar immediately started to take height with the Bulldog off the screen. Bound gets himself a kill, and because of that, Penguin steals himself an overshield. A one-shot Karmea is not going to be able to get away. That flag is now being pulled, and you're starting to see Cloud9 shift their attentions towards the spawning players, but there's actually still players coming over towards the thrust side, and Stellar going to go down, so maybe moving a bit early towards those rocket-sized spawns, and now those thrust spawners are going to get right behind enemy lines.
Bound collects the shotty, collects the flag. You can keep the rotation going. Stellar opposite side to help him as he does. Seem to collect everything on the way here. He's got the Dynamos, 2 dead on the feed. Makes it through the doors. C9 going to come out with not just a flag, but likely no counter here as well. Stellar finding another to work with. Should be a clean drop in, and Bound already ready with defensive tactics here too. 2 nades in. Shotty to work with.
Love that play out of Bound. While he's capping the flag, you can throw grenades and still have that flag in hand. So chuck a couple of dynamo grenades over toward the double doors. Wow. Make things happen. That's going to be a double kill out of Bound. Thought he was going to go for the skill jump there, but still right in the middle of the map with the Bulldog. 2 down, goes swap, don't drop, and Cloud9 are already getting aggressive once again.
I think the biggest thing for Bound is just recognizing he has so much, like he has numbers on the map. His team's all up, the enemy down, so no need to focus on jumps. Just get the rotation, get back to the back of the base, force them to turn around and have to deal with you. Bound does die, but Eco, Penguin already center map to pick up the slack here, and that type of pressure is going to make it tough for Swap Don't Drop to break out of their base here.
Tied up at 1 apiece right now. Penguin looking to put a bit of pressure in, but woof, ready for it. Loses the piv, and now Penguin ends up going down. A bit of mid-map control will go in favor of Swap Don't Drop because of it. And right as rockets are coming up, we see a well-positioned Swap Don't Drop. Man, he's ready. 3 go down for Cloud9. That overshoot is sitting towards the mid, and looks like Penguin's going to get hands on it as Swap Don't Drop end up going 3 down, and Cloud9 having the advantage on Bazaar.
C9 with a little momentum. It was a tough start. Swap Don't Drop came out hot. We had multiple, Bound, Penguin, 0 deaths. That has changed very quickly. Bringing things back into Slays. Now working mid-map. Manny down for the count. Penguin still making use of the OS. Eco with another. That's going to thin out the resources. Here comes the aggressive play to flag.
All those resources going in favor of Cloud9, and they're using it against Swap Don't Drop. Multiple members spawning up and now getting stuck towards the thrust. Reticle's ready. Penguin finds himself a kill, but ends up being traded out here. Now we're seeing Stellar look to get into a piv of his own, but Swap Don't Drop's defenses just too much for Cloud9 to deal with. 2 more left. Sparty isolates one despite being in the 1v2. That's going to be a huge kill. Karmea follows it up, and Swap Don't Drop have successfully gotten Cloud9 out of their base.
Can they keep this tactic up, though? Mortally just surviving center map. Manny with pick up with a nade. Looking for more here. Backs him up. Finds a death, though. It's Eco over in Locker. Look at him just fire shots into every angle of the map. Opening up space for the team to get back into center. A couple nades he leaves behind as well. Tony, you talked about it coming into the game, but just the pure slaying efficiency out of Eco and how much that has brought to the team since the switch.
He has himself a 10th kill, goes in for another, puts shots onto one, gets himself a beautiful double kill, and just like that, once again, Cloud9 are right in the faces, right in the base of Swap Don't Drop.
Eco gonna drop here. That attempt for the flag not going to work just yet, but C9 not letting up on the pressure, and I guess that leads to Manny finding himself a double to counter it. A little reversal kill for him. Shotty to work with. Great positioning on pillars here too. Rocket OS coming up. Still finding kills. Bound can't flank him. Plays like this could hopefully give Swap Don't Drop a chance for the power-up here.
Cloud9 trying to create that relentless pressure, but apparently Swap don't drop, thrive in the pressure. Sparty going down to one shot, able to trade out his life there. Too quickly going down for Cloud9. Bound finds himself a huge kill, and those rockets end up in the hands of Swap don't drop, but they're not able to stay alive with it. In fact, they go 3 down. One more player left. Stellar's going to chase that player away with Overshield, and now Overshield and rockets in the hands of Cloud9. This is not good for Swap don't drop.
Definitely not. Good double back at a Stellar as well, just to hold on to the shields, wait for the team to be ready to push. They'll fly in together. Stellar with 1. Trade comes in, but I think that's a full 3 or 3 dead. Sparty last up. 1 trade. Going to be very difficult for Sparty to find any sort of advance here. I think he's playing his life, carefully down bottom 8. He gets cleaned up by Penguin. So that flag's going through. New spawner's going to try to overextend, shut this down, but C9 with their numbers, they're in a good spot here.
2 going down, make it 3 down for Swap don't drop, and nothing going to be able to stop Stellar from getting this flag in. We will see a 2-1 lead out of Cloud9 here with a little bit less than 5 minutes in regulation. Swap don't drop, a bit on the clock.
They had a great start. Definitely showed us they had potential in this matchup, but as time has gone by, C9 just continue to pull away, continue to find slays. Either it's the opponents or themselves sometimes too. I think he thought he had a frag, but it was a spike instead. Either way, Eco just going in for it. Sparty finds himself a little flank attempt in the meantime, though. Nobody catching him going through double doors. What can he make of this? Not much, apparently. Damn.
Great job of getting behind enemy lines, but ends up being spotted out and not able to do much with it. In fact, Swap don't drop since then are now rolling in. Half of the members of Cloud9 on black screen. The other half are stuck over toward the base. Carmea and Morley, they're the 2 entry players. They have to keep Cloud9 stuck in their base. Meanwhile, their teammates are coming off a spawn. Off screen, Manny and Morley going at it. 2 down for each of the members. The third one gonna fall for Cloud9, and that should be an overshield in the hands of Swap, but don't drop.
Finally some resources here for Swap. Dynamo goes in. Mortally a good way to enter into this fight. It looks like Sparty's going to work off of that. He's flying straight into BR. Picks up 1. Little reversal kill for him. Hopefully the team activating on that. That's Manny with another. He's going to set C9 back to spawn. A little bit of time to get for the flag here. They still got some work to do to rotate this through, Tony, but Swap don't drop with some momentum. Oh, he fumbled it.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he wanted that flag and not the Needler. I'm not sure what exactly happened right there, but the Needler well placed.
Well,
Fear the pink
strategically placed by C9 to make him fumble. That'd be funny.
This Eco clearly thinking 10 steps ahead. The chess game is in.
Yeah.
Carmea finds himself a big kill onto Bound. Multiple going down for Swap don't drop, so that momentary lapse of timing is going to end up working against him as Cloud9 having another opportunity in order to play for the recov. 3 down, go Swap don't drop. Eco getting a hold of the rockets, and boom, boom. Can't find the kill.
Doesn't have it yet, but still one more boom, boom in the chamber. Doesn't need it, though. Manny, dead. Stellar with 1. Mortally does find a trade. Eco getting tagged by a stray explosion. That rocket launcher drops before it fires into the hands of Swap. Don't drop. They'll take Bound. Honestly, overkill on Bound. He was already 1 shot. Not that it matters, though. They'll get him back up to center map right quick.
Love the thought process by Eco right there to make a play with the rockets, but ended up going in the hands of Sparty, and Sparty uses it right against him, so a bit of a blunder there. Swap don't drop are going to gain mid-map control largely because of it. All 4 members are up. And Overshield soon will be as well. Cloud9 need to come off a spawn and find themselves some huge kills. Manny with the Bulldog off a screen taking down Eco. We have Sparty looking to bait out this Overshield as there's 1 player between them. Manny goes down. 2 members of Swap don't drop do as well, but Sparty, resourceful as ever, somehow able to grapple the Overshield, puts it to work, and now they're stabilized and thriving as Swap don't drop.
Damn, look at Sparty move. Even in the odds right quick. He's just all over the map here. Trying to rotate out the locker, stay alive. His teammates now coming into position to help him out, and they just can't find Sparty, can't kill him. All this movement out of the man, definitely a distraction. But is it enough to allow Swap don't drop to make a play? Despite the failed attempts at a C9 earlier, Tony, they still lead by 2 to 1. There's less than 1:30 on the board here as well, so Swap don't drop. If they want to tie it up, they got to move quick.
Manny was the final player alive and sadly ends up going down, so now all of Swap don't drop spawning on their side of the map and having to fight forward. Cloud9 spotting the overextenders. There's 1 player over toward the BR side trying to anchor things out. Bound doesn't like it, so goes immediately at him. Finds himself a huge kill. Mortally off a screen, able to take down Penguin, and Swap Don't Drop have less than a minute to pull this flag to at least try to force a sudden death.
Final 50 seconds. Inbound is just all around bottom mid, right? Just whine and move. And ends up going down in the fight, though. Eco here to pick up the pieces. Eco turns it into 2. What a double defensive play for him. Less than 40 seconds to make an impact. The Swap Don't Drop. They have to spawn up and rotate all the way through to get the touch here. As they die, things getting all the more difficult for them to do that.
8 seconds off respawn, another 10 or 15 seconds to get across the map just to pull the flag. Meanwhile, Cloud9 are watching the mid-map. I'm not good at math, but that equation doesn't work out well for Swap Don't Drop. It might not be possible for them to work through as they once again going 3 down. There's one more player left, and that's gonna be it. Cloud9 are gonna be taking game 1.
Is it Swap Don't Drop or 4 Don't Soar? Or I don't know. They all funneled through double door. At the end of that, could not find the kill. That's a terrible joke by me, but either way, I think we saw the results in that one, Tony. C9 looking very confident. It was close, though, right? It could have gone either way. We saw a good opening strat at a Swap Don't Drop. From there, things definitely changed, but still just 2-1 to close that.
No, I'm not going to allow you to get away with that. No. You go back and say it again. Swap Don't Drop, but 4 Don't Soar.
4 Don't Soar. You got to get the kills before you fly through double door. But they didn't have a choice. They had to fly. But technically speaking, that works, Tony. What?
It does not work.
4 Don't Soar.
So it's terrible.
Come on, boys.
Slayer Aquarius going to be game number 2. And hopefully they're able to swap momentum onto their side, swap away this series. Because as of right now, there's only one more game that they need in order to win to send us into a game 3. Otherwise, Cloud9 might be able to pull off the sweep and get themselves into the grand finals.
That might just happen. If one good opening strat comes in out of C9, you never know where things could go with that snowball effect, right? They can lock down the map, find more slays. We'll have to see Swap Don't Drop stagger them, assuming that even happens. It could be a complete flip. Either way, whoever's at the deficit has to find a way for, to make a big play, to get the trade, to offset things and find that momentum back. It's going to come down to control of Sandbox as well. In the end of the day, Tony, of course, we got plenty to work with. We got thrusts up front. We got the camo up top mid. The heat wave still in play. We haven't GA'd that yet, have we?
Normally with Cloud9, they usually have the advantages on maps like Aquarius that require so much pressure, so that they're able to punish their opposition. But the way the Swap Don't Drop have been playing, they might actually be the ones that be the favorites on this matchup. They're playing fast. They're in the face of their opponents, and when they get you off a spawn, you're in trouble. An early lead in favor of Swap Don't Drop. Were they able to get a hold of the active camo?
The speed definitely helps, but in a battle of speed, can you beat Bound, Tony? That's going to be a tough one. Oh, yeah. As I say, it immediately melted. A little team cross will beat any speed, I think, at the end of the day. But you can't take Eco in these straight-up 1v1 fights. Every time we've witnessed him, he's always clutching up.
The man's built different, simple as that. Not only a high IQ player, not only an IGL, but also huge in the Slays department and exactly what Cloud9 need. As I say that, they are down 4-7. Sparty on screen, Mortally and Manny getting back-to-back kills, and the Commando is ripping 3 down. Go Cloud9, and look, all of those players now stuck over towards the blue side, and now they're going to be trapped. Now they're going to feel pressure, feel the squeeze from a Swap Don't Drop.
Already feeling it, just trying to jump up the top car. Teammates coming in, though. Little push to car, does delete Sparty, but the numbers looking good for Swap Don't Drop. The combination of the Dynamo, the BR from Manny, comes in, keeps their advantage. Spawner still in blue. Mortally getting aggressive now. Opening shots, cleans up 1 kill. That's Eco down for the count, looking for Bora here. Finds one right behind him. He turns and burns Penguin. Somehow stays alive in the process. Mortally, that's a massive play.
Jab and cross out of Mortally, 7-0, looking to work himself into a killing frenzy. And now the question is, do they slow things down for the mid-map control as the camouflage is coming up? But Swap Don't Drop, they don't slow down for anything. It's pedal to the metal, right into a nade from Stellar. Carmea luckily having the heat wave, but not enough to get the double kill. Eco takes him down, and camouflage is being fought over. Manny and a Piv, multiple going down for Cloud9. Manny gonna dive for it, connects, and looks like he's able to get away with the camo.
Swap Don't Drop looking like fly don't cry, Tony. I'm trying way too hard. They're moving quick on the map. They're very confident. Manny did die, unfortunately, bottom mid, but still a lead to work with. Penguin up top map. This is the first time we've seen a perimeter, though, for C9. Going to try to see if Swap Don't Drop can break through it.
But Cloud9 is going to read down. Eco now being left alone once again. Doesn't have the help that he needs. And Carmea ends up putting him down because of it. And look at that. A double-digit lead in favor of Swap Don't Drop. Mortally is out here 9-3 against the likes of Cloud9. Swap Don't Drop looking good.
So is Sparty leaving FaZe and swap into this roster? Same with Manny and like, what's going on here, Tony? Guess this team,
is he swapping or dropping?
I don't know. This team looking final form. Is he swapping or is he getting dropped? That's a good question. I don't think anything's changing, but this honeymoon chemistry out of these four boys is very surprising, Tony. Definitely the talk of the tournament.
The one thing I know about this Swap Don't Drop team is that they're definitely not lacking in communication. Sparring's definitely out there. I've been in the comms with Mortally. This man is a general. Carmea and Manny come with tons of passion and communication of their own. So that's one thing that they're probably thriving off of. You notice how they're just snapping from target to target, and that's because they're effectively communicating, but also actively listening and responding to every single one of these call-outs. And because of that, look, a 31-20 lead. Swap Don't Drop are literally having their way with Cloud9.
They really are. Sparty just holding the angle there. Don't even check the corner. Bound getting backsmack for it. Full team wiped. And quite a lead to work with for Swap Don't Drop. Cloud9 spawning together over in Util. And with all of the presence we've seen out of Swap on the map here, it's just so easy to predict where they'll be next. Constantly finding kills off spawn. Carmea just staying up bottom mid.
And the same way Mortally having one hell of a game, 11-6, 5 assists.
Wow.
That is not going to be enough. He's currently struggling as Swap Don't Drop, but not only locking the whole map down, but really locking him down, not letting him have his way. Penguin thrives on putting multiple shots into everybody, staying alive, getting very creative, but he has no room to work with. Swap Don't Drop own this map.
This is scary. On one hand, Swap Don't Drop looking like final boss, looking incredible. On the other hand, I don't think I've seen C9 take a beatdown like this in their competitive career in Halo. I don't know, Tony. Like, this is approaching stake territory if he keeps up like this. And C9, as dominant as they've been, you always expect them to, at the very least, hold a close deficit if they're losing. But this is just getting a little exposed out here by Manny and Co.
Now, I want to be very clear. You didn't say look like the final boss. You said look like final boss.
Well, they're looking like a final boss. A variation of the legendary roster.
I want to be clear. I see that.
What? Come on. Is that really going to...
That's a discussion for
another time.
44-32 lead in favor. Swap Don't Drop. Nades are starting to fly here as Carmea looking to stay alive. Not able to do so as Penguin trades out one. Manny, 11 kills, 10 assists. Really having a standout game here. And my feathers are ruffled.
Personally, I see final boss as like an umbrella term in Halo for the team that is currently dominating. They're looking like, you know what I mean? It's like when I'm playing matchmaking and a perfectly coordinated, like, group of randos comes in and kills me and all my teammates. I'm like, what is this, final boss? Like, what's going on? You know, it's just the classic. Anyway, either way, this is about to be done and dusted. Tony, 46. There's no real hope of a comeback for C9. They can find some style maybe to close this out with some momentum, but not expecting this kind of chemistry at a swap.
And it really comes from the assist department, specifically from Sparty and Manny, because not only are they doing it in the kills, but 21 assists between them. Meanwhile, Cloud9, I'll do some quick math, maybe 27 assists as a whole. I mean, Swap Don't Drop, they are pressuring their opponents. They are getting into their face, and because of that, they're able to thrive off of it. And again, I have to say, communication, active listening, and responding to what your teammates are saying. That's why Swap Don't Drop were able to gather every single kill. No one shot was able to get away for Cloud9.
Unreal to see something like that. You're going up against a full team, practicing on the regular together, building that chemistry, and then a pickup team that we've never seen play together, probably played in custom 8s lobbies, just beating G1 and taking a game on C9 to bring our series to a Game 3. Tony, maybe, some unprecedented feats happening in Esports Arena today, and I can't complain. It's good Halo. So we'll see where this goes. King of the Hill Streets coming up next. Going to be a hell of a brawl in this one, Tony. Ideally, one team doesn't go down 3-0 on this map. I think it's impossible to come back if it happens.
Yeah, 3-0 or even 3-1, because once that hill moves over towards that bottom mid, at that point, teams just elect to play the shot clock. At that point, you're literally just playing the timer against your opponent, and oftentimes I joke around, I say king of the hill more like king of the power weapons, because that's what absolutely runs this game type and map combination. Streets, going to be very tough, and again, I normally say Cloud9 are great on these punishing type of maps, but Swap Don't Drop are playing different. They're playing so aggressive, and I think that aggressive playstyle lends well towards Aquarius, like I said before, and I think that might even carry over to Streets. We might see another upset here.
It's definitely taking teams by surprise. But here we go, brand new game, clean slate. In the last game in this series, the winner punches their ticket to winner's side grand finals. Cloud9, do they bounce back?
Stellar already starting off with the first 3 kills of the game, and with that, Eco steals away those rockets, and we know how important those can be. So Swap Don't Drop not having the best start of this game, and already almost half the progression done for this hill. When Stellar able to get himself the assist, but Manny and Sparty breaking right through the B side and into the setup of Cloud9.
Here comes Eco as well, down to his death screen though. What a play to Sparty, just thrusting back and forth, finding ways to stay up, still get kills. Or I guess it was a teammate that stayed up. Sparty just got involved. Here's another, though, on the bound. Picks up one, stays alive back B. Teammates there to pick up the slack, and all of a sudden the hill is controlled and a numbers advantage to keep C9 away.
3 going down for Cloud9. Swap Don't Drop, able to respond quickly. And she'll be able to get some hill time here, but there's one player sneaking up over towards the driveway and right through the garage. Mortally ends up going down. Luckily, Sparty cleans up bound. Shots go in. Sparty needs to stay alive here. Needs to cut off these angles because his teammates go 3 down, and so does Sparty.
Penguin with the Mario stomp out there, just dropping down from above, picking it up. Now got a sight line to help out Eco. Eco taking his own sight line up on B rail. Good spot to be. You can see they are just about ready to close this one out. It looks like by the loss of, or I guess, positioning movement at a Swap Don't Drop, they are not planning to break this. Might be trying to set up for rockets here. Assuming they take down bound first.
Well, the problem is they end up losing out that hill, but they also lose out positioning onto the subway side. Cloud9 are already in another setup here, and bound is holding things down with the Bulldog. Swap Don't Drop and to find themselves 3 down once again. This is the level of dominance that we expect to see out of Cloud9, and we're finally seeing it here in this Game 3 Streets.
Bound just roaming. He's got the utility. Man has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders here. Don't get hit by a rocket. Oh, no! You see it coming in. Mortally, triple kill as he breaks into Subway. That'll get back to Shoddy and the Stalker. The Swap Don't Drop, and Mortally, he ain't done taking brains here, apparently.
That might have been the definition of a caster's curse. The moment we go on his point of view, the man gets sniped with the rocket right as you say, don't do it. That's tough. Luckily, Swap Don't Drop. We're going to thrive off of it. 4 down. End up getting white for Cloud9. A Marty Dom grenade ends up getting himself to clean up. A Swap Don't Drop. Have to defend this subway side. They want to tie things up. You got to keep it close, especially going to that hill 4.
This is honestly wild. The honeymoon confidence at a Swap Don't Drop is so immaculate. You wonder, like, should they actually team? What the heck is going on? Sparty just not missing a bullet. There goes bound. Eco dead as well. Any attempt at a C9 to get to the hill is thwarted immediately. Trade does come in on tires, but that's not enough to get any spacing here, right? Dead center map. That's thrust down center as well.
And Cloud9 are really struggling to break a hold of the setup, and that's because it's completely locked down onto the map of Swap Don't Drop. They're making sure they're watching every angle and even sending an overextender to put pressure onto the spawning players of Cloud9, always forcing them to play off of their back foot. Swap Don't Drop earning that second hill. And now because of it, they're looking to move on to the 3rd.
Just looking so free on the map, right? So aggressive, not afraid to spread out from the C subway and still find Pivs, keep C9 back, stop them from getting a setup of their own. Manny picks up the Stalker. Pretty sure Shoddy is up behind them, but looks like he is focused on sliding instead. Good timing for the rotation. Team to work with here, too. Rockets now up as they spawn in C, and Manny just not going to let them get to it easily.
Manny just baiting out the mid-map, having the Stalker, a couple missed shots, but the one-shot player ends up going down and bound. High risk, high reward, but it's not going to pay out as Cloud9 once again going 3 down and Manny steals away Rocket.
What is this quality execution, though, right? Like, they're perfectly playing off each other. Manny just dropping back, finding, like, perfect peak shots on a bound to get the kill. Gives them the Rockets. Oh, what a dodge, by the way. That was pretty exceptional. But it's not good enough. Penguin now dead. Rockets still in the hands of Manny. Multiple dying in the feed as they start to collect time on the hill. What does C9 do? They got to rack their brains, search their souls, find an answer here.
And I hate to sound like a broken record, but I really believe it's the communication coming out of Swap Don't Drop. I mean, the small talk, they know exactly what each member are covering, and they are filling in the gaps as another double kill coming out of Manny. Going to put Cloud9 once again forward down, and then Manny is that entry frag player. He's going to position himself here. If anybody pushes up over toward the B Street, they're going to get some easy shots in. Carmea's going to join them right onto the spawning players, drops into the subway side, puts down bound, and even shoots the body, trying to bring them back to life. Swap the drop. They are not the underdogs. Apparently, they feel like they're the favorites in this matchup.
Carmea, that play was illegal. He gets the kill, performs the hit and run, gets out of the fight, comes back, shoots the guy in the back, got a teammate to clean up C9. Like, what's going on? I've never seen so many flawlessly coordinated team wipes onto C9. Like, the full team died in the exact second, same second. They were all dead. Manny just dropping wonder nades, hitting himself with it. Eco Stellar finally get kills. That'll give them some access to the hill here. 2-1 on the board. If one more hill goes over to Swap Don't Drop, that could be a series.
Cloud9 finally finding a way to relieve some of the pressure that Swap Don't Drop had been able to create here. Penguin finds himself a kill, a Bulldog to go along with it. Goes down to one shot, but Swap Don't Drop weren't able to capitalize on it, and now he gets away with the Bulldog, but not his life, because Rockets are in the hands of Cloud9. Mortally gets himself a big kill, steals it right from them, a 2-1 lead in favor of Swap Don't Drop, and now they have the resources to work with as well.
Mortally center of the map, Rockets in the chamber, one Rocket. That's enough for a kill, doesn't quite find the target though. Instead, he's going to go down, center map push out of C9, they're getting aggressive. Sparty here with the trade. C9 do recollect the hill. Carmea, can he clutch up again? Of course he can. Eco down for the count. Get use of the thrust to stay up, and numbers to aggress the hill.
Cloud9 trying to push up toward the purple street. One ends up going down. There's still 3 more to deal with. Spartan, though, taking down Stellar. And once again, Swap Don't Drop. Find the kills necessary in order to gain control of this fourth and oh so important hill. In my opinion, if Cloud9 don't tie it up here, this game is over.
It might be. And they're about to close out that hill. C9, they're dying on the feet. They don't really have time to get there. Sparty just hunting, bound, back C. That hill is done and dusted. Center map is the following. We've got just under 3 minutes to change things around here, but just based on the slays, based on the confidence in these 1v1 fights, Tony, it just looks like Swap Don't Drop her, away from an inevitable finish in this point.
And this is a situation that I was talking about before the game ends. When it's 3-1 and you go towards that mid-hill, lots of times these teams with 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, they won't even step foot into this final hill. Instead, they'll use it as a bait, and they'll just try to slay out and play literally over 2 minutes of pure Slayer. Notice how Swap Don't Drop are not even interested in hopping in. All they're interested in is getting into the spawns and stopping Cloud9 for simply being on the map, and with that, they won't be able to cap this base. The only time you see them in the hill is to grab Rockets, then they're immediately out of it.
And thankfully for Swap Don't Drop, they all know how to slay. Just a second ago, they all had 16 kills. Tony Carmea just breaking the mold, pulling off 18 as Mortally does rotate through to center map just to collect Rockets. He'll dip his toes in for a second, but that timer will still tick. Find another on the Penguin. C9, I have never seen them so lost in a matchup, Tony. I don't know if it's Swap Don't Drop or just that scary. They just got that much chemistry. I mean, they beat G1 as well. But this is unreal. They're putting it together, winning every fight they need to, and C9 currently staggered because of it.
I think the best part about it is that, Swap Don't Drop, they're not household names just yet. Obviously, we know Spartan. But a lot of people don't know about Carmea like we do back in the Halo 5 days. They don't know about the Mortally and Hative duo that was so impressive for so long. And Manny quickly started to make a name for himself now, formerly of KCP, now on E United. But still, these are three young, hungry players that simply got that gunny. They win their individual pins. They're passionate. They play for each other, but they're also very moldable. They're also willing to learn. And that's why Swap Don't Drop have been able to understand the Halo Infinite meta so quickly, and you're seeing them not even fear the likes of Cloud9. It's so impressive to watch.
No fear for sure. Game not quite over yet. C9 do collect a little stint of time there, but is that going to be enough? Just over a minute left to work with. They got to get their bodies back in the hill. Eco looking to finish a kill. Not quite going to find it just yet. Tagged up from behind, repositions. Love the positioning out of him to find the kill, but Manny moving quick, gets back to where he was. He'll clean him up. Just a minute on the board here, Tony. Carmeo with another flank. Dropping Penguin, dropping Bound. That's a double for him. Spawners and PD, and you know Carmeo knows where to look.
A minute and 30 seconds have passed towards this zone, and even though Cloud9 are the only team going for it, they haven't even able to put up half the progression necessary. That just tells you how hard it is to take this middle hill. No matter where you spawn, you're literally 2 steps from creating an angle on it, and it's so hard for any team, even the most objective, efficient ones, to be able to grab hold of the zone as Rockets once again find the hands of swap, don't drop. Manny continues to be aggressive, continues to put Cloud9 3 down, and now with only 29 seconds left, Cloud9 would have to capture this point and then 2 more just to tie it up.
Tony, the stat lines in this are crazy. Like, everyone on Swap Don't Drop has activated Final Form. Everybody is plus 20 kills at this point on the board. They're all slaying. They're all working together perfectly, not missing shots in 1v1s. Manny doesn't even care. He'll just die from across there. 15 seconds on the board. Just about impossible for C9 to do anything at this point, and Sparty doesn't even need a weapon, according to Observer, to get kills. Oh, my God.
What FOV is that right there? What offsets were we just looking at right there?
He sees the whole map. Oh, my God.
4 down for Cloud9, and that's going to be it. Swap, don't drop. Able to not only take down G1, but then taking down Cloud9 right afterwards. They're going to the grand finals, guaranteed top 2 here in this tournament, and so far looking like the favorites to take it all.
And what that means is that one of the teams that they beat is not going to get their rematch, either G1 or C9. They might be playing against each other later, but they're not going to get a chance to come back against this Swap Don't Drop, which is just wild to think back at. Tony, they took down 2 juggernauts, a feat almost, a feat comparable to G1's in a way, right? I mean, Sentinel's a big deal too, but I can't believe what I'm watching. This is a honeymoon and a half, probably one of the best honeymoons for a pickup team I think I've ever seen, Tony, and it's happening here at the Esports Arena, so I can't complain.
Only 4 teams remain. G1, Native Gaming, Cloud9, and right now in the grand finals, Swap Don't Drop. Mind you, only pay out the top 3, so this matchup between G1 and Native Gaming is going to be huge, and I'm not going to lie. I want G1 to win just so I can see them go up against Cloud9, but do not sleep on Native Gaming. They recently signed up with the roster at King J and friends, and let me tell you, they're real. They're tough to deal with. I wouldn't be surprised if Native Gaming can somehow pull off the upset, although it's not going to be easy.
Part of me is also wondering, I mean, they're called Swap Don't Drop, so obviously all 4 members of the team, big proponents of, removing the drop combo from the game. Is it just the fact that drop combo isn't there and it's just that much? I don't know. I'm just theory crafting at this point, Tony. Wild. Winners bracket decided, at least for grand finals. The lower bracket takes place. We had our series layout on screen just a second ago there. I'm sure we'll be jumping back into another matchup shortly. Tony, no matter where we go, it'll be exciting. But like you said, it's G1. Native coming up next. Native we haven't seen yet today. I spot a Piggy on the roster. Do you have the full team?
Yeah, you have. It's the same assigned team that's going in. It's King J, Minds, and Aperture from Built by Gamers, and then you have Piggy joining them. I've been talking about this team a lot. Piggy and King J kind of cut from the same cloth. Very aggressive players, always winning their individual pivotal battles and trying to open up the map for their team. Minds is a phenomenal player as well. Always seems to be one step ahead of his opponents. And then Aperture's the type of player, he fits on any squad. I remember watching him over towards Torn. He was really kind of the outlier of that team, not only slaying out, but also just his ability to stay alive and be an absolute nuisance and a thorn in the side of his opponents.
Well, Tony, I love the lead up. Let's see it in action, in the flesh here. Predevenator, of course, we're on board with him to start, but G1 Native Gaming, the beginning of their series, looks like it's King of the Hill, of course, on Live Fire. And, well, Native had a strong setup to start. G1 finally found their footing for this one.
And Dev decides, 3 minutes into the game, says, hey, maybe I should activate this overshield finally. And he's going to get value, immediately able to take down Piggy without taking any damage. Now going to work onto the second one as well. A beautiful double kill coming out of Dev. And with that, G1 continue to put points on the board. There's one player that tries to do it all by himself, and that's Mines. Dev quickly deals with him, and now it's G1 that might be still the lead progression on this game, on this hill one.
Definitely a closely contested first hill. Devin just trying to find picks as he makes his way through center here. Good damage. That can be cleaned up by Swish. He gets himself a double. That'll put their bodies back in the hill as they look to collect the remainder of the time. Do Native have time to get in there and stop it? I'd be thinking of a setup, and Swish, knowing that, looking for new spawners, your back tower.
Love this play by Swish, but he has to do it all by himself. Didn't have the help that he dealt with, but able to take down Aperture, and now the C-side rotation is in favor of G1. Early points, early eyes onto that overshield as Native Gaming are forced to make a play off a spawn.
Strong started at G1, no doubt on a bit of a comeback grind. Unexpected loss to Swap Don't Drop, but it looks like Swap Don't Drop have been defeating everyone in front of them. And G1 hopefully finding their footing here against Native. So far, so good. Swish with a quick rotation over to Nest, looking to find his target. King J just trying to stay alive with all the goodies, apparently.
Immediately takes height. Squale able to predict it, though. Anticipates and throws a beautiful nade. Gets himself a double kill. 2 down for each of the members, so this next battle going to be so important. And Squale able to find himself a triple. One more player. He's one shot. Boo Boo Doo going to steal that one away, but with multiple going down for Native Gaming, G1 might be able to steal this 2-0 unless Native Gaming really makes something happen here.
Whether or not Native makes something happen depends on if they can shut down Boo Boo. Good start so far after trying to stay up. Nice nade. Still living. Doesn't find the kill, though. Swish with a clutch double there. Sniper now spawning. King J going to try to get back to it once again. Can he make a play with it this time?
King J looking to line things up. The body shot connects, and because of that, Boo Boo Doo Boo goes down, but it wasn't quick enough as G1 still with 2-0 lead, 2 more caps. And they're taking this one. Meanwhile, King J still lining it up. Squale gets himself a nice haircut or a head cut at that one as King J is peeling.
Oh, yeah. That ain't an undercut. Is that what they call it? An undercut? There's a buzz? I don't know. Either way.
Little fade.
Little fade.
Little high top fade right there.
It fades straight through the nose, apparently. Nose hairs and all. Got them all straight to the center. I don't even know what I'm saying. Center of his face. Either way. King J, nice shot. Boo Boo, his turn. Let's see what he can do. Of course. Woo! That's 3 dead. That's a hill for G1 and an OS for Boo Boo, who clearly doesn't even need it.
Boo Boo Doo Boo, a barber as well. He'll line you up nice and well.
The G1 barbers, man, they're kind of OP. I saw that. Sorry.
Overshield coming up here. Squale able to deal with Piggy onto the tower side, who is trying to get eyes onto the overshield. It's not going to happen as G1 steal it away once again. 2 members of Native Gaming are here toward the A side, but for how long? As Devinator and Boo Boo Doo Boo busting through the house. A 3-0 start out of G1. One more cap, and sayonara, Native Gaming, you're falling 0-1 in the series.
G1 are a force. We knew that coming in. Did Native know it? If they didn't, they've learned it now. Can they find a way to come back? This is quite a deficit. Devin going to make him feel the pain. Oh, wait, we drop comboed. Is it muscle memory? Do we ban them? What, is that just a sign of disrespect? What do? Do you go back later in the game? What do you say? Right here, he drop comboed. Ban the man. Don't scrim him. G1 will not be scrimmed. All right, anyway. See, how do you GA that? How do you GA that, though? Come on, it's like, Jesus. It's going to take some time to remove the muscle memory.
Or just remove the keybind.
Oh, yeah, that too. The thing is, I think Devin was one of the players who used so much. He was really good at it. He used so much drop combo. So maybe he just didn't remove the bind, but no doubt, like, that's why he's got the muscle memory for it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I love the drop weapon. I'm using it in range, but gonna be tough either way. I mean, at the end of the day, they're up 3-0. You're looking at the feed right now. Double-digit kills out of 3 out of 4 members. Boo Boo Doo Boo 1 behind with 6 assists. Trust me, that one drop weapon mechanic is not the reason why they're losing. It's because G1 are dominating. G1 are looking incredible, and this is the team that we saw get 2nd place during the North American Super. They're here. They're showing us that they're the real deal.
They definitely are. That's a dominant close to Game 1, a 4-0 complete shutout. And even just, oh, there you go, a little stick off the wall. Devin getting stylish to close it. But that drop combo, even just going back to it, like now that it is GA'd, I wonder what's going on in Devin's head when he drops the weapon, though, right? Because he probably dropped it and was like, oh, shit, like, I can't drop the weapon. So there's like a moment of hesitation where he's like, wait, do I still shoot him with the, like, what do I, anyway, I don't know. I just think that'd be funny. You'd be like, damn it.
I will say,
both players look down at the ground like, bro. Anyway.
I will say, oftentimes in Money 2s, if you use an illegal item, like for example, like on Aquarius, it's been GA'd as far as the dynamo grenades, you end up using them on accident. At that point, you just turn around, throw a couple of nades at yourself. Mistakes are made, equalize the situation, kind of move on from there. But like I said, in that situation, G1140. You can't pinpoint one moment to decide that was the fact of that one. That was absolutely dominant. And G1 going into Slayer Streets, and they're looking good in this matchup.
Even just seeing Twitch chat right now on like a smaller scale, when somebody breaks a GA, like GA has been broken, anarchy, like fine, it's like, just imagine on a large scale, like when a big Halo, so Orlando comes around, if we're still on G1, we're still on the drop combo, like GA, and somebody uses it by accident, whatever. I just can't wait to see the Twitch chat when that happens. Anyway, it's a fun storyline for us, I think, Tony. It's been a fun game one. Not so fun for Native, unfortunately. They hit. We saw King J hit a nice snipe. We saw a couple moments of brilliance, but no caps on the board whatsoever. They're going to have to pick up their A game here on Streets. Slayer.
You said a couple moments of brilliance, and I only remember the snipes out of King J. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of any. The one
snipe.
Moment of brilliance. Meanwhile, G1
drop the rest of the team. Keep King J, and then no, I'm kidding. Imagine. Oh man.
G1 getting that Stalker rifle early. There was an early 3 down for Native Gaming, so I'm gonna have to assume they were able to get away with the rockets as well. And Boo Dubu with that lower sensitivity, with that centered shot, he's perfect to have the Stalker rifle in hands, but he ends up going down.
Opening moments of Street Slayer, always an important indication of where things could go. But even so far, and maybe this will stay, things will stay this way. We'll see. Predevinator already spotting one. That player going to try to rotate out of the engagement. King J did find one back C, though. That's going to be a double dilemma for Devin, who can't quite snap into action in time.
2 down for G1. Native Gaming finding the numbers that they need as another 3 down. Aperture able to steal away that Stalker rifle, and Bulldog quickly gives the Stalker rifle towards his teammate. He wants to get close quarters. He wants to get into the face of Gamers First.
Just a slight advantage here for Native. Trying to find some lengths to come back with. G1, of course, coming out with such a force in game one. That's got to hurt in more ways than one, especially that kill around the wall there. That sucks. Even game despite it. Squall just roaming with the Stalker. And for good reason. This weapon slaps, or unless you miss. Oh, but
it's a slap or get slapped world out there.
Yeah, kind of.
And as of right now, Native Gaming looking to tie things up, but Swish with a crucial double kill. Now we're seeing multiple members of Native Gaming coming out of the subway side. There is one member over towards ATM. Swish not aware of it. So the trade is going to come in quick. G1 end up going 3 down once again. And with rockets up, Piggy steals one away. Can he get away with his life, though?
Just a hop, skip, and away to a different house that a wolf can't blow down, hopefully. But Piggy still with a rocket launcher. It's up to G1 to make a move, to make a mistake here.
Rockets in the hands of Piggy. That player not looking both ways. Neither the second one. A beautiful double kill as the nades go in. There's one more player in the cafe, and Piggy lines it up perfectly. Does all of that damage. Mine steals away the kill, and with that, a 22-20 lead out of Native Gaming.
Still closely contested. Native just trying to find lengths here. Nice play out of Mines. A third shot he shot just in case there was some guy on his left-hand side, but it looks like he does end up dying there. Alley. Now it's Swish's turn. Just looking to trade blows here, right? That one little moment where you get a couple slays, you got a numbers advantage, everything can change in this game, but as long as the trades continue, as long as things, go blow for blow, then it'll stay even.
G1 able to collapse onto Native Gaming, keeping things close. Boo Doo going to stretch out a bit. Love the teamwork from Swish and Boo Boo, despite not being right on top of each other, but now the double push is going to come in. 3 members of Native Gaming spawning up towards PD. G1 looking to pick up. Takes down 2. 3 go down. King J has to rotate out of there. But he's going to get spotted as well. All 4 members of Native Gaming end up going down, and Gamers First were easily able to take the lead.
And there's the blow we were talking about. That one moment when the round to slays comes in. What can you do as Native to stabilize and make sure that you don't fall too far behind? As you see G1 coming in hot and heavy. Swish with a couple shots to back off one. Squally there to hopefully finish the kill. Looks like that player will live for now. Rotate out of the exchange. Rockets are up. 2 dead in the feed. G1 working with numbers once again to secure not only rockets, but the slays that come from it. Oh my, what an exchange. I don't know if that was a King J maybe thought he had the kill. Stop shooting. Either way, it's a trade.
Native Gaming were looking so good towards the early game, but what happened to that lead? Devonator trading out his life with the rockets right there. I think there might be 1 still left in the chamber. G1 quickly approaching the 40 kill mark. Native Gaming need to eat away at this lead. They need to start getting clean wipes, start getting clean 3 and even 4 down if they want to come back in the 4th quarter.
Got to see some confidence from the boys on Native. Piggy here to lead the charge. Teammates with him through alley. A little rotation from G1 to avoid it, though. Back to C. Piggy preemptively shooting nades just in case somebody gets overzealous. Looks like he will find 1. Nice peek shots. Teammate gets involved there. Might have allowed G1 to escape for a second, but Squally first victim.
Piggy putting his 13th on the board right now. Absolutely slaying out, showing off as G1 and they're going 2 down. Love this bait and switch to come in. Takes down 1. Has to win the pivot against the second one. Excellent shots, but hold on. His teammates are quickly coming in and just as quick end up going down. G1 are starting to break through the purple side. Native Gaming dedicating numbers. Trying to stop the push, but it's too much. Here come Gamers First.
Nice little opening so far for G1. Native, they still have a chance in this, and I think if they could win the exchange for the Rockets, that would be their chance. It's not going to be an easy battle, though. Swish with 1 kill. Looks like Aperture trades another. Can he find 2? Not quite. Devin with a double instead. Devin looking for 3. He won't find it. King J still up. In position to contest Rockets. Finds another kill. Clutch one out of King J. Nades in to delete him. Spawners up at a Native will likely take the high ground for the Rockets here. Devin to actually... Was it Devin? Who was that? Swish with the drop there, too. Maybe G1 just straight up doesn't abide by the drop combo GA. They're just using it. They're using it to close the game and the series as well. There's a 50-43 close for our series.
They drop weapons and they drop Native Gaming right out of the tournament. G1 are going to get their rematch against Cloud9. And I'm excited to see it. Fantastic job by Native Gaming, especially in that game number 2, where it was looking really good for them to just steal away that win. But, of course, G1 stabilized. They counter, they come back, and they earn that 2-0 win.
G1, we expected them to look good. Unfortunate for Native that they didn't quite bounce back. A lot of talent, a lot of potential on that team. We didn't really get to see it today, Tony. They do go out in 4th place, I think, I hope. Take 4th place, right? So only 3 teams left in the tournament, and honestly, the biggest storyline of our tournament so far is whether or not somebody can beat Swap or Drop. But before we get there, an even more exciting storyline, Tony, C9 and G1 rematch here on ESA.
Yeah, really excited to see that. Like I said, we talked about this before during the NA Super. G1 were able to take down Cloud9 in the elimination semifinals, and it took 5 games in order to do so. They're going to have to do it in 3 if they want to get their rematch against Swap Don't Drop, who, like you kind of mentioned before, somehow have become the favorites in this tournament. If I was to mention, Cloud9, dominant, back-to-back LAN champions to start off this season. They were even looking great over in Kansas City. And then G1, who were red hot coming off of a 2nd place finish. Mind you, 3-0ing the Kansas City champions and Sentinels. Right. And I would say, ragtag group of guys, a little bit of a Spartan, a little bit of Mortally, mixing a bit of Carmea and a Manny. And who would be the favorites? Who would be the one in the grand finals? I'm pretty sure if I polled 100 people, 99 of them would have went the ladder, but it's SWAT Don't Drop that is sitting in the grand finals waiting for the matchup between Cloud9 and G1.
Anyone would have sided against them, Tony, that's for sure. But that's what makes the storyline so beautiful. I can't wait to see it. In the meantime, we do have G1 C9 first. Before we get there, let's send it back to Yeso and see what he thinks about all the crazy shenanigans we've seen.
It has been a hell of a bracket so far today, gentlemen. We started off that block with the Swap Don't Drop Cloud9 series that I was leaning towards Cloud9. And as Tony mentioned, there are a lot of folks would have as well, but Swap Don't Drop coming out, taking that one the distance and taking the win means that they go into grand finals on the winner's side. That means they have that kind of extra life going into grands. They send Cloud9 down to losers finals, which is a side of the bracket not used to seeing Cloud9 on here, and they will face, as both Shyway and Tony mentioned their nemesis, whatever, their opponents from the NA Super from a few weeks ago. G1 taking them down in those losers semifinals, and they'll try to do it here again. It's going to be a hell of a set, and it just brings up a ton of questions because now you're like, man, G1's still looking hot. Of course, they fell to Swap Don't Drop, but that was a very tightly contested series in the same way that Winners Finals was for Cloud9. They take a pretty commanding win, not only against Crowd Pleasers 2-0, but follow that up with a nice victory there against Native. So G1 carrying a ton of momentum in this series. Of course, they're going to bring in the confidence of their victory over Cloud9 just a few short weeks ago. And it just makes you think, you know, are you leaning away from Cloud9 in a set like this where that would be almost unthinkable for a majority of opponents? But the fact that Cloud9 not only has that recent impressive victory against them, but coming in hot right now after a couple of solid series wins here, it is not unreasonable for you to look at this and think G1 comes in with edge. We'll have to see how things shake out on that front. Personally, I'm going to take G1 here. I think they're coming in hot. I think they're going to be feeling confident. Cloud9 is good. I think they're going to give them a hell of a series. And I think it's going to go down to the wire. And I just think G1 may get a break there at the end and be able to come out on top. I don't know. I'm curious what y'all are thinking on that one. And also, what are your thoughts out here on Swap Don't Drop? Of course, you know, Spartan got the squad kind of humming along here. They're looking really good. Played a very fun set and tightly contested one against Cloud9 there in Winners Finals. And they've got to be feeling pretty good. Of course, meet one of these two teams in grand finals very, very soon, and that promises to be, you know, now back-to-back series. It should be very tight and very fun, and I'm certainly looking forward to that. Another reminder, of course, it is Intel Week. If you guys want to pick up products from our friends at Intel or any of our partners here at Series E, make sure to head over to walmart.com/esports arena. You can get everything you need over there. So if you need some new peripherals for your setup, maybe some mic mics to snack on while you're gaming, or some new Intel products to put in that brand new PC that you're working on, it is all over at walmart.com/esports arena. Make sure to check it out all week long. And of course, celebrate our friends at Intel here during Intel Gamer Days. We are going to go to a quick break right now. As we do, though, let's take a look at something new going on at Esports Arena locations all across the country.
Esports should be for everyone. That's why Esports Arena has launched our own tournament series called Player vs. Everyone, where you get to compete at multiple different titles, multiple different locations, whenever you want. Just watch this and check it out. I believe we have the best Apex Legends PvE player. Oh, I think he's supposed to break in the record. Best Apex Legends player in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Whoa, whoa, Tyler, hold up a second. We got someone out here in Salt Lake about to smash the record. What'd I tell you? Salt Lake City every time.
PvE has something for everyone. Here in Miami, we absolutely crush it at Mario Kart. And to the final part, oh, there we go. And that's gonna be the top score for the day. See if you can beat that on the leaderboard.
The day's not over yet, Luke. Here at Esports Arena Cincinnati, we have somebody who's going to beat the Mario Kart record. So close, but the good news is you can always try again.
That's PvE in a nutshell. So find your nearest esports arena because it could be you atop the leaderboard. See you later.
What am I to do with this? I'm to the top of the game and it's scary, but I'm finna handle it. Break it down like an analyst. I'll be loading up, they wanna package this. Pray for peace, pacifist. I'm never old enough to give a promise.
And we're back with ESA Series E Monday, Halo Monday, right? What a Monday it's been, Tony. By the way, C9 in the tournament, G1 in the tournament, and neither of them beat Swap Don't Drop, by the way, that are waiting in the winner's side grand finals. Before we get there, we still got to see C9 and G1 go head-to-head in loser's bracket. Tony, this is it. This is the big matchup right here.
This is a matchup I really wanted to see. Last time Cloud9 and G1 matched up, G1 were able to get the best of them, and I was excited to watch them come at it. I mean, I'm really happy we're seeing full squads looking to get some valuable practice siding up together for these tournaments like this. Cloud9, G1, shout out to Native Gaming as well. Even I think Oxygen Esports running with a new fourth, but also 3/4 of that roster. Get yourself some practice. All these roads lead to Orlando, and yeah, and also get yourself a little bit of money as well. Top 3, we paying out $1,000 on the line every single Monday, turning it to the new Saturday.
Well said. And if any of these players want to, stick around and maybe join us for an episode of Why Not in Shyway on Friday, I wouldn't complain about that either, Tony. I think we got a lot of good talent maybe to pick from here, and I know you're already busy. You're in the DMs. Get us some more interviews. The Mickwin one last week was pretty damn awesome, by the way, so hopefully we see a lot more of that. But
I got a good one set up for this Friday.
We do.
I'm not going to let them know,
We do now.
But guys, you are not going to want to miss this Friday. I pulled some strings. We got a good interview this Friday. I'm sorry. Go on. I'm sorry.
No, you're killing it, Tony. Love to see it. Can't wait for that. In the meantime, we'll focus on what's right in front of us. Of course, C9, G1, top caliber teams in ESA today. Couldn't have asked for a better lineup. CTF, Aquarius, Slayer, Catalyst, Strongholds, Streets for this one. I wonder how this one will go, though, right? I don't know if the map game types have too much of an impact on it, but I think CTF, Aquarius is probably the perfect kind of playing ground to see how these boys are playing, right? The bread and butter of Halo Infinite right here.
Yeah, notoriously, Capture the Flag Aquarius was definitely one of Cloud9's best game types, but you could say the same thing for G1. The level of coordination that they've been able to bring on this map is so refreshing, and I'm excited to watch this be our game number 1. Slayer Catalyst, I'm still trying to learn the meta myself and still trying to figure things out, so I'm down for it, but I hope we see a game number 3, because Stronghold Streets, that's where it's really going to go down.
The crazy thing about Slayer Catalyst is where their series ended in the NA Super, and it all came down to whether or not someone picked up a repulsor, and I think it was Predevinator picking up repulsor. Penguin unfortunately missed it, and because he didn't have it, Devin was able to use the repulsor to stop the sword in the hallway, and of course, sword was in play in that version of Catalyst Slayer as well. So this is going to be a little bit different. Can't wait to see how that plays out. Of course, Game 2 is inevitable. I wonder if we'll make it the full distance. Wouldn't be surprised if we did, Tony, but I think a good impression of how things will go all depends on CTF Aqua.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch Cloud9 go. Yeah. Again, we talk about it time and time again. Back-to-back LAN champions. Bound, one of the most exciting players to watch. I know he's one of your favorites. You made tons of breakdowns of his work back in Halo 5 and in Halo Infinite. He seemed to master the mechanics as well. Cloud9 going up against G1. The winner of this makes it to the grand finals. Who's it going to be?
On board with Boo Boo Doo. Couldn't have found a better POV to kick this one off. And he's already got a heat wave to work with as well. Looks like Eco does have a kill in the feed. Penguin drops on the other side, so 3v3. But we're going to look to get aggressive to open things up here. He's already lost Squall A. But despite that, he'll keep moving forward. Can he get away with a fight back here, though?
Boo Boo Doo able to put in work with the heat wave. Meanwhile, Bound is trying to bring this flag in, camouflage and all. Only one more player to deal with, and that's the Boo Boo Doo himself. Boo Boo Doo pulls off a beautiful double kill, trades out his life against his former teammate in Bound, and that flag finally finds its way home. Cloud9 up 1-0.
Quick little opening at a C9. What you expect to see out of a well-coordinated team. Can they keep up that energy, though? G9 still looking to get in the base. Eco spots one. Tries a stick. That stick definitely does not land, but the shots will instead. Penguin with the kill. Still another player back on the bridge, and Eco with his positioning should, hopefully take him out. Looks like G1 getting very aggressive off this little rotation.
And watch out for the battle between Boo Boo Doo and Bound, former members of FaZe. These two are going to leave it all on the line. In fact, Boo Boo Doo 5-2 at the moment. Pre-dev trying to find the backside of the opposition. 2 members in front of him, able to pull off 1.5 the members of Cloud9 on the black screen. 1 more to deal with, and Boo Boo Doo able to find himself the assist, but 3 down go G1. Cloud9 trying to clear out their base.
clear out their base. They will, at least until they get rid of Squall A. And his positioning actually so... Oh, he dies immediately, though. Nice shots at a Penguin. At the very same moment, though, G1 do have top map control. You can see Bound already getting suppressed for it. Penguin gets a kill in the feed. The Bound and team going to move up. Camo was up on the map. Still hasn't been collected. Bound in position for exactly that.
Well, these teams want access to the camouflage, but it's not going to be easy. Cloud9 end up going 3 down, but Boo Boo Doo coming in with the overkill to defend the camouflage literally by himself, taking on all 4 members of Cloud9. And because of that 10-3 start, get yourself an overkill, get yourself an active camouflage. G1 are looking to tie things up.
Couldn't have asked for a hotter start on a Boo Boo, that's for sure. Killing spree as well. Oh, doesn't find the second. There's Bound bouncing back on the scoreboard. 8 kills to his name. I think whether or not Bound pops off is a big part of the reason why C9 will pull away in a game. So hopefully he can find that momentum early on. Devonator in the meantime making his way up through util. Can he take these fights from up above, though? Good to just avoid him for now.
Love this play out of Devonator. Quickly going to rotate out, gets right behind enemy lines. A huge kill onto Bound. And they haven't been able to deal with them just yet. Devonator's going to stay alive and be a nuisance, be a thorn in the side of Cloud9. 2 down for each of the sides here. If G1 can find himself just one more kill, this flag could be pulled. But, of course, they hunt him down. Cloud9 so good at double backing through their base, making sure things are clear before mounting their own attack.
It's a great way to get back to the map with some confidence as well. Devin already has Bound. Boo Boo just spotting that fight, decides to ignore it and go straight through for the flank. They're going to have to look at him. Looks like it's a quick cleanup, though, at a Penguin. That'll get him access to the thrust and give C9 a chance to get aggressive here once again. They still do hold on to the 1-0 lead. Penguin really checking his corners, though, just in case of a flank. And not going to move up if he doesn't need to, especially with the camo about to spawn here. Just that control and that escort for the flag. Best positioning he could be in to close that out.
All 4 members of Cloud9 keeping their eyes on the prize, rotating back along with the flag carrier. Stellar was able to bring it 90% of the way in, and Penguin comes in for the cleanup on that one, and Stellar still putting in work onto the P side of the map. Cloud9 are currently up 2-0 in this game, but G1 once again having a camouflage. Will it convert to a flag cap this time?
Wild to see with all the slays on the board, especially with Boo Boo with 15, that not a flag, as not even just no caps, but I don't even know if they have any pulse yet. Devin getting pretty close there. Doesn't quite find the opportunity. Stellar just backing up C9 in the back of the base. Turns that into a nice little slide straight to the bridge. You got to love the efficiency in movement there to replace his teammates. Keep the numbers advantage. Give C9 a chance to attack again.
Stellar using that movement to throw off the timing of G1. He's thriving in the kills department because of it, but going airborne, does Dev almost able to find the backside of Stellar, but Stellar always ready, and so is Penguin. The flag all the way towards the mid-map. Cloud9 trying to put their third in. There is one member of G1 that was able to extend and get that flag off, but he's quickly dealt with, and Cloud9 just moments away from pulling the return and maybe another pull.
Penguin collects the flag while it's out front. Return still not quite there just yet. Can G1 get on top of it? Going to try their hand. Boo Boo with a kill. Penguin now weak. Shots out bottom mid. It's Boo Boo with a double. Stellar, can he find the clutch? Save on the flag. He will. That flag's still out front, though. Swish might be the one to get in position to stop it, but he's alone for this.
Nate starting to fly here. Swish has to stay alive. Not able to do it. Cloud9 dealing with 2 of G1. This flag does make it over towards the base. The return comes in, and Cloud9 are just moments away from pushing this in, but here comes Gamers First. Finding a critical kill, pulling that flag out once again. Gamers First are not giving up on this flag cap.
Definitely not done yet. Still Stellar on top of the flag, looking to cover this. Aggressive play coming in from G1. One last-ditch effort to get to the flag. They do get a touch and a clutch kill. Swish, Squall A, they're coming out with slays on Cloud9, and the last one alive was top mid. So that flag gets returned. A goal line stand, a run at a Swish, and all of a sudden G1 put themselves on the board with this one.
Not only able to get the 3 down, not only able to get the return, but the counter pull is coming in out of Gamers First, all the way towards the home base. Swish has only taken 1 shot since, even able to cap the flag and finds himself a kill right afterwards. Gamers First are starting to heat up. Damn it, they're already on fire.
Took him some time to get there, but now that they have, there's no signs of going back. Boo Boo already with the rotation overextension, while Swish goes pink. He's already in the base. Boo Boo, by the way, 21 kills. This man has been hard slaying for the team. Doesn't quite get that flag to bottom mid, but a good attempt at it nonetheless. Can Squall A stay up, though, for this?
Cloud9 have looked excellent throughout most of this game. Besides allowing Boo Boo Doo to get 21 kills, there's been barely any mistakes on the side of Cloud9, but it's only mounted to a 1-cap lead. And with less than 5 minutes on the clock, there's plenty of time for Gamers First to come in. As Stellar rips himself another one, but Cloud9 still going 3 down, leaving Stellar by himself and allowing an opportunity for G1 to start to push up once again.
You're just seeing so much confidence out of G1 at this point. You got to think what a clutch save on a flag does to both sides' mentality, right? A bit of a choke on the side of C9, but that clutch save out of G1 gives them that second lease on life to get aggressive with. Bound find themselves with no shields. Just barely surviving nades here as G1 takes top mid, already rotating through back base here as well. Bound's back on the map, but they're at a numbers deficit. He needs to fight his way out center.
Bound finds himself a pick. He wave and thrust in the hands, but once again Cloud9 find himself 3/4 down, and Bound trying to do it all, put down damage and stay alive at the same time, is able to get the trade onto Switch, so a valuable life coming out of Bound as G1 3 down. G1 make it for a clean sweep in favor of Cloud9. Only one player on the map, and that's Eco, and a free camouflage for him.
Eco and C9, I was going to say looking to control the chaos, but it finds them. Over on pink, no more camo on the map. G1, no hesitation, just flying off a spawn, getting back in the fray here. Penguin recognizing he's down numbers. Going to try to wait for a challenger here. Squall Predevator coming out with 2. Sending out the resources. Flag now out. Boo Boo looking for spawners here. Got a thrust to work with. Perfect utility to cut off the overextenders.
And that was another clean sweep in favor of Gamers First. They're already working on the overextenders before Cloud9 could even get presence on the map. G1 already practically having that flag home, and just like that, we were tied up at 2 apiece. 3 minutes and 12 seconds worth of regulation. Gamers First are coming back in the game.
C9 might have started out hot, but the second half of the game, Tony, it's been all G1 on the board. As I say, at C9, they're not done yet. They did rotate back base. Flagpole of their own. Looking for a run with this one. Squall out to center map. Finds the trade. Stellar still running flag, though. Still untouched. Doubling back to help the team. And nice timing on this, too. Can isolate a fight. He's got C9 to work with. But what? A milk out of that player. One shot. Still doing damage. He's reloading. Honestly, a play like that shuts things down. Like, Stellar came out with a double, though, so great out of him. But that flag didn't make it. All coming down to one milk play. Was it Boo Boo? Who stayed alive? Swish staying alive down there. The man's, what'd you say, LASIK eye surgery? He's got sunglasses on. How is he surviving getting kills like this? I don't get it.
He can see his opponents. You don't have to deal with no glasses anymore. Let me tell you, playing with glasses
he can feel where they are.
Oh, is that it? Oh,
you can hear them. You can feel their presence. I don't know, man.
Oh, all right. Okay. I ain't mad at that.
Maybe.
Currently 14 and 20, but 15 assists to go along with it. Swish holding down the car side. Meanwhile, his teammate is onto the top mid. Reason for this is camouflage is coming up. Swish now needs to try to get it by himself. Forget that kill. Burn this camo. Don't give Cloud9 any more resources. Swish obviously goes down, but I think that Burt camo is really good for them. Now we're going to find out the overextenders and get on the map fast enough to stop Cloud9 from capping yet another flag.
What a clean run at a Penguin in the meantime. Gets right up on top of that pedestal out front the table. Finds a clean slide off it to run the flag through and cap the third one. 1:30 on the board as well. G1 likely feeling the pressure here. Can they find a round of slays and break through before time is up?
Even going back as far as Halo 5, Penguin was always one of the best objective players, not even just for his team, but in the entire league. And you see him with 3 caps already, 19 kills, 11 assists, as he does end up going down. Switching gears over towards Dev, immediately wants to take height. He's going to end up finding a player right in front of him. Has the information he needs. Commandos in. Drop. Switch weapon into the BR. Gets himself a double kill. And now it's Gamers First at having a bit of map control. Cloud9 scrambling off the spawn.
C9 definitely looking like they're under fire, under pressure. Devin in a great spot to keep that up. Finding shots onto the spawners. Does he go for the flag here? Looks like he will pull it. Drop it out front. All they need is that flag in play to trigger sudden death, but they need slays to keep that flag in play. Boo Boo Doo, he's still up on the map. He might still be able to get to this.
Great job for Cloud9 to sweep out right there.
Yeah. 30 seconds. Oh, my. You got to win those.
3-2 lead in favor of Cloud9 still. G1 had excellent opportunity to pull a flag, but Cloud9 clutch up. And back-to-back 3 downs in favor of Cloud9 with just 12 seconds left. Cloud9 might have done enough to steal game number 1 away.
5 seconds to get to flag. Do you know of any curb slides that'll get you from top mid to... it's actually possible, technically, but it ain't happening here. Cloud9 going to come out confidently with a 3-2 close. At the midpoint in that game, though, we saw G1 bring things back, and things got kind of scary on the side of C9. I think the series could definitely go any direction. Tony, that was a nice close one to start things out.
Definitely a map and game type that favored both of these players here. In that game number 1, Cloud9 ended up coming out on top by just 1 capture. Now going into game number 2, and I have to hark back to what Eli told me. He said Boo Boo Dubu is the best skewer player in the game, and he's going to have to prove it if they're going to beat out the likes of Cloud9. We talked about it. There's no more sword as far as going in play. To our assumption, all of these top pro teams, including G1 and Cloud9, are electing to gentlemen's agree it out.
Right.
So at that point, you got the repulse, you got the grapple, you got the skewer, and most important, that overshield over towards the mid-map.
And what we talked about is without the sword in play, the grapple side of the map becomes such a higher priority, right? A heavier point to control. You got the skewer spawning there, the grapple, but also the plasma nades that spawn up top as well. So a lot to control, take advantage of. Without a sword in play, the skewer and the plasma nade is probably the best close quarters items to use. I guess the spikes as well out center map, but repulsor is all you really got on the other side of the map to go for it. No doubt we'll still see the rotations, but things about to change here, Tony. And even just looking back to their series back in the NA Super, the sword was a massive part of the reason why things turned out the way they did. Without it in play, I'm not sure where this will go.
And this is still a best-of-3 series, so G1 have to answer back right here. And I want them to. I don't have a horse in the race. All I'm saying, though, is I want to see Stronghold Streets in game number 3. I want to see these two teams absolutely emptying the tank in a game 3 Streets matchup, but we have to see Slayer Catalyst first. And like you kind of alluded to before, last time these two teams matched up was on that game 5, and it was on this very map. It was Slayer Catalyst that G1 ended up putting the nail in the coffin, but it took a miraculous repulse play out of Devonator. We're going to see if they can do it again.
Looked like he was thinking about going to sword there for 1 second, but didn't actually pick it up. I think the OS popped off the map, though. C9 with a strong opening start. 4 dead off the rip. Only 1 turned by G1. That gives him easy access to the skewer as well. You can see they picked it up, rotated it out. Bound opposite side of the map, by the way, already on repulsor side. Gonna have to stay up by his lonesome. Likely C9 gonna try to play off of him. And a strategy that I've witnessed with C9 on this map is Bound does like to roam. They play 3-1 quite often on this map. Bound being the one who feels confident on his own. The remainder of C9 working well together to cross with him.
Penguin using that grapple to get out of dodge, staying alive with the skewer, but has to win this battle, able to do so. Going right after Squale, still taking some damage, but Penguin still getting icy here in the clutch. A 7-3 start out of Cloud9. Will G1 respond?
They got some time to do so. Unless Penguin, of course, melts you with the BR. Good opening for him. Swish dead. Still got a Stalker back pocket. Reloaded, ready to go. Clean kill onto Devin as well. Might be thinking twice about that clamber.
2 down for G1. Cloud9 look to take advantage the moment they have those numbers. They start to get aggressive, and a spawning player almost right into the sight line of Penguin as he uses his final grapple to get out of this situation. His next round of slay is going to be so important, Alex. You have that overshield coming up. You have Penguin slaying out here with the skewer. This can be exactly what's needed for Cloud9 to put even more distance on the scoreboard, and for G1 to come back. It's not looking possible right now, though.
Penguin out here, happy feet, by the way, man, just slipping and sliding in the base. Letting us know the power of grapple side of the map with this skewer. And now he's rotating for a flank. Look at this. Make it 1, make it 2. Does he find the 3rd? He doesn't even need to. He'll get out with his life. And that OS in the body of C9. With a lead like this, Tony, G1 need to make up for things quickly.
Penguin distracting the whole enemy team of gamers first, so an easy overshield grab coming out of Cloud9. I believe it's Stellar that has it in hand. And mind you, Cloud9 have a double-digit lead. Bound has 1 kill. Penguin literally is 10-3 at the moment, having half of the team's kills right now. Stellar gonna finally get a kill with this overshield, and with that G1. Things are different right now. Let me tell you, Cloud9 are built different here.
Very different. Oh my God, Stellar. Clean sticky from the grave. And G1 just can't find a moment to breathe off a spawn. They're always going down in trades or full team wipes. And the good part of the reason why was just Penguin's execution early on. That skewer coming up once again. You know Penguin wants a piece of it. We'll see if G1 can get... No, they're not even going to get a chance to fight for it. And that's the power of grapple side once again, right? Grapple spawns here, so does skewer. Why even leave this section of the map at important points like this?
Last time we saw a Penguin with the skewer in hands, he went on a 10-3 run. Has it once again, finds himself one quick. But two of his teammates do end up going down. Immediately retreats to the arms of his teammates that are coming off his spawn. Doesn't want to lose hold of this, doesn't want to lose the skewer, as they already have double the enemy's team score line. Misses the skewer kill, gonna try to rotate in. Squally gets himself a double, make it a triple. Boo Boo Dooble follows up with a kill of his own. G1 finally on the map. Can't say the same for Swish.
G1 get a grips before it's too late. They definitely got a shot in pulling this one back. Of course, only halfway mark achieved by C9. Look at the perimeter, too. Two on each side of the map. Likely C9 will have a counter in mind. They're sending their numbers out through Repulsor. One straight through the bridge, and Squall beautiful shots. Gives him access to OS, and he can snowball this into more.
G1 putting Cloud9 3 down once again. What once was a double-digit lead, now only down by 6 and looking doable. Squall overshield and skewer, but no more with the overshields. Gets himself a perfect. That's going to be a killing spree right before going down. Swish comes in for the cleanup kill, putting his first on the board, and just like that, 5 kills. G1 changing the tides here on Catalyst.
Scoreline not looking so dominant anymore. 3-player push up through grapple, just feeling them out on the side of C9. They know they have a lead to work with, but trying to get a little more, I want to say careful, to be more careful with how they're doing this, Tony. Either way, this is typically what we see at this point in the game, right? Holding hands, just feeling each other out, getting information. First one to get damage, to get a kill, can move up off of it.
From a 10-3 start at a Penguin, 2-3 since then. No assist to go along with it. Pre-Devinator planting a spike right into the head of Penguin, putting his 7th death on the board. Gamers first have not looked back. They knew all they needed to do was slow down Penguin, and they've been able to do so. Too quickly going down. The third one going to fall for Cloud9 once again. That's going to leave Penguin by himself off his spawn. G1 bring us within 3.
They punch through. Very different looking game here at the midpoint. Things can still look good for C9 if they find themselves an advantage here. Maybe up to Penguin, sneaking his way from above. C9 in position to help him with this. Opening fire with Commando. There comes the cross. Team push into base here. G1, they're in trouble. Got to find trades. Got to double out of this fight. 2 of them going to die here. Make it 33-28. Trying to scramble over by Repulsor. Squall with a clutch piv. And we need to see more of that if they want a chance to stabilize.
And scramble is the right word. We definitely saw gamers first start to alleviate some of the pressure that Cloud9 were creating, but now it's Cloud9 that are bouncing back. Penguin snipes one from across the map. Bound going to get himself a huge kill onto Swish, and then Penguin immediately grabbing overshield and not going to throw it off the map. Instead, going to try to get it as close to his teammates as possible. Love the play out of him.
But will he succeed? I don't know where exactly that went. He might have tossed it up to the top platform or something by accident. Either way, it's still near Repulsor side, still getting pelted. Looks like Devin has it somehow. I don't know where it landed. But despite Penguin's attempts, G1, they still got it. G1 going to use this to get aggressive and even the odds.
And maybe Penguin should have threw that overshield off the map because Gamer First are looking to get aggressive with it. Dev on screen. Shot starting to tag out the rest of the opposition, but now he's going to back down, slow things down a little bit. Doubles back to put as much damage as possible. Can't win the piv. Cloud9 simply win-knows. Squall needs to find himself one, but it's not going to happen. Cloud9 increasing their lead going into the 4th quarter.
Big fights won on Repulsor's side. Gives them info on spawns here as well. So Eco just pushing up. Head on a swivel. He's ready for it. Center map player. One shot. Easy cleanup for Eco. Likely has C9 pushing in with him for the collapse here. They're stuck in the hallway. Stellar, look at that line of sight with the skewer. Get too overzealous. Gonna meet a javelin to the face. What do we call this thing? A spike. It's gonna hurt. Oh, there it is. One shot, one kill. Who's next?
He's gonna feel that in the morning. 10 more kills needed by Cloud9 as they line up another one. Not only to take the game, but possibly the series. But here comes G1 surrounding Cloud9, putting down the pressure. The nades start to fall, and just too much for Cloud9 to deal with. G1 winning a few engagements. Now need to put some pressure off of spawn. Squall able to get the kill onto the ratting player. but every kill that Cloud9 gets inches them forward and closer to that 50 kill mark.
Ooh, Devin going for a wild shot cross map. Would have been sick if he hit it, but because he didn't, no longer has the utility to work with for the OS here. Still getting aggressive despite it. Boo Boo with a kill on Stellar. Devin crossing map, but finds 2 on the other side. Boo Boo, he can't pick it up. C9 bounce away, make it 45. Squall does have the OS, but can he make moves with it? We got grappling. What is this, Spider-Man over his head? He can't find anything. He's getting crossed left, right, center.
This man getting put in a cycle. He didn't know where to look. 30 kills out of Squall and Boo Boo Doo, but they needed Squall to find some value out of the overshield, and Cloud9 literally tossing him in a blender. The teamwork too much, melting the overshield, and now Cloud9 looking to melt G1 here in game 2.
G1 simply out of options. Cannot afford to die. They do get one. Can they push up, find a round to slice? If they do, this is anyone's game. Still down by 5. C9 rightfully so. They're going to play carefully. They're going to back off. Not going to give up any mistakes, any easy kills. And Devin, watch for your backside. In this situation, he has a repulse. Enough to get a trade, but trades ain't good enough. 48. Going to be 49 in just a second. One more kill to close it. G1, do they give it away now or later? It's looking inevitable. Oh, my. Bound.
Wow.
And look at that. The personality to close that one out. Bound letting them know that today C9 are the better team.
Shooting the body of his former teammate Bound, going right after Boo Boo Doo Boo as Cloud9 2-0ing the very team to knock them out of the North American Super. Cloud9 are going to the grand finals. They're getting their rematch against Swap Don't Drop, and I got to give a shout out to G1.
Yeah,
I think they played well in this tournament. I even think they played really well in that final series. I mean, they only lost by 1 cap in game 1. They were able to come back from a 21-9 deficit in that game 2 Slayer Catalyst and almost coming out with the win. G1 played well. Cloud9 played better.
Right, and a ton of respect to G1 for still finding that comeback despite the deficit. The issue is they were always fighting from the back foot. Penguin popped off so hard on that first life. What was it, 10 kills, multiple skewer kills, did so much damage. It put C9 in a very comfortable position to close out the rest of the game. And sometimes, I think even with no sword in play, there's kind of less options to turn the tides. That's the interesting thing about sword, for the record, is like if you have it, yes, you can snowball with it, but if the other team has it and they're at a deficit, maybe they can use it to bring the game back, keep things close. Either way, Tony, today, C9, they come out on top. We've got another rematch coming up, though, right? Swap Don't Drop has already taken down G1 and C9 in this tournament. I can't wait to see if they can do it again.
Yeah, it's going to be a grand finals matchup, and hey, Cloud9, nope. Nobody on Swap Don't Drop is coming off a LASIK surgery. They can see their monitors pretty clear. Those sunglasses in this one. True. So Swap Don't Drop already winning early in the winner's bracket, but like you said, can they do it back-to-back times against Cloud9? Because let me tell you, the only thing more dangerous than the Cloud9 in the winner's bracket is one fighting for their tournament lives.
Yeah, and I mean, with the way the series is laid out, ESA is best of 3 the whole way through the tournament. So it will be a bracket reset if C9 do win this, but a best of 3 can go by very quickly, right? 2 games and it's done. If Swap Don't Drop do not have that A game, that energy early on, things could fall apart immediately, Tony. But based off of what we've seen with them, I don't think that'll happen anytime soon. Swap Don't Drop have been built different today. Hopefully they still got that energy. Of course, our series layout in front of us, we got Recharge, Stronghold, Slayer, Live Fire, and CTF Bazaar if we get there.
Cloud9 need to swap the results of this winner's bracket finals matchup. Otherwise, they'll be dropping down in second place in this tournament.
Just waiting for you to
I'm trying. I'm trying.
Good. That was good enough. I mean, it's better than me trying to do what Soar Don't 4 and Fly Don't Cry. And you can come up with another rhyme. Maybe I'll find it in the middle of the series. I'll find it at some point. Either way, Stronghold's Recharge to start the series should be interesting, Tony. Once again, no sword in play for this. No drop combo, no mangler. And that might change the dynamic here. Well, definitely change it.
Well, luckily, I mean, you still have the shock rifle, still have the grapple, repulse. I mean, obviously that camouflage, which is so deadly, especially when you're trying to mount, a capture or even going for that triple cap. So still plenty to use on Recharge, and going to be excited to watch these two go at it. Cloud9, notorious for being a very fast team, always able to up the tempo. But like we saw in the winners bracket, Swap Don't Drop. they play just as fast as Cloud9 on their best day. They are so willing to fly at their opponents, and they use that communication to pick off every single one shot. You do not get away from swap, don't drop.
It's the speed of play, but their shot was just immaculate for whatever reason. I mean, not that they're not already very talented, but they were straight up not missing. It all looked like they were just playing their best game, right? Like final form accomplished. By the end of the King of the Hill Streets game against C9, everybody was over 20 kills on the board, just completely outslaying. Full wiping C9, honestly, it looked like obliteration, right? C9 would spawn, they would die all four together at the same time on the map, spawn together, find themselves in a pinch. So just a rough blender to be in, and not characteristic of a team as high caliber as C9. So we'll see if they can recreate it. Of course, with the sword not in the map, then you only expect to see that pace of play continue to increase. There's no hesitation, kind of, working around some of these corners. Don't have to expect the sword, kind of in play waiting for you.
And just to remind you, people at home that are coming in a little bit later into the tournament, maybe you didn't get to see the miraculous winners bracket run that we saw from Swap Don't Drop, made up of Spartan, Manny out of E United, formerly of KCP, Carmea, and Mortally. These guys are the real deal. They've been, I'm not even joking. They got back-to-back wins against Cloud9 and G1. We're starting to see a little bit of replays here of how Cloud9 were able to get back into this tournament, get back into the grand finals. But you may not know the three as well as Spartan or as well as some of the other names in the tournament, but let me tell you, this team is not lacking any skill and definitely executed well in both the winners bracket semifinals and the winners finals.
If you don't know them, by the end of the tournament, you might remember them, right? I think that they've been definitely making a name for themselves and have been doing so for a long time. But Penguin needs no introduction, right? This man has been cracked for years. And here was a nice flank that he made. This was a big part of the reason why G1 struggled so much in this game. It was just the early plays out of Penguin and C9. And Stellar there with a nice one, too. So much confidence off the rip.
And that's one of the things that make Cloud9 so dangerous. When you have Penguin playing like that, Penguin is the dirty work player. He is, if there is an objective player on the squad, it's definitely Penguin, one of the best objective players that we have in the league. But when you have him starting off with an 11-3 score line, Cloud9 are going crazy. Because you already know Stellar's flying at you. You already know Bound is putting in that pressure. And as I kind of spoke about time and time again, Eco, very well known for making those big brain plays. Even Frosty said he's one of the highest IQ players that we have in the league, if not the smartest. He's also a slayer as well.
Yeah.
When Penguin's out there slaying out, Cloud9 are legitimately the most dangerous team that we have in the league. Back-to-back LAN champions.
Well-deserved champions as well, Tony. But here are some more replays. By the way, like you said, not everybody knows Swap Don't Drop, or at least all the players, on the team. Or they might not know, but they popped off, and this is the series where they did exactly that. You can see some of the slays on the board here just to kind of close this one out. C9, I think they won. Yeah, they did win the first game. Everything changed game 2 and game 3.
I was very impressed by Mortally of Swap Don't Drop.
Yeah.
I was able to get into an 8s lobby. It was me and Mortally and a couple of great players going up against Spartan and a couple amazing players over in the Sauna 8. And Mortally was not only going toe-to-toe with Spartan as far as the slays department, but he was the clear IGL. And he had such a great knowledge of the game, and to be able to man the troops and kind of and push the pawns, push the pieces on the chessboard while also dropping slays and even sometimes getting more kills than Spartan on the other side. Yeah. I really gained a newfound respect for what Mortally brings. He's so good, so smart, and I was really excited to see that. Now I will say, it gets a little tilty from what I've noticed. I'm just saying, so you got to make sure that it keeps things positive, because the positive vibes really do matter. And the comms, I can promise you that. And then, we talk about Manny being a swing player, an X factor, the ultimate X factor on any team that he's on. That includes KCP or E United. And Carmea, young, hungry, and very capable on this Swap Don't Drop team. There's a reason why they're here in the grand finals in the winners bracket. There's a reason why they have a competitive advantage of only having to win one series. Meanwhile, the likes of Cloud9 have to win 2. It's because they matched up against them in the winners finals, and they're damn good.
At this point, I'm just thinking, show me the money, Tony. I want to see the matchup. Of course, we jump in if we could. The lobby's still getting ready. You got money to show me if you want to show me?
I got no money, bro.
Oh,
bro. I got a job,
Man's going to
bro.
pull the stacks out on the stream. Dude, you've been streaming every day. You've been killing it. I thought, maybe viewers got to support the man, yeah. We'll be jumping in as soon as we can. The lobby's getting formed. Sometimes, we start it, have to reset it real quick. The moment it's ready, we'll find out. Either way, grand finals for the tournament. It's been an incredible tournament, Tony. We've been blessed, I think, with these teams. We don't always see such top caliber, teams in ESA. And if this keeps up, then what a spot to get reps in before Orlando, get a little bit of money at the same time. Like, here's hoping. I know Optic run their scrims at a similar, I think it's like maybe 6 p.m. or so every day, right? So, if you want to maybe postpone scrims a little bit, play here instead, take some money, I wouldn't complain. I'm sure the viewers would love it too.
I hate to put you on the spot a little bit here, but I just want to pick your brain. We have Cloud9 here in the tournament. Obviously they lost in the winners final because Swap Don't Drop, but got a huge win against G1. Again, finished second place during the online North American Super. As recently as 4 days ago, 9-3'd in scrims by Sentinels. Going at it.
Cloud9. Sorry, go
yes,
ahead.
Cloud9 were 9-3'd by Sentinels.
Oh, okay.
As recently as 4 days ago. Where do you see Cloud9 finishing around Orlando, or I should say, what are your expectations for them going into Orlando? Because it seems like such an up and down team.
Yeah,
of course.
They're less consistent now than they were, I think, early on in Halo Infinite. But I think you don't know till land, Tony. It's hard to count them out till you see land. Like, these boys are champions, 100%. I'm sure they'll find their footing. They'll find a way to maintain their status. I don't know if they're, I'd say they're still in top 3. I just don't know if they can win at this point. I think that they, land will let us know. But as far as scrim stats, as far as online tournaments go, things do look inconsistent. But maybe today will be different, right? They can bounce their way back through the lower bracket. Finally, grand finals in front of us. Do Swap Don't Drop clutch up here and win themselves a tournament, or does C9 show us that they are built diffy?
Well, C9 already working on a triple cap here, and with all the slays that they were managed to get, I can only imagine they have some resources. Shock rifle, camouflage, mortally with the nade to shut him down immediately. Eco now going to try to rotate onto the Whirlpool side, but Swap Don't Drop doing well. We're going toe-to-toe with Cloud9.
Early fights, of course, determine the momentum for the game here, and so far Swap Don't Drop with the map in their control. Still got to make a bit of a comeback here, and Carmeo with the perfect weapon to do it. Does he find a head early on? Those spots went out. Trippy box, clean execution. There goes Eco. Good way to thin out the numbers, give his teammates space to control AB.
Cloud9 immediately coming off a spawn and working over toward the Charlie side. Now they're going to have to try to break away onto either the B or A side, and it's going to be very tough to do when Carmea having angles on the entire map with the shock rifle. Connects onto the body shot onto one, but can't quite get the headshot, and with that, it looks like Cloud9 push him right out of the A side, stealing away a double cap and some power weapons.
We've been talking up Mortally quite a bit this tournament, Tony, for good reason. The man's been making plays no matter where he seems to be on the map here. Just calling out one top A. Looks like nobody's there just now. Does he clutch up in this fight, though? Might need to get out of this one. Not quite going to find it. Where's the camo, though? More importantly, bottom mid here. C9, though, they're doing a good job of just cleaning up all loose ends, making sure that camo gets no links on the map.
All 4 members of Swap Don't Drop end up going down, and with that Cloud9, without any timing loss whatsoever, get themselves into a triple cap down by a little. But with Cloud9 heating up, Swap Don't Drop are in trouble. 2 quickly go down. The third one going to fall as well. A beautiful, perfect, almost able to get the triple does Eco, but clearly the damage has been done. Teammates able to clean up those kills. Swap Don't Drop now spawning from the C over toward the A side and being put on rotation here by Cloud9.
The worry with a team like Swap Don't Drop is, that we witnessed them on an incredible momentum train, beating G1, having that honeymoon kind of period of chemistry. If they get cold for a second and C9 beats G1, now they have momentum. Do Swap Don't Drop remain consistent is kind of the big question here. And so far, things looking a little tricky for them early on. But Sparty's still up, still has A. We'll see what he does.
Over to the control side he goes, but runs into 2, and the teamwork just too much for Cloud9. They find themselves a double kill to Stellar. Another 3 down for Swap Don't Drop. And look how Cloud9 look to speed up, look to push the spawning players out as they push in for a trip cap and pressure the spawners. This is damn near perfect Halo being played by Cloud9. They've stolen the lead moments ago, and now they're stealing away the energy, the momentum as well.
C9 looking a lot more confident in this one, that's for sure, Tony. Spawner's up, already pouring out into B. Has a shock in the hand there, but that player is in trouble. It's Karmea. Can he find a kill? He will not. Down he goes. Full map in control. Double time on the score here, and Swap don't drop. Got to get their booties in a hill. And B's going to be the objective, but that's just not enough. If they die here, they're in trouble. They'll take that for now. Camo up, though. You can see Swap don't drop in a good spot to maybe contest it. Penguin going to stay alive.
Their booties don't jiggle. They're folding right now as Swap don't drop as Cloud9 taking control. As I say that, they are able to steal away a double cap. BC hold coming out of Swap don't drop. But can they keep their numbers in order to keep the defenses up? Karmea getting right behind enemy lines. Love this flank in, but it's going to run into two different players. Shots onto one, shots onto the second. Can't find the kill, but excellent damage out of Karmea as he resets and pulls back toward the alpha side.
He'll come out with the cap, but at the same time, C9 doing a great job of just out-rotating, keeping C and B in lock. Karmea, does he move up with Morley? Looks like he's focusing center map. Morley going to try to secure C. Going to find himself a fight out center, but a tough place to take a fight, right? You want that to be quick and clean, and if it's not, you're going to get crossed.
Swap don't drop, find himself 3 down, but somehow still able to steal away Charlie. Only a matter of time before Penguin and Cloud9 take advantage. Sparty going to try to come into the fight after Eco steals away 1. Somehow Manny able to trade out his life there. Sparty clearing out the C side before committing here. A 136 to 86 lead in favor of Cloud9. Can Swap don't drop bounce back?
Depends on whether or not they pick up a couple critical kills here to regain the map. Sparty might be the one to do it, though. He's finding himself at odds, right? 2v1s. No matter where he goes, C9 working off each other a lot better, at least in this game, than they seemed to be in the previous series. As I say it, 2 of them rotating through long haul. You got a third that's stellar, or sorry, someone at least over on B side with the cross. Penguin right now in position. Trippy box. Spawners up to try to get C and stop the bleeding, but they don't have good timing for this. And a peek shot at a Penguin going to completely delete him.
Cloud9 shaking off the rust here in this tournament. Penguin overshooting that grapple. Has to use the second one to get back on the map. And Karmea able to get the kill. Able to get the shock rifle as well. And now we're seeing Swap don't drop. Try to secure C. One tries to slide in. Not going to happen. That's going to be stellar. A second one in the sight lines of Karmea. There's one more he has to deal with. I believe that almost like that player has camouflage. He does.
He does. It's Bound sneaking into C. Last second. For a moment there, I thought Swap don't drop. Had the map back. Instead, Bound here to ruin their day. We'll take Manny as well. Back up to top control. And, well, he's camoed. He's got a great opportunity to keep the play going.
Camouflage and shock rifle combination coming out of Bound. Just barely missing onto the first. Gets damage onto the second, but that player over toward the heaven. Trying to seek him out. Bound getting very creative, buying enough time for Penguin to cover his back. Bound looks at Penguin, gives him a nod of approval before working his way onto the alpha side, and a trip cap coming in for Cloud9.
Just barely living here, Bound. Oh, not going to find the headshot either. What a quick little snap at a Karmea. He slides in the door, cleans up the kill. That'll give him back A. They got C as well. Manny's sitting in B, and for once, we actually see trip cap potential here for Swap, unless I spoke too soon. Look at this play out of C9. Quick little save by Penguin.
But it's only onto the Bravo side. They have to work on Charlie at the same time here. Karmea trying to stay alive onto gold here with the shock rifle. Multiple members of Swap don't drop are going to try to defend the C. Karmea burning ammo. Looking to burn some faces here. A 202 to 113 lead in favor of Cloud9. And finally, a Cloud9 member ends up finding himself over towards Bravo. That's going to be Eco. Gets himself a kill. Gets himself a steal. And once again, a double cap in favor of Cloud9.
C9's so quick to find targets. Just hit shots there, right? Eco, like, completely compromised. Jumping out center. Still snaps on the repulsor side of the map. Finds himself, I think, a trade in that fight there. Penguin coming out with shock here. Does he find a kill? Nice little nade instead. Cleans. Oh, doesn't clean up Morley. Morley going to live. That's a shock for him. Look at the map. The timer, though. Sorry, 22 and counting. And C9 looking to close this one out strong unless Morley can change this last second.
Swap don't drop her over 100 points behind at the moment. They really have to make something happen, and I'm wondering if they're going to be able to do so. Eco just running through Morley right there. Sparty also finding the death screen as well. 240 points in counting for Cloud9 and Swap Don't Drop have to dive into a hill. They end up going 3 down, so Bravo being taken for a bit, Charlie being taken, Cloud9 instead going to take the lives of them, and Swap Don't Drop end up dropping 0-1 here in the series.
That's a rough go for Swap Don't Drop, Tony. They looked so confident, winner side, before we got to Grenz, of course, but at this point, when you see C9 come out like that in game 1, you start to wonder, is that just going to extend into, 2, 3, 4 games? Will Swap Don't Drop ever find their footing again? Do they have the energy to kind of regain themselves? Or is this where things start to crumble? That was definitely, kind of lopsided. It could have been worse. Like, they definitely hung out as far as Slays goes. It wasn't, super overwhelming on the Slays category, but the scoreline was double. What was it? Twice their score at the very least.
And I think for Swap Don't Drop, if I'm on the side of them, I'm thinking, obviously we lost game number 1 to Cloud9, but they're also a phenomenal Strongholds team. The problem is they're an amazing Slayer team as well, and they love live fire. They play it so well, so it's going to be tough. Swap Don't Drop need to find that same aggression that we saw them over towards the winners finals, because in that recharge they were getting put on a cycle from the C spawn to the A spawn all the way to the B spawn. Cloud9 just continue to identify their spawns, continue to slay them out, and cycle them from one point to another. That cannot happen again here in game number 2. They have to find new life, and they have to be the ones to punish Cloud9 for going 2 or 3 down.
And here's hoping that comes together in an opening strat. I think, player like Spartan, Mortally, we've seen the work they can do. Really anyone on the team, the work they can do with that sniper in their hands. If they can come out with that little opening, some momentum to work with, maybe they can reset things and regain that confidence in time before things slip out of control. If they lose this series on this game, Tony, I'm not sure if they'll be able to bounce back in the next one. C9 right now, you can tell they're just revving up, right? They're feeling themselves. They're coming off of a hot win with G1. Bringing that right into the next series. Of course, here it is, live fire game 2. If C9 take this, they reset the bracket. Mortally very quick to grab that snipe, though. Last thing he wants is someone else to pick it up.
The one thing we noticed about Swap Don't Drop and throughout the winners bracket is we talked about their communication definitely being on point, their ability to make sure that no one-shots were able to get away. We have to see that again here on live fire. A 3-2 start out of Swap Don't Drop. That overshield is going to get stolen away. Manny finds himself a backsmack, and Swap Don't Drop find himself an overshield.
Early opening at a Swap Don't Drop. Things looking good so far. Can they maintain it? Carmea's got everything, by the way. Maybe a little too much to work with. A lot of responsibility. He'll definitely get aggressive with it, though. Heatwave first as he finds a target. Mortally with a stick on the feet already. Good opportunity for a flank and a pinch here. Assuming he gets the timing he needs a kill. That should do it. Still got the weapons. Still has a chance. Regroups with the team off spawn as well.
Would love to see Carmea trade out either this Heatwave or Sniper Rifle over towards a teammate. A Sniper, you might want to take some longer angles. Meanwhile, the Heatwave definitely thrives in the close range. But when you're Carmea, you're going to peel faces regardless. The first one ends up going down. The nades flying in. And love this play by Carmea. Heads up. Throwing the Heatwave and the Sniper off the map. Cloud9 definitely aren't getting their hands on those.
And like you said, that's the worry. Like, the moment you're in trouble, you're just going to have to take him off the map, make sure nobody else gets him. But that Heatwave, if it's in the hands of somebody else, then maybe Swap Don't Drop could put it to good use. Either way, Cloud9 looking to bounce back off that kill. 8-10 on the board here. Eco in a good spot to get a flank. But Sparty already picks up his. Eco likely with the trade. There's one. Carmea in position to find it again as they try to stabilize the lead they have.
Carmea ends up going down. Manny on screen. Gonna try to get life over to the overshield side, but instead gets his taken away. Stellar steals away not only that kill, but also the overshield. A valid attempt by Mortally to go in for the ninja, but Stellar takes him down, and now multiple members of Swap Don't Drop are stuck here toward the A side, and Cloud9 are looking to clear them out.
Swap Don't Drop still holding on to a lead. Still looking okay for them so far as they continue to try and find trades and triples, apparently. If anyone's confident in a position like this, Sparty is. Man's got plenty of experience in down-to-the-wire situations just like this one.
20-14 lead in favor of Swap Don't Drop, and Manny once again having that heat wave. We know how dynamic he can be. We know how much he wants to fly and get into the face of his opponents. The heat wave is the perfect weapon for this young Slayer. Manny gonna find himself 2 right in front onto the bottom mid, finds the one shot, deals with the second afterwards. Manny then gonna retreat back, and his teammates cover his back and right up to top mid. or back down to bottom. Either way, a double-digit lead for Swap. Don't drop. Cloud9 are getting put on spawn.
Unfortunate rotation there at a Manny, though, right? Coming out, doesn't get the top mid jump that he wanted, so he kind of just flies out B. Doesn't know that a split spawner had spawned back green, so just found himself melted immediately. Mortally trying to live as well. He won't. Down he goes by Keydor. C9 might be able to finally pick up the weapons, and the biggest thing that Swap Don't Drop have done to control the game is control the weapons. Now the Stellar's making plays. Everything might change.
And with that cluster luck, Stellar able to steal away the sniper rifle, and like you said, things might just change here as he almost lines up the headshot. 5 more to go. Overshield coming up. Cloud9 need to get their hands on this. They need to stop Swap Don't Drop from rotating through A and getting eyes on the overshield.
Stellar in the perfect position for that. Can't quite hit a shot, though. Final one comes in. That ends up being a trade with Sparty. Is it enough for Penguin to get involved? Ensure that Swap Don't Drop don't get the OS here. Gotta love the rotation. 3 dead. That's the kind of leeway they need. Sparty Penguin not worried about rotating back to OS. He's got Stellar there for it. Perimeter already formed for C9, and with this type of pickup, Tony, this could lead to a snowball.
Only a 5-kill game, but all the resources in favor of Cloud9 at the moment here. Multiple members of Swap going to try to rotate back toward the B side, but they are getting caught. Eco with the commandos trying to cover Bounds back. Bound doesn't need the help as he works right onto Mortally. Sniping, lining up. Can't find the kill. Manny getting a pivotal one at that. Still a 4-kill lead in favor of Swap Don't Drop.
C9 just trying to claw back in this one. Penguin with a double here as well. Every time we see an advance from C9, Swap Don't Drop always have some type of answer, something to just stabilize the lead. They've held on the whole game so far, but here we go, right? A real game doesn't technically start till 30 kills. And it's all about who can clutch up when it matters most. Carmea, nice little rotation, positioning. He's got timing with the team on the push here, too.
22 kills between Sparty and Mortally at the moment. Both of these players really going off. Manny looking to do the same as he immediately takes height. Spartan finds himself a kill onto Stellar, but there's multiple members of Cloud9 onto Sandbags. Manny, not having the resource or the numbers to deal with it, is going to be forced to back down. Both players one shot, but he ends up getting cleaned up. Cloud9 hunting players down, but down by 7 going into the 4th quarter. Cloud9 must be feeling the pressure.
They definitely are. Morley coming out with a double there. Unfortunate death there for Bound as well. You can see now 5 and 12. Man's been having a bit of a rough game. And something I brought up earlier, right? If Bound's popping off, I think C9 is in a very confident position in their win. And if he's not, maybe the opposite. Stellar does go down there, though. 43-35. OS snipe coming up. Tony, the most important point in the game. Whoever controls it likely has the win.
Back-to-back kills going in favor of Cloud9 as 3 down goes Swap Don't Drop, but the final player of the boys in blue was able to steal away the overshield. That's Sparty. Overshield, Heat Wave, Stellar with the sniper rifle. These are the 2 most important players on the map. Stellar gonna try to line one up. Body shot goes in. There's still 2 more to deal with onto the B side. Off a screen, Eco finds himself 1. There's a player coming towards the nest, and Stellar almost peeling his head right off.
Stellar trying to play his life scarce, though. Last thing he needs is to die, and it's Sparty who finds 2. Remember you said the most important players in the map, Sparty? And Eco now dead. That snipe going to go back over to Swap Don't Drop. 2 kills to close this game. C9, despite all the opportunities they had to try to bring it close, Swap Don't Drop. They don't back down. They gave us a series, Tony.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a game number 3. Swap Don't Drop can end it right here, right now. Cloud9 could give us even more phenomenal Halo ahead of us as we could be going to another best-of-3 series. It ends here in game number 3. Capture the flag. Bizarre. Cloud9 coming out through the elimination bracket. Yeah. Swap Don't Drop through the winners, showing why they were there to begin with.
That was the win Swap needed badly, right? If they lose that, they're in a very scary position on that bracket reset. Mental starting to kind of crumble, but with a win like that, confident play at a Spartian team, I mean, they could bounce back and potentially take this thing right here. When we watched ESA last week, Tony, Oxygen beat Cloud9 on Bizarre CTF. It looked like a bit of a weaker map for them. We did, of course, I think, see Bizarre CTF in the winners final series. Might have been the map. And it was 2-1 the whole way through. It was a close shave. So I think C9 did already beat Swap Don't Drop here, but here's the rematch and the one that truly matters. I think anything goes.
When I look at both of these squads, I'm not looking at the stats right now, but to be honest, but I don't think Bizarre CTF is a favorite for either one of these squads. Now, no player on the map is really going to be feeling as comfortable on a capture the flag Bizarre as, say, like, you know, an Aquarius or even a Strongholds on like a Live Fire or something of that sort. I think this is going to be uncomfortable territory for both of these squads. But at the end of the day, it's up to Cloud9 to clutch things out, send this into another best-of-3 series. In the same way that Swap Don't Drop, the last thing you want to do is give Cloud9 any kind of momentum, any kind of breathing room whatsoever. I think they're feeling like they want to end this right here, right now. Otherwise, Cloud9 might be in the driver's seat.
They definitely want to close this out here. Last thing you need is C9 to get some momentum, some leeway with a bracket reset. So it can all happen here. Bizarre CTF, like I said, we witnessed it already winter side. It was very close, but anything could have happened. I think just a couple, you know, little trades go their favor. They get the opening for the Rockets, the OS, so much to work with in the center map, right? Grapple, shotgun as well. One good time push. Next thing you know, you got a round of slays and an opportunity to work with. Any predictions, Tony?
If you're gonna ask between these two teams, I gotta go Cloud9. I mean, this is a team 3/4 to this roster have been together since the beginning, since before the beginning, even back in Halo 5. You know, that coordination, that communication, that level of execution should be going in favor of Cloud9. So if you're gonna force me to put money on it, I'm definitely going Cloud9 in this matchup. But watch out for Swap Don't Drop.
Definitely got to watch out. Quite a battle there, bottom market, but finally Bound is the one who comes out with Shoddy and OS. That's the combo you look to work with. Dodges the combo, actually, in the meantime. Their last thing he needs to get hit by is the green gun. Sparty now down for the count. Numbers advantage here as C9 look to pull the first flag early on. Last time we saw this series, it was Swap Don't Drop with a similar type of opening. With C9 and this confidence, Swap Don't Drop are going to have to find a way to regain quickly.
Within 1 minute of gameplay, we already seen that flag make it all the way towards the double door. Swap Don't Drop, find himself 3 down. I said this wasn't a favorite game type for Cloud9, but they're looking mighty good in the early game. 1-0 lead out of C9.
And no letting up on the pressure as well, right? Nobody in position for counter. Stellar already in their base looking for maybe an opportunity for a second flag. Bound finds one in the feed. Stellar, 1v1, thrust, forward, finish on the Carmea. Use that positioning just to stay alive for now. Looks like that nade reset his shields. Either way, he's got a good vantage point.
Overshield coming up very soon here. Stellar wants to put some pressure onto Swap Don't Drop. Doesn't want to give them free access toward the palm tree side or the BR side. And we're going to see if that pays off as Penguin finds himself a long-range kill. Bound going to find the second one. Overshield just moments away from coming up, and only 2 players in position to stop Cloud9 from stealing away this OS. Eco doing a great job of putting his body on the line, and looks like C9 might have gotten away with the resources.
Massive kill for Penguin. Penguin looking for more here, too. Turns it into 3. That's a triple. Wow. And a killing spree. Thinning out the numbers as Swap Don't Drop. They're forced to play defensive once again. And that's exactly what Bound wants to hear. Just attack.
Cloud9 ended up going 3 down, and Penguin still gets a triple kill with that overshield. It shows you how powerful it can be as Bound gets himself a huge kill onto Spartan. Not done yet. Looking for more. Another player over toward the palm tree side. And you notice there was a Swap Don't Drop player that spawned up over towards lockers and now is extending toward the BR. Bound having no exit routes to work with. Has to find himself a kill, but it's not going to happen.
Despite that, pressure definitely felt on the side of Swap Don't Drop. Sparty turns the tides, though, at the perfect moment. 2 kills. Rockets coming up. Mortally stays up, picks these up. And things could look very different despite the rough opening that they've had. Just needs to make sure he stays alive with this. Sparty now dead. Trades come through. Numbers advantage C9. Mortally, worst case scenario, might need to shoot these out. Because now he's dead, and he's giving it to C9.
Swap Don't Drop were able to put Cloud9 forward down. They stole away Rockets, but Cloud9 do the same to them, and now it's Rockets that find the hand to Eco 2 to work with. Immediately going to try to take height onto the BR side. 1 ends up quickly going down. The second one going to fall. Third will fall as once again Swap Don't Drop, losing numbers, and Cloud9 looking to put their second flag cap on the board.
What a perfect little opportunity. Running back with flag. I don't think they killed their 4th player. You can see somebody already in the opposite side treehouse, I believe. So the overextension coming in. Nico just checking his corners, making sure. Last thing they need is a cutoff unexpectedly. There's Carmea down for the count. Flag still out center map. OS coming up here. C9 going to opt to play this slow. Play for OS. Make sure the flag stays in play.
And Penguin steals away that overshield and doubles right back over towards the flag immediately. There are 2 members of Swap Don't Drop in the base of Cloud9, so they take things a bit slowly. The shots start to go in. Penguin's going to up the tempo. Nobody's stopping Penguin from running this flag in. It looks like Swap Don't Drop elected to punt that flag instead. Going to keep their map control and try to eat away at the overshield of Penguin. They have to counter here. There's no way. I mean, it's so hard to cap flags here on Bazaar. You can't waste any minute, any second here on this map.
Got to see more plays like that on a Manny. Honestly, 2 in a row there. Out from Treehouse. Morley tries to pick up off of it. Doesn't find his kill. Been a little bit more difficult for the boys on Swap Don't Drop to find their footing in this one. C9 coming out with relentless pressure. Led by Bound and Penguin as well. 13 kills apiece. Finally finding their footing in this. And if this keeps up, Tony, you start to worry about where this series goes.
Eco trying to defend the Rocket side of the map. Has one to deal with. Doubles right back. That player riding through the vents and mortally finds himself a kill with the spike grenade. Bound chasing down one all the way toward the shotgun side. Able to get one. And now working for the second. Beautifully played by Cloud9. And 2 down for Swap Don't Drop. A flag gets pulled, but Sparty able to stop it short.
I think we had locker spawners there thanks to the positioning of C9. So little cutoff on the flag rotation. Doesn't make it through Treehouse. Bound here looking to pick up the pieces. Gonna find himself in pieces thanks to a nade. That'll put the shotgun down. Eco not got a lot of help to make this push. Tries to slip out. Finds his death instead. So got a little round of defense there at a Swap Don't Drop. But we need to see the opposite if they want a chance at the flag.
Switching gears over towards Mortally. Another power weapon coming up. This time it's going to be the rocket launcher. Morley has to try to stay alive, taking shots left and right. And now, normally a power position here in the palm tree side, but looking uncomfortable to Swap Don't Drop, but somehow able to find the slays. Cloud9 ended up going 3 down. Morley going to steal himself an overshield. The rockets to go along with it. So Swap Don't Drop look to make a play. Penguin tries to go in for the thrust ninja. But now it's Swap Don't Drop that have him 3 down and going to pull a flag of their own.
Would have been backbreaking if he actually pulled that off. It would have completely stopped their setup. Because he died the way he did, though, does that make things rough? They might, they're going to spawn in position to overextend. You can see that already happening. One last effort to get some defense on the flag here. Cut things off. Morley, as he makes his way back, though, he's got OS to work with. Extra shield's going to make it very tough to stop this one from going in. So Swap Don't Drop took a little bit of time, but looking like they're about to plant in their first flag.
Return coming in. So are the nades. Mortally just moments away from punching it in, and he's able to do so. 2 down goes Swap Don't Drop. Right off a rip. So now they have to watch out for Cloud9 to try to mount their own offense, but they ain't watching out for nothing. In fact, they're the ones getting aggressive. But 3 down goes Swap. Cloud9 need to capitalize on this.
Bound just staying alive bottom mid. 20 kills for this man. He's finally found something here. Stellar Eco getting their pivs. That's going to allow them to push up once again. A little rinse and repeat on the aggression. Doesn't quite work out there, though. Eco drops as well. Nice clutch fights at a Swap Don't Drop. Not about to let C9 break away with an advantage.
2 down go Cloud9. Still going to try to stay alive over towards the opposition palm trees. Goes into a bit of individual. Can't find the melee as Manny finds himself a big kill. And now Mortally grappling to the skies and right to the BR of the opposition. Going right at Eco. Cloud9 and going 3 down. Bound is the first to spawn up. And there's a second player that spawns up towards the thrust side. So that works really well in favor of Cloud9. But can they get eyes on Overshield? You know, Sparty's already working on it.
Carmea's already working on kills here apparently too. He's got a double. Staying alive in alley. That numbers advantage going to make it easy for Spartan to come out with OS. What can he get with it? Is that Penguin again trying the same tactic? No thrust that time. Not going to work out. That's a double for Sparty as well. Flag now being pulled. Overextensions not in yet. Player spawning up alley trying to get a cutoff on this one before it gets too far.
3 down go Cloud9. Swap Don't Drop. Look to make plays here. On board now with Manny throwing a couple grenades to the sky. Grapple did come up, so he might be able to up the tempo with it. But Cloud9 clear out their base in style. Manny going to try to go in, able to take down one, but not the second. And with that, a full reset for both of the teams.
Despite the 1 flag deficit, Tony, if you take a look at that scoreboard, I mean, things are pretty damn close, right? Even in the assist category, Swap Don't Drop actually leading this. Probably leading overall in slays, too. Pretty even work at a Swap. Finding kills when they need to. A lot of defensive kills. The moment that they've opened up, though, they came away with a flag. They got 3 minutes to find another. If they keep working together, they got the chance to do it, unless C9 comes out with rockets and one good aggressive attempt here.
Swap don't drop. They were trying to prioritize the BR side. They wanted to get hold of the boomsticks, but sadly it's Cloud9 that get away. Stellar gonna watch the spawning players. Double backs coming in. Stellar looking to get some excellent shots onto one, and now those two are now trapped between two different players. The pinch coming in. One ends up going down. The double kill is in. Swap don't drop or staggering off a spawn. Cloud9 are already trying to advance this flag towards the mid-map.
Cleanup like that going to make things extra difficult for Swap. Especially with Bound here being a nuisance in the locker. Mortally, though, he clutches up in the fight. Despite the shotgun, Bound probably thought he had it. Hesitated for a second, and Mortally took full advantage. That flag might be dead now because of that play. Wow.
19 kills, 12 assists out of Mortally. Really finding his own here on Bizarre, but still down by one cap. Shots starting to tag up across the map, able to find the perfect kill onto Eco as well. Mortally standing out here for this team, playing so well. Karamea running out of ammo before taking down that one, and now because of that, Mortally has to slow down. Actually, never mind. Cloud9 or 3 down. Don't slow down. Pedal to the metal.
Clutch pivot of Mortally. Look at what this led to. Little snowball effect. Flag return. Slay's coming in. Mortally looking to find the kill here in base. He's being milked just a little bit. What a fight behind the pillar. Bound finally finding his revenge on that one. And it looks like despite the efforts to swap, they don't quite get the pull. They're starting to run out of time here too, Tony. 1 minute 20 on the board.
Karamea trying to gain some control over toward the mid-map. Beautiful shots onto Stellar. Now the nades start to fall. This rocket side control trying to be gained by Cloud9, but Swap don't drop. Aren't giving up any inch on the map. Penguin ends up going down as well with less than a minute on the clock. And with 3 down going Cloud9, Swap don't drop. They need this opportunity, and they're creating it. All 4 members getting wiped out of Cloud9. Swap don't drop. Are going to advance this flag forward, but a God spawn out of Penguin. Oh, no. He's able to slow them down just a bit.
Spartian team clutched up massively to get the flag as far as they did, but like you said, Penguin comes in, stops the flag in its tracks. That little stagger might be enough to make it obsolete. Karamea either way off spawn. He's sliding in bottom mid. What a pivot as Stellar. He wins the fight. Spartian now weak, forced to back down. I don't think he can get to it. One shot, needs team help to do this. Can't get the touch. Return last second, 20 seconds on. Somehow Sparty's alive. My God, what a kill. But 20 seconds on the board to get to it. Tony's looking out of the cards. Unless this is the grapple from... Yeah, I don't know what you do. Desperation sets.
Both of these teams leaving it all on the line right now, but Swap don't drop, going 3 down once again. Karamea, the final line of defense, is going to hit the black screen, and with that, Cloud9 able to take this series 2-1. It's not the win in the tournament, but they have another bracket to go with coming out of the losers bracket. Cloud9, 1 series away from taking this tournament.
Just what a wild exchange to close that, Tony. And it makes you wonder what would have been the best play in that situation for Spartan and team, having won their fights in the base. They try to run flag through Treehouse. They get cut off by an unfortunate spawn, out in locker. Had they ran that through double doors, would that have been a better play? Out through center map, there's less of a chance they're going to get immediately cut off. The flag can go farther before they both die in Treehouse. Could it just be a matter of picking the right lane? Either way, it's just unfortunate it went the way it did, because that could have been a clutch, and the series wouldn't be over. That actually resets the bracket. What a close shave. C9, they get a chance to, from a clean slate, win this whole thing.
With how influential those Rocket Alley spawns are, the fact that either Penguin had to either stay alive and be ratting out towards the lockers, or somebody had to be blocking that rocket side some way, somehow.
Somebody could have been yeah.
So I'm wondering either which way was it. So if somebody was blocking that rocket alley side, then yeah, like you said, it was the wrong alley to take it. You got to take it through the BR side. You have to go rockets. But maybe Penguin just made a play. I'm not sure. I want to say it was 3 down, but I believe it was all 4 down. So I believe Penguin literally spun towards lockers. I don't think it was a situation where he was ratting it out. Either way, I might go back and watch it just to find out for sure. But Cloud9 ended up clutching up to send us into a bracket reset, and now both of these teams having one more best-of-3 series to go with to take the lion's share of this $1,000 prize pool.
And yeah, I think it was more than just, I think it was Penguin spawned locker. I think Bound might have spawned front base too, honestly. So there must have been a player coming out through alley that kind of influenced it the other way. And as long as that area is open, then it's a potential spawn point. So rough go, Tony. And yeah, maybe just, picking a different lane could have changed it. Either way, you can't look back at it. You got to just move forward and pretend it never happened. This is a clean slate. This is it, right? Best of 3. Anyone's game, anyone's opportunity. We'll find out in King of the Hill Recharge, Slayer Aqua, and Oddball Live Fire. Back to Recharge we go.
King of the Hill on Recharge, and at that point, I want to say another game type and map combination that might be anybody's game. If anything, Cloud9, I believe, won the Strongholds Recharge, so obviously they're feeling good on this map, but still King of the Hill a little bit of a different beast. Slayer Aquarius, I think, plays well to both of these squads, and then Oddball Live Fire, which that's setup heavy. I got to give the advantage over toward the more coordinated squad, the squad that's been together longer. So if it goes to game 3, I'll give the advantage to Cloud9, but honestly, not by much.
There's a good chance it could, though, when it comes down to Slayer. For whatever reason, swap, don't drop. I think they've won both Slayers that they played, both in Winners Finals and in Grand Finals. They're very confident in Slayer at the moment. They seem to find... Actually, they dominated the Slayer in Aquarius, I think, in the Winners Final series, right? It was like almost a stake at one point. C9, for whatever reason, looked kind of lost in that one. And, maybe a couple players lived longer than they should, made some massive plays that, took things off tilt. But with that type of confidence, you think we might be getting another game 3 here, Tony. Might be going the distance. Either way, Recharge, King of the Hill first. An interesting one, especially with no sword in play. Any expectations coming into this one, Tony?
I'm expecting a team that controls that shock rifle and the camouflage to end up winning. Like you said, without the sword coming into play, those two are going to be so important. And I love what the grapple and the repulse bring to the table, but this map is played and won through the shock rifle and the camouflage. Whichever team gets it is going to be able to dominate and going to be able to easily control these hills.
Completely agree. However, with the first hill, shock is on kind of the opposite side that you want to be on as far as the setup, right? Every single setup is going to change depending on where we are in the map. Of course, that vantage point from Attic can be very powerful, but when it comes to that first hill, that AC hold, especially C-Plat, getting that vantage point over to camo and just the crossfire that you have into the hill are going to be so important. So expect to see teams, rotate over there, control that section of the map, and stay fluid as the hills tend to rotate. Last thing we want, especially with King, is a 3-0 advantage in this one as well, Tony. Very hard to come back, but I think more potential on Recharge. There's less of, bottom mid is crazy. It's not the same as mid on streets, right? That's just wild.
Yeah, and there's a good point that you bring up. It's okay to fall in a hill, but you have to be able to think 1-2 steps ahead. And if you are losing out that hill, you have to set up for the second. Once you go back-to-back hills, getting lost, at that point, something didn't work out. So like I said, it's okay to lose this first hill, but make sure you are set up. Make sure that you tie things up over towards that second one. Otherwise, you're gonna have a real struggle on your hands.
Right. Good testament to a coordinated team is how well you set up and rotate for the next hill if things aren't looking so good for you. In the meantime, though, we don't know who will come out with this one. Grand Finals bracket reset. Anyone's game, anyone's series, and the precedent will be set by whoever takes this game.
Morley was able to get away with the shock rifle, had a bit of C-Plat control, which I love having over towards his middle zone, but it's tough. And with that, Mortally and Sparty, a little bit of a double push, but where did Penguin come from? A double push out of Swap Don't Drop, but a double kill out of Penguin to put him on black screen.
So far, just past half cap on the side of C9. C-side setup here for Penguin as well. Exactly where you want to be with the weapon to work with. Killed Manny with a nade there, too. To make himself scarce. Looks like he's being chased, though. Mortally knew exactly where he'd be. Jumped right in front of him. Jump scared me a little bit, too, honestly. Is that enough to get back control, though? Swap don't drop. Still finding picks. Still finding coverage here.
All 4 members of Cloud9 going down, but Cloud9 literally just 1 or 2 seconds away from stealing away the zone, so they can take their time here off of spawn as Cloud9 look to push over towards the control side, and with that, without any timing loss whatsoever, Swap Don't Drop, go 3 down, make it 4. They're able to not only capitalize on that hill, but now Cloud9 are already set up for the next one. This is what we were talking about before.
Early cap at a C9, like you said, setup already on lock and a camo to work with here too. Everything they could ever need to keep the momentum on their side. What do Swap do to break it? The only vantage point they have access to is up in Attic here, but you can see C9 is ready for that rotation. They're just waiting for numbers, waiting for a moment to get involved here. Carmea already dead though, right? C9 doing a good job just covering all flanks, all options.
Stellar not getting any value out of this camouflage, but somehow Swap Don't Drop still end up going 3 down, so not mad at that whatsoever. A 1-0 lead, And this might be a clean sweep of that second hill as Swap Don't Drop don't get a single second in there. And in fact, they're even a step behind. They find themselves over toward the gold side. Now they find themselves 3, if not 4 down. Another clean wipe. Cloud9 move back-to-back zones and still find themselves in the third.
Swap Don't Drop looking real rough at this point, Tony. It's not a huge deficit as far as slays go, but they're just not present on the map with the setups. Not present in these hills. They got to find a way to break in and do it quick. 3 hills in a row, and that's going to be done and dusted. It's already past the halfway point on Capped. Where are these boys on Swap? Are they just folding here, Tony?
They're on spawn. Cloud9 are consistently putting them on spawn. Their spawns are being identified. They're getting pressure immediately. Finally, something going in the way.
Oh,
Swap Don't Drop as they're able to put Cloud9 2 down. Mortally gets himself a double kill with the shock rifle. This is exactly what they needed. They definitely need this third hill.
Only way to get it is to continue to get some slays, lock things down. They need that confidence boost, and Mortally could be the one to set it off. One good shot with the shock. All he needs to break the resources. There it is. Perfect kill on a Stellar. 3 players up on C9. Going to make it tough to make the push here and make it 2. A perfect kill to follow it up. Man, just tallying up quite the scorecard here. Might have to show mom after. Oh.
Not putting that one on the fridge. Cloud9 still able to get away with the camouflage. Grapple and shock rifle for... almost shock rifle for Stellar. Going right back up. Ends up getting spotted from across the map. Laser eyes coming out of Swap Don't Drop. 2 members pushing over toward the gold side. Stellar recognized that immediately. Tries to get out, but cut off by Spartan. And with that shock rifle in the hands of Sparty, a 2-1 lead in favor of Cloud9, but Swap Don't Drop can tie things up here.
They're definitely still in this. Finding that hill gave him a little regain, and Sparty looking to plant in another kill of his own here. What does he do? Full rotation. Almost, oh my god, almost falling off the map. Thankfully, one more grapple to save him. A few shots to work with in shock, and this man, you line things up, he won't miss. Finds the boxer there, too. Unfortunately, shock now down, and C9 going to use that opening to break in.
2 down for Swap Don't Drop immediately. Cloud9 uses opportunity to get a bit of time here, almost at the halfway point, as Stellar still lining up with the shock rifle. Multiple members trying to funnel in, but Manny the first one to go down. Oh. The second one might have planted on his teammate right there. You got to get out of Stellar's way. The man's on fire. He's shooting everybody. It don't matter. Red, blue, yellow, purple. You're going down.
Oh,
good God.
Jesus. That play at a Stellar was an overkill. Might not have been necessary. Either way, the man's a demon. And a play like that might solidify the cap here. Stellar's still going, by the way. Mortally dead as well. Oh, almost hits the head. Gives the man a close shave. But what do you do in this position? Stellar just going to drop down. He does find a trade. The man, going to bounce into hills. So Swap Don't Drop. They ain't done. But these plays out of C9 going to stagger him.
Finally, Swap Don't Drop able to deal with Stellar. Not able to stay alive is Manny, though. Cloud9 breaking right through the control side. Again, that sword not going to be in play. G8 through all of these top teams. Eco dealing with one onto the bottle control. Easy grenade going to take down Mortally. One more player onto long haul. That's going to be Carmea. And the stick going to land. Eco takes down 2. 3 down goes Swap Don't Drop. And Cloud9 still having the lead progression for this hill, number 4.
Just inching away at it, slowly but surely. It's been a hell of a bloodbath, though. Part 2 to the kills on either side. Right, Carmea now. His turn for another. Doesn't quite land the head in the second. Damage done, though. C9 forced to back out here. Sparty going to take another in the feed. Sitting in the hill, trying to find some sort of momentum off this. Carmea with the perfect position to set up and dominate.
Lines up 1, able to get the body shot, finishes off with the BR. Carmea taking down Eco, and 3 down go Cloud9 as Swap Don't Drop. Have an ample opportunity to steal this away and tie things up. Another perfect kill coming out of Carmea. Ends up getting himself a double kill, almost the third as he puts down max damage. Another 3 down for Cloud9. Swap Don't Drop just a second away from stealing this hill.
Swap Don't Drop with a couple immaculate plays, I think led by Carmea and Spartan there. Clutching up that hill, completely flipping this game around. All of a sudden, C9 staggered a little bit. They've got a setup for the Whirlpool, but this might soon be broken. Look at the push coming out of Swap.
all 4 members able to wipe out Cloud9, and now some early time going in favor of Swap Don't Drop, and on top of that, even able to put some pressure onto the spawning players. Cloud9 are struggling to come off a spawn and get towards the mid-map. Every line being watched as Sparty almost able to get the headshot.
Rips the shields, enough to make that player think twice about re-peeking. Sparty looking for more blood, though. There goes Eco, thanks to Mortally. Mortally going to double back to A. So important on this map, making sure you control A side. Last thing you need is a split spawner or a flank, like we're seeing. It's what? Sparty crouching tiger, hidden dragon, man, slips underneath him. Still dies. And C9 going to take over.
Forward down, go Swap Don't Drop. Cloud9 getting a bit of control, having that A-side spawn that you were talking about before, even having the Commando as bound, rips apart 1, goes in for the second, beautiful double kill out of bound, 18 on the board, nades continue to fly out of Swap Don't Drop, but they also continue to drop onto the feet. Cloud9 put them 2, 3 down once again, looking to take a 3-2 lead.
C9 taking fire, but holding on. Stellar could fight fire with fire, maybe fire with shock, I guess, at this point. Interesting angle, too, looking for toes here. Just one good headshot will break their advance. Stellar not going to budge. Holding A going to be so important for C9 to bounce back in this hill, and they need kills to do this. Stellar going to be elusive.
Mortally and bound going toe-to-toe at the moment. Stellar having the shock rifle in hands, wants to line up a kill. Able to catch the Kanko of Manny as he tries to get away. Challenges the man over toward the A side, but 2 down go Cloud9 once again. Swap Don't Drop now trying to cut off the angles towards the control side as Sparty pulls himself a double kill. 3 down go Cloud9.
Wow.
And every angle being watched as Swap Don't Drop once again get into an early setup, and Cloud9 are going to be forced to break it.
Slowly but surely, Swap Don't Drop. They're clutching up. Look at this angle from Spartan. Perfect position to melt him as they just desperate for the hill. I think 1 made it in, but it's not enough. With that round to slay, Swap Don't Drop going to come out with the lead for the first time in this game. 3-2, bottom mid-hill. And could they close it out here?
Swap Don't Drop with a team that made it into the grand finals through the winner's bracket. Cloud9 able to reset the bracket, which brings us to one more best-of-3 series to take it all. Sparty able to find 1, trying to find the second. Meanwhile, his teammates not able to do the same. They're on 8-second respawn, and Cloud9 find himself in the hill once again.
In the hill, have the camo too. Somehow Sparty getting knocked down real quick. Trade's likely going down here. Bound in the meantime, just trying to live. Hold on to Attic. He'll bounce back into the fight, only to find 1 sitting in Whirlpool. That's Manny with the upset. Looking for 2. Making a double. He'll stay up. At least for now. Just bobbing. Whoa! Oh! Was that just a regular melee or a ninja? It didn't show up as a ninja in the feet. That was back breaking, though, Manny.
Manny breaking down the defenses of Cloud9. Stellar going to try to hold down control, wait for his teammates to come off his spawn, but no time like the present for Mortal to break through. Another 3 down for Cloud9. Swap Don't Drop are going in on Cloud9. They are absolutely decimating them at every single turn. And now they're just 1 cap away from getting a 1-0 series lead here on C9.
The individual play we've seen at a Swap Don't Drop, just insane, Tony. Just to fight back in the series. To close this one out on top, to upset G1, upset C9 twice in a row. Can they do it? Fighting for bottom mid here. Penguin Bound do pick up their kills. Stellar still up with the shock. 3 dead. This hill might be turning over to C9. In just a few seconds, unless Swap Don't Drop can use 1 final push to break it.
This is it for Swap Don't Drop. Cloud9 are already thinking 1 step ahead, controlling this glass and this grapple side. So if they're able to take this zone, they'll even have first hands onto the second. Stellar going in for the challenge, not able to get that off as 2 down go Cloud9. Able to steal that cap away. We're going into a 7th and final zone. Cloud9 find himself 3 down. This is going to be good for Swap Don't Drop.
Wouldn't have it any other way, Tony. Final hill. Game 1 down to the wire. As you expect to see. Carmea just living up with shock in the meantime, though. 2 dead. Early advance. Going to go to Swap Don't Drop here. Just tagging up what's left of C9. They'll be forced to make a rotation. 1 still up. He's alone, though. Eco not dead. Remainder spawning in A. Perfect position for Carmea to find a head.
And before Cloud9 are able to spawn up and get into any kind of position, 75% of the zone is already taken. In fact, 80%. We're actually moving into just a few seconds here. And another peel out of Carmea. Cloud9 end up going 4 down, and that's it. Cloud9 fall 0-1 here in the series.
Swap don't drop with a complete shutout in that final hill, Tony. What the heck? Great positioning out of Carmea. Hits the shots he needs to, clutching up, but also just the work out of the team to lock down every section of the map and force the spawns over to A, force them to make that long rotation to get back to hill. So difficult to break that hill if you're spawning A, trying to go through exposed locations on the map, just getting crossed up. Unbelievable. Just wherewithal, I think, at a swap don't drop. They were down 0-2 at the start of the game. They slowly clawed their way back, made massive plays to do it.
And not just a shutout in that final hill, but now having the opportunity to shut out an entire series. I'm a firm believer in momentum. You're going into the Slayer Aquarius, and Swap Don't Drop have already proven that they can play on these snowballing game type and maps, Aquarius, Live Fire, Streets. They've proven that they can up the tempo. They've proven that they can go toe-to-toe, even with the likes of Cloud9. Why am I not to believe that they can win here on this very map?
Well, the wild thing is they already played winners finals in Aquarius Slayer, right? And for one moment, we thought they might stake C9. They were winning so dominantly. I think it ended, like 50 to, maybe in the 30s somewhere. But dominant close and a rough spot for C9. They were staggered on Streets as well. They could not find their footing. It all started with Aquarius Slayer. This could be very different, of course, but just the fact that we've seen it already and the confidence that we're seeing at a Swap Don't Drop, Tony, I mean, this might be it. This might be the final game.
Swap Don't Drop, they're the real deal. I mean, we already know Spartan. We already know, but I've been telling you guys, man, Mortally's the real deal. He's such a good Slayer, such a good IGL, has a great mind for the game, not just 2s, but 4s. I'm sure he's a damn good 1s player as well. After today, these players might be getting some calls. I'm just saying. You never know. Mortally and Carmea, they can maybe be the fourth of a team that is looking for an answer right now. We see how Manny's been on EU United. I think he's been phenomenal. Always has been, even back to his KCP days. So watch out. Maybe Carmea's Mortally, maybe their phones start ringing.
I mean, you still got Lions, I think, in the discussion as well, right? Like Mortally on Lions, they had Carmea, and they beat, I think together, they beat Space Station just on the weekend. Burton, I know, is in discussion with that team. Obviously, he's been playing with them, but Carmea subbed last weekend. Obviously, he was in 2s. I'm just saying there's a lot of talented players in that threshold right now who deserve that kind of partnership, that sponsor opportunity. Just seems like a matter of time till they get that talk. And with this kind of momentum and this kind of honeymoon, Tony, we've already talked about it. It makes you wonder, like, is this team is outperforming FaZe at the moment, right? Like, they beat G1, they beat C9, they might beat C9 twice. Like, it's wild to see this.
Well, I think FaZe have actually been looking a lot better recently. Okay. I've been actually keeping track of
their I'm specifically looking at the Super. My bad.
Yeah, I've been keeping track of their scrims, and I feel like they have been figuring it out. But I mean, you can't deny, FaZe obviously didn't have the best NA Super, and as of right now, Swap Don't Drop are having a very good Esports Arena Open tournament, $1,000 on the line every single Monday. You guys can get involved too.
This might be it, Tony. This might be the last game of the tournament right here. So much confidence at a Swap Don't Drop, jumping into Aqua Slayer. C9, they got a chance to bounce back, or that's it. It's do or die.
These thrusters, this camouflage, and that heat wave going to be so important here on Aquarius. Both of these teams going to be fighting for it. And all starts with that mid-map control. Penguin getting peeled off of the top mid side. Spartan going to try to stay alive onto Fridge, but has all of the backup that he needs here. On the P side of the map, Swap Don't Drop, an early lead, but not much to work with.
No large deficit just yet. Nico coming out with a kill to stabilize things as well. Manny, though, most important player on the map. Thrust, camo to work with. Gonna get spotted top mid. Not gonna get a kill either. That positioning at an Eco. Jumps in last second, finds the melee, stabilizes things, gets them a lead for C9 to start the game, and already, to be honest, this is looking better than it did in Winners Finals.
Eco making a play onto the camouflage player. Sparring gonna break through, goes right after Stellar, gets himself a double kill, even drops the nades to do a bit of damage onto the rest of Cloud9, trying to push forward, but it's still bounded Eco that are controlling the car side, the strong side of the map. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, Manny's breaking through.
Is it the strong side or the Manny side of the map? Right, strong side.
He's strong as hell.
He's already got a mechanic in the game, I guess. Anyway. Let's see what Mortally can do. Instead, unfortunately, finds his death bound. Going to clean him up. Stellar going to try to do the same. Just controlling util here. Little bait and switch between the team as they stay alive. Wow.
Cloud9 going to make sure that this closet side is cleared out, and that should give them free access towards the camouflage. Nobody on swap, don't drop, even getting an angle on, let alone shots on Stellar, but now not knowing where his positioning is, and the only thing more dangerous than a camouflage player is one that you have no idea where he's coming from. Bound, Eco, and Stellar breaking through, able to put swap, don't drop, the two down, make it 3. And this is where things go from bad to worse if swap, don't drop aren't able to slow down C9.
Stellar living in that situation was massive as well. That could have been a trade, mortally. Maybe just a slight whiff on the heat wave wasn't enough. And like you said, going from bad to worse. Snowball beginning, starting to roll. Cloud9 definitely bouncing back here from game 1. Can they keep up this energy? You can see them already spawning out in Fridge. Pinch starting to form here for C9. Hopefully swap, don't drop can fan out before it happens.
They're trying to, but Cloud9 are cutting off those angles, and the heat wave connects right onto Sparty. There's one player stuck over towards the Fridge. And it looks like Carmea does end up getting a kill, so that'll relieve some of the tension that's coming out. Cloud9 are still going to hold on to that mid-map control, giving up his position to land right onto Carmea, then gets himself a double kill. Eco now searching out the one-shot player, and close to a double-digit lead is Cloud9.
Some smooth moves out of Stellar and C9. Etch their lead confidently. Can they maintain it? Carmea, big pick for him. 7-kill deficit to come back from. Eco just picking up shocks as he makes his way out of car. Looks like he's lost quite a few members on... Well, they're all back up, at least, on C9 at this point. And Eco, no shame in getting aggressive here either.
Sparty somehow finds a way to connect with the Commando right when things matter most, because that active camouflage is coming up, and Cloud9 no longer having the numbers to work with. Going 3 down, swap, don't drop. Should have access to active camo. And looks like they were able to steal it away, and Spartan stealing away the lives of Cloud9 as they look to come back and maybe sweep C9 here in this tournament.
Whether or not that happens might depend on Mortally. And he's got the camo out bottom mid. Cleans up 1, looking for 2. Teammate already in util, should be able to drop that. Looks like spawners are up in Fridge, though, already rotating to blue. Mortally with the info. They can keep this collapse up. Already catching one off Fridge. Free nade in. Not quite enough to do the damage he wants. Can he back out of the fight? Sparty with 2 in the feed. Mortally needs to live and doesn't quite stay up. Big trade out of C9. Going to stagger things, make it tough for Sparty to break out of blue.
Mortally trying to do everything he can to stay alive, but ends up going down, and now we switch gears over towards Sparty. Down to 1 shot, still able to make a play. Puts as much damage down as his teammates coming for the cleanups. Mortally, though, first one to spawn, but last one on the map for his team. This is a pivotal battle for him, and he goes right after Penguin. This man has no fear.
A 1v1 win onto Penguin. Turns that into a 2nd kill here, too. Can he avoid the trade? 360, apparently. Teammate coming out with 1. Cross map is another. Mortally needs to live. Once again, 42-38. Honestly, anyone's game. Make it 39 as they do close the gap when it matters most. Another 1v1 here with Mortally, and he clutches up with perfect shots.
First Penguin, then Eco. Keep sending challengers. Mortally's going to keep putting them down. As we switch gears over towards Spartan, him and Manny going to try to work in tandem despite being across the map. There is a player that's trying to sneak over toward the P side of the thrust. Going to put him absolutely on skates. Stellar now goes in for the challenge. Down to 1 shot. Can't quite take the height that he needs. And now just 5 more kills needed for Cloud9. But only a 3-kill lead over Swap. Don't drop.
Great rotation there out of Swap, though, as well, to get to P2, find the cross, and make it tough for them to push into blue base safely. Eco, though, doing an even better job, honestly, with his positioning. Plays his life slow, bottom mid, gets the damage he needs for the team to clean him up. 47 on the board. Finds 3, finds a trade. Honestly, good enough. Couldn't have asked for better in that situation. And with that damage, that should be enough for C9 to close this outbound, doing what he does best. Flying in, playing aggressive. 2 do die. Make it 46. Just 1 trade is all they need. They give up camo for this, though. Bound in trouble, trying to get out the fight. He doesn't get a trade. He goes down. 47-49. It's not unwinnable.
It's not over just yet. But Swap Don't Drop can't give up a single death here. And now you're going to see Cloud9 look to slow things down. Look to waste this camouflage from Manny, checking every corner. There is one over toward the flag side. He's not aware of it. He doesn't check it, so he's going to go right past him. This is going to be important. Or there's going to be a kill off the screen. That works too. 50-47 win. Cloud9 taking that game, sending us into a game number 3. It's 1 game to take this tournament.
Great to see things as close as they are, though, Tony. That definitely felt like anyone's game at one point towards the end, and good to see, we have Mortally clutching up multiple 1v1 fights. Spartan come in, too. The team play at the end to just kind of keep themselves in the game. It just wasn't enough. They couldn't afford a single mistake right at 49, despite how close it looked. What can you do? Penguin in a tough position, or, anyone in a tough position can break that out and create a trade. But what that gives us, Tony, is a game 3, once again, in our series, and I can't complain about that.
I feel like we haven't seen much Oddball on stream, so going to Oddball Live Fire for our game number 3, Swap, Don't Drop. Earned the right to make it into the grand finals, taking down Cloud9 over in the winners finals, knocking them down to the losers to begin with. Cloud9 were able to reset the bracket, able to come out with that huge Slayer Aquarius, although it wasn't easy. Swap, Don't Drop still 1 win away from upsetting Cloud9, but Cloud9 are right on their heels.
Out of all the maps, game types we could have got, Tony, this one's going to probably go the distance as well, right? You got 2 rounds to win to finish this, and just the setups and the rotations I expect to see out of these players could go by quick, but typically it's a slow burn. A lot of time to figure out who's the better team in this one, and I can't wait to see it. Of course, we got the Heatwave Sniper to work with on the map, Repulsor, plenty of resources. OS coming up every 2 minutes, going to be important to control.
I'm looking at Swap, Don't Drop, and I've been saying this name time and time again. I'm looking at Mortally.
Yeah.
I mean, when Mortally has those big games, he is so tough to deal with. Even for the likes of Cloud9, he's been slaying out with them. He's had no fear whatsoever. Yep. If Mortally goes off, maybe, just maybe, they pull off the upset.
You expect Sparty to do his thing, Manny as well, bringing in that top caliber talent. I think Carmea, another player to look to, though, also. Game 1, recharge, clutching up with the shock. If he could pull off plays like that with Snipe, you never know where this one could go.
Both of these teams fighting not only for the map control, but also for early ball control, going after it right away. A little bit of scrappy time here. Overshield coming up, and with that 2 down go Cloud9, so they might have gotten first hands on ball, but Swap, Don't Drop might have been able to steal away the overshield because of it.
Looks like the snipe was stolen by Swap, though. Nice little quick rotation there. Eco, when he comes down to find them. Yeah, instead he finds a shot to the body. Carmea, did he not move? He just waited down below, turns it into 2, turns it into 3. What a beautiful triple. Ball in his hands, well deserved.
Cloud9 go 3 down. Stellar says, hold my beer. Gets us a triple kill. Body shot right onto Stellar there as Carmea comes in. 5 and 2 start out of Carmea, and now it's Manny chasing down the leftover pieces, rotating this ball back over towards the B side. Swap, Don't Drop have slowed down Cloud9, and an early lead means nothing when Swap, Don't Drop a plan like that.
I just about lost my mind on that. When he hit the slide and he looked down, like, what was he? If he hit a headshot, or he was trying to get a ninja, I guess. But, like, my God. That's exactly what you need to see out of Carmea to give Swap, Don't Drop some leeway, some energy in this. Despite the plays, though, the ball's still in the hands of C9, right? They rotate it to A. Sparty's trying to find picks, does find Bound. Manny with Stellar. Ball still in their hands. Rotation likely coming out to get it back to the scoreboard.
7 and 2 start coming out of Carmea. Him and Sparty going to try to work a 1-2 combo. Meanwhile, Cloud9 are trying to rotate this ball as long as possible, making it such a long route while gaining some valuable time to begin with. Sparty has a player over towards the mid, bounces him right over towards the hands of Mortally with the repulse. Mortally now has to try to win a piv to get the overshield, and Manny coming in for the switch. Mortally getting himself an overshield, almost repulsing it away. But it looks like a 59-8 run as Cloud9 has rotated this ball in an entire circle around the map of Livefire.
And such an interesting game of Livefire to witness, because when it comes down to individual plays, you feel like Swap, Don't Drop are the ones who are performing. They're getting big slays left and right, but C9 doing a much better job just rotating ball, being efficient with it, collecting time as they go. Finally, the slays are starting to turn into ball time for Swap. And he's just waiting for a challenger. There's the one behind him. Clean up onto Eco, looking for 2. He'll turn 2 in this one. Final shot on the heat wave. That double turns into an opportunity for Mortally. He'll slip back down to bottom mid. But that heat wave off map, and Swap knowing the time on it, maybe they can use that to control it later. But step 1, get the ball.
And despite the slays that were going in favor of Swap, Don't Drop, Cloud9 able to bounce back, and look at how much time they were able to soak up. 25 seconds away from stealing it. Carmea
Here we go.
has eyes on the sniper and immediately puts it to work right into the body of Eco. The headshot to finish him off. No drop weapon needed as he peeled off the elbow of one, finds himself another body shot. Don't give this man the sniper rifle. C9 needs to get it out of his hands right now.
Oh, that would have been sick. This man is so quick with it. Look at him go. Red Bard somehow surviving. Oh, stray spike nade. You got to hate to see it. That'll kill him. But just every single snipe, right? The quick snaps. I'm wondering, I think he might be LT aim, just the way that he's scoping in so confidently. Either way, he's looking damn good on the feed. Let's see that turn into ball time.
Sparty able to steal away the heat wave. And now it's Cloud9 that are coming off a spawn, and Sparty looking to put some pressure on them immediately. The backside has been found, the flank in. The first nade going to take down the player over toward the overshield. A creative double out of Sparty, but 3 down goes Swap, don't drop, and Cloud9 are going to be able to steal away this overshield because of it.
What a wild round this is, Tony. It's about to end. 98 and counting as Cloud9 get the kills that they need to just to secure the ball and close it out. And what a weird round one. So much confidence at a Swap, don't drop. They overslay. They've got more slays on the board. They've hit more stylish plays, but they lost the round in the end of the day. What matters is objective efficiency. C9, they have that.
Cloud9 have been known for their objective efficiency for years, and we're starting to see it here, even on Oddball, even on Livefire. And Pound, right after the ball, into a double kill. Overshield is coming up, and Cloud9 are ready for it.
Early ball efficiency, once again. 10 seconds and counting. Bound just, waiting for anybody to get up close and personal. There it is. Manny dead. Looking for a second repulse to try to get out of the fight. Does not survive. Stellar in a great spot to find the flank, though. Nade kills him. Who knows where from? It's Manny. Carmea up. Manny, they drop, though. And perfectly coordinated at a C9. The positioning at a Penguin cleans him up.
Swap, don't drop. Now have to work off a spawn and try to find something without a heat wave and an overshield. It's going to be tough, especially when Cloud9 have himself a bound entry fragger. But Carmea and Manny answer right back with back-to-back kills, so that's going to force Penguin to catch a bit of a different angle. Cuts right off the ball carrier. You're not getting away. A 26-3 start out of Cloud9, which might be the final round of this tournament.
C9 looking more and more confident as time goes by. Swap, don't drop. They came out with a lot of energy, looking fierce, but if that doesn't turn into ball time, it's all for nothing. Penguin just holding on to heat wave, making sure nobody gets it. 33 on the board. 2 big kills and a swap. That's an opening. Penguin recognizing that. He can't do too much to stop it at the moment.
Penguin going right up the mid. Does have one in his sights. 2 shots into the BR, but Manny having the Needler. And Needler versus Heatwave, Needler wins, apparently.
Well, drop combo would have been an easy kill there. That's the interesting, change in the meta at this point. Doesn't go for it because it's G8, so Needler wins. And anyway, in the end, I guess, I don't know. What matters more is the ball here, Tony. It's still in translation, apparently.
And we still have a lead in favor of Cloud9 as they work towards that overshield, trying to inch their way forward. 2 down for each of the members. A third falls for Swap, don't drop. And with them dropping, Cloud9 look to regain and get themselves an overshield. And once again, Swap, don't drop, continue to spawn, and they continue to not get these resources, so they have to break an already tough setup that Cloud9 are holding on them. But they have heat wave, they have overshield, they have them locked down, they know exactly where the spawns are coming from, but Swap, don't drop, and they're putting Cloud9 2 down right off the rip.
First it was just objective efficiency at a C9, now it's straight up slays, is what I meant to say, but nice little counter at a Sparty. Double kill, catches the ball, finds another. Little setup back B temporarily for them. Best opportunity we've seen from Swap in this round to get some lengths going here. But yeah, like I said, the slays are even now, right? It's not just objective efficiency at a C9. They are catching up and closing things out in every way possible.
The interception by Spartan ends up earning himself a bit of ball time, but he has to play the ball himself. And with 4 down for Swap, don't drop, Cloud9 once again getting that ball in hands, and they're 60% done with this round. And now it's Penguin that has a turn with the sniper rifle. Carmea has already shown us how crazy this weapon can be here on Livefire. Penguin about to do the same, or just chuck it right off the map. That was not going to get intercepted.
Carmea tried to catch that one out of the air. Didn't quite work. And look at that time on the ball. It continues to tick. 81. They do drop it in the open, and perfect position to have it for C9. They stay up. They win their fights. They get back to it. Manny, big clutch kill. Every single fight so important. Spartan finding another. Should get them to the ball, but Manny, little whiffed melee. Not what you want to see. Stellar comes out on top. They'll get to the ball, but can they even rotate it out? The shot's out of bound. Not quite enough to stop it. Nice nades to counter him, and Swap don't drop. Hopefully mounting a setup. They got to worry about OS too.
With the miss melee, I would love to see him repulse that player back.
Wow.
To try to get himself back into the fight. Penguin finds himself a fastball immediately. Mortally almost able to get away with the overshield, but you got to deal with Cloud9, and Bound gets taken down as well. Manny ends up popping it onto the chest, but the Needler rips him apart. Stellar going to get value out of that one, and Carmea still sitting high with this ball. Cloud9 find himself 3 down. Swap don't drop. Might have an opportunity to come back with 1 or 2 more rounds of slays.
Tony, I'm just going to say it. GA Needler. I think we've got a GA. I think it's too powerful. It is too powerful. You just you see how quickly, man. I mean, I think 2 players are shooting at him, but either way, man, died so fast. Mortally trying his life. They do play the ball out. Best they could have hoped for. 53 they've accumulated, but look at this. 83 and counting. C9 with what might be the final ball rotation of the game. Swap don't drop. They got 1 chance to break this.
And they're already 2 down. Eco blocking the scoreboard side. Eco ends up going down to 1 shot. Stellar now going to try to rotate this ball away. Slaps Mortally in the face. Backhands him. Manny, the final player alive, but it's not going to be enough. Cloud9 steal away that round, steal away this game, and damn it, they steal away this tournament.
But not without a damn story, right, Tony? All the way down to the wire. 2 best of 3s. We went to game 3 both times. It couldn't have been a better battle, I think, between the 2 of them. So back and forth. And very unexpected, I think, as well. Of course, we knew those boys were talented, but to come together just as a pickup team, call themselves Swap Don't Drop, trying to push the GA meta and almost take the whole thing. Gotta love to see it.
Man, Cloud9 are good. And that was really excited to watch, but I want to see more. I don't want to just see Cloud9. I don't want to just see G1 as their full rosters. I want to see G2 side up. I want to see SSG. I want to see more of this, and also want to see more of Mortally and the boys. Let me tell you, Manny on E United, he's going to be just fine. Spartan on FaZe, finally starting to figure things out. And Carmea and Mortally really showing themselves to be absolute studs that we have in our league, and ready to take the next step in their careers, and really excited to watch them. But like I said, guys, I want to see more. I want to see all these teams signing up. $1,000 on the line in valuable practice. Orlando is right around the corner. Might as well sign up.
Valuable practice, like you said, money, great content in the end of the day, and I would love it. Tony, I'm sure you would, and I know the viewers would love to see it too. Even just looking at the teams in this tournament, I mean, this was top 8. Cloud9, ESA Blue, crowd pleasers, right? That was an interesting roster with Kratos and Super CC and a few others. Native Gaming in this one. Swap Don't Drop. Of course, we saw the beasts that they were. ESA Red, Oxygen Esports. We didn't even get to see them today, right? There's just so much talent. Some of them just didn't make it that far. And hopefully, like you said, next week and beyond, we see more. FaZe come back together. You know, let's see what they can do. And apparently, scrims have been looking good for them. Either way, Tony, I can't wait to see what the future brings. Orlando is getting very close. Before we throw back to Yeso, any final thoughts on this one? Pleasure casting with you, of course, as always.
It was an absolute pleasure. Long time duo. We've been putting in the work. And going back since Halo 5, I feel like we've been through the trenches. We've grinded together. We improved together. It's always a pleasure. Guys in the chat, you guys have been incredible. Oh my gosh, man, the competitors, time and time again. I'm like, you expect things to go one way, and they just throw a curveball, and they put on an absolute show, and it's been amazing to watch. And make sure you guys come back this Friday. Not only is your boy casting this Friday, but on top of that, it's the Why Not a Shyway show. We're going to have a phenomenal show lined up for you and an amazing guest. You're not going to want to miss it this Friday. What time? What we got? We got 6 p.m.? 6 p.m. Eastern? 6 to 7 Eastern. Don't miss out.
Couldn't have said it better, Tony. That's it for us. We'll send it back to Yeso. Have a good night.
Thank you so much to both of those gentlemen. Always a pleasure. And in my opinion, best way to kick off the week. Why not? Shyway, awesome Halo Infinite fun, and a hell of a bracket that ended with a banger. 2 back-to-back series there. Cloud9 forcing the reset and then grabbing the win, going the distance there in game number 3, and they take down Swap Don't Drop. But that is a hell of a matchup we got to see a few times here today. Cloud9, though, comes out on top here with the victory. Well played to them. That's back-to-back weeks that Cloud9 win our open night tournament here at Series E, and they are definitely contenders for a reason. Thank you so much to everybody who came out tonight. We had a hell of a stacked top 8. You heard Why Not and Shy with highlighting it. Cloud9, ESA Blue, Crowd Pleasers, Natives, Swap Don't Drop, Esports Arena Red, Oxygen, and G1. That is a talented squad of 8 teams that came out, and they put it all on the line here today. They give us a lot of entertaining matches, and we hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. A couple of reminders, of course, it's Intel Week. Support our friends at Intel. Pick up their products at walmart.com/esports arena. Come out to your local esports arena this week and celebrate Intel Gamer Days with us. That kicks off this Thursday, August 25th, runs all the way through Sunday, August 28th. For $10,000 in cash and prizes over there, so make sure to come out and get in on the fun. That is going to do it for us here tonight, folks. We're back with more Series E tomorrow. We'll be kicking off another week of Apex Legends action with Open Night tomorrow night, so be there for that. I will be there as well. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us here tonight, and we will see you again tomorrow.